And welcome to tonight's City Council meeting. Before we begin, council and staff are excited for the public to see the changes from the implementation of our new agenda management system. Yes, we chose tonight to try it out. This new platform is aimed at improving both our internal processes and your user experience. Some of the changes you'll see here in the chambers are the different types of screens displayed, including the agenda item being discussed, the motions and votes of council, and a speaker's countdown timer to help us stay on track during the meeting. So instead of me tallying votes with hash marks, they're going to be displayed on screen. Council's members will be voting with a button and you'll be able to see how everybody voted. And I'll also be able to see who, in what order people are speaking on my end. So it's a modernized system, which I'm excited about. More information on how to watch, attend, and participate, as well as agendas, minutes, and recordings can be found on Broomfield's website at broomfield.org/council meetings. Kateri Abeda, Broomfield's Director of Information Technologies, is present this evening and available for questions. If questions come up later, they can be emailed to info@broomfield.org. The public can attend tonight's meeting in person at the George DeCiro City and County Buildings Council Chambers located at 1 Tacoma Drive. You can also watch live on Channel 8 and live streaming on broomfield.org/council meetings. So that's the new way to get to our council info. The public may also participate in public comment either in person or by calling 855-695-3744 and pressing *3 to be placed in the queue for comment. Screeners will ask callers for their first and last name, neighborhood, and the agenda item the caller would like to comment on. If you'd like to speak on more than one item on tonight's agenda, you'll need to press *3 each time to be placed back in the queue for comment. Public comment will be limited to 90 minutes total per item. The first 1 through 15 participants in the queue have 3 minutes to speak. The next 16 through 25 have 2 minutes. And if time remains, the next 26 participants plus in the queue have 1 minute to speak. For those here to speak on the Cottonwood residential item, there is a public comment period specific to that item that will take place after the staff presentation. And there is a sign-up list in the lobby, which along with the list of those who are calling in, will be used to determine the order of the speakers for that item. We'll hear from 6 people in person and then 1 on the phone until we hit the limits. Priority will be given to those who indicated they are Broomfield residents on the sign-up sheet. Non-residents will have a chance to speak if time remains after Broomfield residents have made their comments. For our hearing impaired residents present, we have wireless headsets available through our AV team in the back of the council chambers. The City Council regular meeting is called to order. And this is different. No council members are absent. We no longer do the roll, and a quorum of council is present. Will everyone please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. In an effort to keep order for tonight's meeting, I ask council members to limit their comments to 5 minutes. If councils are given a second opportunity to speak, they should limit their comments to 2 minutes. We'll plan on a 10-minute break at approximately 8 p.m. We'll begin with council's review and approval of this evening's agenda. Council may add or remove items from the consent agenda, or council may revise the order of business for the meeting. Does any member of the council have any comments or questions regarding this evening's agenda? Are there any objections to this agenda being approved? Seeing none, the agenda is approved. Our first item under petitions and communications is a presentation on the 2024 One Book, One Broomfield Junior program regarding this evening's agenda. That's fun. Council has any objections to this? Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize. No echo.
Thank you, Mayor. We sure appreciate it. And so Susan Dunn and Catherine Lineup, you're up first with one of our most favorite programs.
Turn your mic on. No, press the little button.
Oh, right,
I see it. You're on.
green button that says,
Now you're off. Nah, you need a red light. It won't stay on for her.
okay, there, yes, I got it.
Okay.
I'm not going to touch anything again. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Mayor Castriata, City Council, and City Leadership. My name is Susan Dunn. I'm the Children's Collection Development Librarian at the Broomfield Library, and I'm here tonight to officially announce the author speaker for our 5th annual. This is going to be our 5th year. It's pretty exciting. Our 5th annual One Book, One Broomfield Junior program, which is going to take place this year on Sunday, March 3rd. This year, I'm thrilled to announce that our special guest will be Grace Lin, New York Times bestselling author and illustrator. Grace has the unusual distinction of being both a Newbery Honor recipient for her writing and a Caldecott Honor recipient for her illustrations. She's also an occasional commenter for New England Public Radio. She's a reviewer for the New York Times. She's a video essayist for PBS NewsHour and the host of 2 different podcasts focused on children's literature and writing. In 2016, Grace's art was displayed at the White House, where Grace herself was recognized by President Obama's office as a champion of change for Asian American and Pacific Islander art and storytelling. And in 2022, Grace was awarded the prestigious Children's Literature Legacy Award from the American Library Association. I feel like I say this to you every year, but Grace is kind of a big deal in the children's literature world. Grace writes and usually illustrates board books, picture books, beginning readers, chapter books, and most recently, she's even come out with a best-selling nonfiction title. But for our One Book, One Broomfield Junior event, we have chosen to focus on her 2009 novel, Where the Mountain Meets the Moon. Young Min Lee lives in the valley of Fruitless Mountain, where she and her parents spend their days working hard in the fields. At night, Min Lee listens to her father's tales about the old man of the moon, who knows the answers to everything. So Min Lee sets out on a quest to find the old man of the moon. Surely he will know how she can bring good fortune to her family. Along the way, she meets many magical friends, including a talking fish, a powerful king, and a dragon who can't fly. Grace brings adventure, Chinese folklore, and fantasy to life in this beautifully illustrated novel with an epic journey and memorable characters reminiscent of The Wizard of Oz. To get the book into the hands of local readers, we are distributing free paperback copies at library events in the Broomfield community. Our outreach librarian is also in the midst of planning visits to all of the Broomfield elementary schools, where she will be giving copies of the book to all of the 4th and 5th grade teachers, as well as going to the middle schools and giving the books to all of the 6th grade language arts teachers in all of the Broomfield middle schools. And of course, we're already spreading the word among the families who use the library and regularly check out Grace's many books. I've brought a copy of the book for all of you tonight, and I hope you'll enjoy reading it and then perhaps passing it on to a young person in your life. If you have any questions for me about One Book, One Broomfield Junior, I'm happy to answer them at this time.
Thank you so much. We're very excited about this new title. We have public comment opportunities on every agenda item. So now's the time. If anybody would like to comment on this item, please step on up to the podium. Anybody online? Okay. Then we'll move on. Any council member comments or questions for Ms. Dunn? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thanks, Mayor. So thank you so much for bringing this to council. I'm always excited to hear the One Book, One Broomfield Junior or One Book, One Broomfield Adult selection. So this sounds like a great selection. And, you know, I'm just so excited because I think that one of the things that I've realized over the last 6 years is that Broomfield is really a community of readers, that there's a lot of readers in our community that like to dive into new books. And I love that with this program, we're extending that to all of our young people within the community as well. So thank you for adding this piece to the One Book, One Broomfield program here in Broomfield. I think that, you know, being on the Broomfield Early Childhood Council, I was a board member for the last 6 years. It's hard to believe that that much time has gone by. But one thing that I really noticed is that Broomfield does a great job of, you know, kind of our strength is in our early childhood support system. And that as we continued through that process, that we've really strengthened that guidance around that early childhood education and childhood care. And this program continues to augment that as well in providing that literacy component as well as the outreach into our schools and connecting that with the greater community. And the last thing I want to say is that, you know, as I was a part of the One Book, One Broomfield program committee, and I just stepped off of that just recently, but I was doing that for about 3 years or 4 years. And, you know, one of the things that I really found is that there was a lot of connection between people through this program, and that they also found that belonging within the community because all of a sudden now they had this cool little club of all these common readers. They were in like this giant book club within the community. And so going to the author talks or going to the programs, all of a sudden they found that sense of community. And so I really appreciate that piece. So thank you again.
Wonderful. Thank you for your comments. You're always one of our biggest supporters. We love to see you there with your kids. It's fun to see the kids get to meet a real live author. Sometimes that's the first time they've been ever been able to do that. We have copies of the book for sale, and then they can actually have the author sign their book. If they bring a copy that they've received in the community from the library, she'll sign that one for them as well. So it can be a stepping off to much more interest in literature. And this is the first in a series of 3 books. So if kids enjoy Min Lee's adventures, there are 2 more books to follow.
Awesome. Thank you.
Mhm.
Any other council member comments? Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you, Mayor. And thanks again for the presentation, Susan. Really, sorry, Ms. Dunn. And I'm the new guy here, but I'm also, you know, one of the few Asian American elected officials. So I just want to say on behalf of the Asian community, thank you so much for bringing this opportunity for hopefully a lot of Asian Americans in our community. Obviously, Broomfield has a significant Asian American population. We all, you know, get a lot of our groceries over by Great Wall, or it used to be called Pacific Ocean Market. And, you know, I'm excited that I just read the memo that the author, and you mentioned this in your remarks, that we'll be visiting here in March. And I hope this will be an amazing opportunity for young people of all color to meet this amazing author and hopefully get a chance to see and read novels that relate to their heritage and culture. And thank you so much again. So appreciate it.
There's a concept in children's literature referred to as windows, mirrors, and sliding glass doors. And we really take that into heart all the time at the library. And that concept means that what we want when a child comes to our library is for them to be able to see themselves reflected in a lot of the books, not just a handful, but a lot of the books in the library. Also be able to look through books into other cultures and other worlds. And then the sliding glass doors kind of navigating that way, but the opening and closing of those different options. So we take that into consideration with every purchase that we make. And we hope that the kids in our community are seeing themselves in lots of books, not just a handful, not just a token. So we're intentionally trying to do that. So thank you so much for that comment.
Thank you. Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to echo my colleagues' comments and really appreciate you bringing this forward. So I'm looking forward to this. As a parent, bringing my kids, my daughter started kindergarten during the 2020 and the pandemic. So she struggled with reading at first, but she's really getting into it now. And she's in 3rd grade. She's really devouring any books that she can get her hands on. So really looking forward to giving her this book and bringing them with us to the reading.
Wonderful. I hope you'll read it with her. It's fun for grown-ups too. Great. We'll see you there.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Any other council member comments, questions? All right, well, thank you so much again, Ms. Dunn, for joining us and for providing and promoting such an important program in our community.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have a presentation from the Broomfield Police Department. Chief Hampleman, would you please step up and share your presentation?
Good evening, everyone. Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. I'm Anaya Hempelman, your Chief of Police. Today, I will be providing an overview of 2023 to include some community programs, crime statistics, traffic statistics, and exciting things that we're going to be doing in 2024. Next slide, please. Just a little bit of 2023 should look pretty familiar. Some of the things that we tackled is street racing. This regional working group, we participated in 4 operations in 2023, coordinated by our traffic team. This resulted in 207 traffic stops, 180 citations, 12 eludings, and a number of other citations. The focus was near the highways for us and Flatirons, where the racers like to congregate. And I'll get you more specific information about traffic statistics here in the future slides. I also want to update everyone on our SET team. Our SET team is our special enforcement team. This team was fully formed in September of last year. And over the last few months, they had 21 felony arrests, 4 no bond warrants, including $5.5 million in bonds. This team has assisted in divisions and investigations through surveillance, proactive crime enforcement, and locating a number of suspects that are at large. We also added 4 SWAT medics from the North Metro Fire Department to our SWAT team. They attended the 50-hour basic SWAT training school. And so if anything happens, a critical incident, they're already on scene during an emergency. Property and evidence. This is something that is critical to policing. In September, we completed an audit, and I am happy to report that this inventory, which took us 11 days, 207 hours, accounted for full 100% compliance, which accounted for 28,790 items of property and evidence, all accounted for 100%. And lastly, our jail officers, we sent 8 of our detention officers who became certified through the American Jail Association. This is for frontline officers being tested on operations, safety, security, professional legal concepts. It's a very difficult certification to get, so we're very proud of our officers who attended that. Next slide, please. Hopefully this is a very familiar slide. It's some of the community engagement programs that we conducted over the year. As you know, I always mention Her Own Hero. We just recently posted that, and within 10 minutes of that being posted, it was completely full. So that continues to be a success. The drug take back event, we collected 96 pounds of prescription medication, which was all turned over to the DEA. We also assisted 110 clients through the microchip and vaccination clinics to community members. Our catalytic converter event, that was a huge success. We had 4 events in 2023, and we actually handed out over 400 kits. The Community Navigator Program, this is the assist with substance abuse and other issues that may lead to criminal behavior. It's a collaborative effort between us and the courts, and we really try to target individuals before they become criminals, or in the legal system, I should say, and proactively provide them assistance. And lastly, our mental health B Corps program, we received 686 behavioral calls for 2023. That continues to be a priority in our community. Next slide, please. Okay, so a little bit about some crime statistics. I'll begin with the crime statistics, providing a high-level overview on property crimes. There's going to be more details in future slides, but I wanted to start, and I must say that our final numbers for 2023 come from CBI late February, so this is where we're at just year to date for the end of the year. This graph compares property crimes from 2021 to 2023. If you look at the far left graph of property crime, what's notable is between 2022 and 2023, overall property crime has decreased 9.4%. Larceny is down 9.8% between the 2023 and 22. Burglary is down 8.6%. I also want to share the biggest amount of burglaries that we had were construction areas, which when we conduct our special enforcement plans, we really try to focus specifically to the areas that we're seeing the higher crimes. And most importantly, motor vehicle theft. That's been a hot topic. I'll get more on that in the next slide. But that is down 29.3% from the previous year. And then robbery is slightly up between 13 and 2022, but only 16 in 2023. Next slide, please. This slide shows the exact same data, but in a different format. It shows crime per 1,000 residents. So it's just another way to look at this information. It still shows you that the crime has lowered between 22 and 23. We also must note that we use population of 76,137. As mentioned previously, the crime per 1,000 is overall lower. I mentioned robberies in the previous slide, but again, it's less than one person per 1,000 that are victimized by robbery. So I just wanted to share that in a different format since we all see things kind of differently there. Next slide. This is specific to motor vehicle theft. We had such an increase and we had so many conversations about motor vehicle theft. I really wanted to break out motor vehicle theft specifically. Overall, as I mentioned, Broomfield is down 29%. The state is also down. They're down 21%. And it really is a collaborative effort because our criminals are not just in Broomfield, but they're crossing over between jurisdictions. So it's nice to see that overall, it's not just Broomfield, but the state is lower as well. Wanted to highlight in December of 23, we had 11 motor vehicle thefts. The reason I'm highlighting that is that was the lowest number of motor vehicle thefts that we've had since 2017. Some interesting facts about that. I know folks always ask is some of the top make and models that are stolen. Number one are trailers. Goes right back to the number of burglaries we have. A lot of those trailers are at construction sites and that's where they're stolen from. Next one is Chevy Silverado, Ford F-350, Ford F-150, and then Honda Civics. Again, this is specific to Broomfield. And again, what we do to proactively fight this is really focus on those hotspots, really have a data-driven model to target those crime areas. We also deployed our bait car. We have a bait car that we always hope that's the car that gets stolen. And we've deployed that vehicle 30 times. It actually has a GPS. And also we can shut it down so that it doesn't get into high rate of speed and whatnot. It has not been stolen, but we continue. That's the only car we want stolen. I have to clarify to the community. But we do use a lot of different technology. I won't share it all, right? But we really do try to fight that proactively. Next slide, please. So this graph is our persons crimes. The top graph shows persons crimes between 2021 and 2023. The bottom chart is exactly the same information again as it relates to persons crime per 1,000 residents, much like I just showed with the property crimes. We did have 4 homicides in 2023. There was a slight increase in sexual assaults, but I have to point out a lot of those sexual assaults, because that's always alarming when people hear that, are misdemeanors, so unlawful sexual contact or touching. And a lot of those, most of those are offenders that are known. I do want to point out, I know last year I shared the crime report graph where it showed where Broomfield compares with the rest of the state. That's always a really interesting graph that I show. It compares cities with population over 30,000. That has not come out yet, but next time when it does come out, hopefully in my next presentation, I'll be happy to share that. Next slide, please.
Ms. Himpleman, before you continue, I know that there was a lot of conversation that why we didn't have the best crime rates. And so we questioned that. And when we looked in further, we'll have those additional conversations for council because it wasn't apples to apples. And when we do look at apples to apples, I know that staff is giggling over here because it was, we did a deep dive on those data, and we will be the lowest based on apples to apples. Chief Himpleman, correct? I mean, and that's not like a wish statement.
I hope so. That's just from looking at these statistics, that's what it looks like so far. I just haven't dug into all the other cities. Yes, thank you. Okay, so this next slide is one that I've not shared before. I thought it was just timely in things that have happened in Broomfield over the last month. The slide shows all accidents on a national, state, and then Broomfield specific level from 2021 to 2023. So I just want to show you that up there. As noted on the chart, the national data is only available through 2021. They have not released 22 and obviously not 2023. As you can see here, Broomfield remains pretty consistent throughout the years, remains about the same. So we're saying on this, the stats that 1.2% in the state of total accidents occur in Broomfield. Next slide, please. So I want to break down this slide. There's a lot of information. The top graph is fatal accidents in the nation compared to Colorado and Broomfield. Again, the only data they have nationally is for 2021. In 2023, Broomfield had 4 fatals. I have to note that that's less than 1% of all fatals in the state. To be exact, it's actually 0.69% of fatals in Colorado. And I also have to state that that does not mention any cases that have been sealed by the courts that I cannot speak about. And comparatively, it's hard to really compare us, but some of the statistics I was able to locate was Boulder, for example, had 5 fatals. Brighton had 6. Fort Collins had 13. Thornton had 7. Westminster had 11. That's a lot of information. If you really want to dig more into that, if you go to CDOT's website, it has all this information. And most of these cities that I mentioned did show an increase in accidents between years. The bottom graph is fatal and serious crashes in Broomfield only. The fatal accidents in Broomfield in 2023 all occurred at the end of the year. So we are still working on identifying any themes or commonalities in these accidents. Sadly, 2 of the 4 accidents had impairment and were well over the legal alcohol limit, and at-fault drivers had previous alcohol convictions. And sadly, that includes our most recent accident at near the high school. With the 26 injury crashes that you see up there, there's not one location violation that stands out. They all vary, so we can't pinpoint why it's happening. When we do recognize themes, trends, our traffic unit is proactive in those places, and we work real close with our traffic engineers on mitigation. The last thing I want to mention is that in Broomfield, we really focus on prevention, education, and proactive measures. It's really difficult to compare us to other cities because of all the factors that come into that, whether it's population, the highway, construction. There's so many factors when you're looking at why an accident happened. Next slide, please. Some more statistics. I know we all love these numbers, right? So the top graph shows Broomfield's traffic complaints in 2023. So actual calls for service where someone called dispatch and had a complaint on a traffic violation. There was 985 complaints over the year. And we investigate every one of those. From that, there's 63 steps. So I don't want to use police jargon, but I want to explain that. What that means is it's a strategic traffic enforcement plan. So what that means is we identify that this is a concern, and the officer actually goes out and conducts a proactive enforcement to say, is this really a problem? Are the vehicles speeding? Are they violating the stop sign? Are they running the red light? And within those 63 steps, we issued 84 tickets. The remaining 922 were violations that needed resources in the moment, but did not require additional follow-up. Most notable is the time spent in minutes. You're probably wondering why I would put that in minutes. 16,988 minutes, which is also, for you mathematicians, 283 hours. Well, when a traffic officer conducts enforcement, they're not there for an hour. They're there for 5, 10, 15 minutes. And that's why the minutes are critical. It's so much of this is just for a few minutes popping in, seeing if there's a violation, and then clearing from that scene. The bottom graph shows Broomfield's proactive traffic enforcement in 2023. You can see that there was 882 total self-initiated, so separate from what I called the step plan, 882 incidents where officers worked problem areas. They made 11,043 traffic stops just last year. They issued 7,267 summonses for traffic violations, everything from speeding, failure to stop, red light violations, crosswalk violations, you name it, 7,267. Couple things I wanted to note tonight for our traffic enforcement. I was asked specifically about, we do not track near misses. That's really difficult because those aren't always reported. So there's no way for us to calculate that information. There was a question about speeding vehicles on 6th Avenue. I pulled the data on that. I pulled it in 6 different ways because remember, data can be pulled in different ways by area, traffic violation, so many different ways. We received 4 traffic calls for service on 6th Avenue, and we only had 2 people, same 2 people who called those violations in. So I want to share that because I think sometimes it's a little bit of perception. And here's an example. On 6th Avenue specifically, I assigned that to a sergeant in traffic. And he went out there and he actually conducted radar enforcement. And while he was there, the reporting person who had called came out and was having a conversation with him. And she actually said, look at how fast that car is going. And he actually pulled his radar gun that was still running. And the driver of the other vehicle was going 28 miles an hour and at 25. So that just really tells you a lot of times it's perception, whether you're on a curve, the way the slope is. There's so many things. And that's why I wanted to share that. The last thing I want to share, a lot of times when we're doing this proactive enforcement, guess who gets the ticket? The neighbors, the people who live in the neighborhood. So how a traffic complaint works. I want to share this because I think it's very important because I've gotten so many questions about traffic. We get the call, we identify the problem, we assign it to a traffic officer who conducts the initial assessment, and they determine that level of enforcement that's needed, whether it's going to be a step plan, whether it's going to need a team of officers, how much resources we need to put to that. The expectation of the traffic team is to regularly check crosswalks, and they always prioritize school zones. As a matter of fact, our traffic officers are assigned to a school, and as soon as a new semester occurs, for the first 2 weeks, their sole purpose is to work school zone enforcement. And then they're assigned to that school for the remainder of the year to be proactive and be present. Traffic officers, though, also handle accidents. So if they're on a special enforcement and an accident comes in and it's a priority, they do have to clear and respond to the accident. Again, difficult to compare RPD to other staffing with other jurisdictions because we really have the philosophy of prevention, education, and proactive measures. And that really works for us here at Broomfield. Next slide, please. So shifting gears. What's coming in 2024? I know a lot of this you've seen before. I'm excited to talk about ABLE training. It's the active bystandership for law enforcement. Basically, what that means is that it's designed to train and prepare officers to successfully intervene to prevent misconduct, avoid police mistakes, and promote officer health and wellness. And every single officer will be trained on this in the year 2024. We're also working on our roadmap, which is sort of like our strategic plan and includes health, wellness, development for the future of our leaders, process efficiencies, and collaborate and build strong relationships, not only internally, but with our community. And then community engagement, that's always a priority for us. The big one in 24, I'm sure hopefully everyone in the community has seen it, the listening sessions. Please, if you have not, you still have time to provide your feedback. And the purpose of that is to engage directly with the community to understand what are we doing well and what do we need to work on? Where can we improve? Where are the opportunities for us to work better with the community and you to engage your police department and work together with us? Crime prevention is still a must. We continue to analyze trends, crime patterns, and work with our crime analysts to conduct the special enforcement plans, not only with our SET team, but all officers on the department. We really, truly use a data-driven policing model. The traffic-related enforcement, they also utilize these crime stats. And we'll continue with our catalytic converter kits and programs. And lastly, our care model in detention facility. We continue to have a holistic approach to treat immediate physical and mental health needs of our inmates. We continue to provide a robust program, including AA, support groups, GED services, library, recreation, to name a few. And our medication-assisted treatment plan, our MAT model. It's working with clinicians to provide services and referrals. So hopefully it prevents our inmates from coming back to our detention center. And a very special recruiting. The last thing I wanted to mention tonight is the importance of recruiting. It's critical for our police department to have the right and the top person working at our police department. So we created these. I hope some of you have seen it. If anyone went to the movie theaters here over the holidays, it's going to run for about 13 weeks. And I'm not going to say anything else about it. Curtis, can we actually show the video? And it is really short. So I hope you enjoy it. Some of you have seen it. If anyone went to the movie theaters here over the holidays, it's going to run for about 13 weeks. And actually, I'm not going to
Ever
say
since
anything
I
else
can
about it.
remember,
Curtis, can we actually
I've
show the
wanted to
video? And
make
it
a
is really
difference.
short, so I hope you enjoy it.
303 copy. I do have an ambulance en route. They do not have.
To be part of something
Some of you have
special.
seen it. If anyone went to the movie theaters
To
here
work and grow
over the
with
holidays,
others
it's
who
going to
believe
run
that
for about
honor,
13 weeks.
integrity, and diversity
And
are
actually,
more
I'm
than
not going
just
to
ever
say
since I
anything else
can
about it.
remember.
Curtis,
Their
can we
values
actually
I've
show the
wanted
video?
to
And
make
it
a
is really
difference.
short.
A place where trust and relationships are the foundation to a safer community, and everyone is welcome.
Yeah, I'll ask Ms. Barr.
Where I'm challenged every day and motivated to connect and protect this beautiful community I call home. To live my life with compassion, pride, and purpose. The world is changing, but our core values are still the same. Service, compassion, respect, integrity, pride, professionalism, and trust. I finally found my family in this beautiful place where a childhood drawing becomes real life, living a career I'm proud of with a team that represents the best.
Nice.
Thank you.
Hey, now, go give it a go.
And that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Hempelman. That was a great update, and I'm glad we actually had an audience for that because usually the chambers are kind of empty. So thank you very much. We'll now proceed with public comments. If anybody would like to make any comments on the Chief's public safety update, you can. Anybody online? No? What about council? Any questions from council? Councilmember Cohen.
I just want to take a moment to thank the chief for including the presentation on traffic, which I asked for, because I know it doesn't get the same attention that all of the more perhaps high profile crimes or activities do. And it's so important, and we deal with it every day because we all drive, most of us drive in traffic, and we never announce the days when we see a good driver, we don't note that, but we know the bad ones. We just got cut off yesterday by someone who went through a red light and turned left in front of me. He was racing to get his kids to school. But so, but I did want to appreciate, because it's frustrating sometimes in traffic because you see the speeders, you see the bad drivers. My pet peeve is people who don't know the right who turns first when you approach them when I want to turn left and they're going to turn right, and we sit there and wave at each other. There's driver education for the young people. Driver education when I was in school was a full semester in high school. And I had to parallel park to get my license, and they don't do that anymore. So if you have any influence on that, I would definitely encourage better driver education in the state, because I think we have a high percentage of people who don't know the rules of the road. But thank you for everything you guys do and to help keep our roads safe. I don't know if there's one question is, what should people do if they have someone, a routine speeder, or you see that regular bad driver, or you get cut off, what is your recourse as a citizen?
I would say call the non-emergency number. I mean, we are here to serve. We're here 24/7. So call us.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Chef.
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you for all that information. I was scrambling to get all of those notes into my computer. But I did have three questions that came about. One of them I had come with, and the other two came about from your presentation. So one of them was, you had mentioned the sexual assaults, and you said that this is known. And I just wanted to clarify, is that known as a registered sex offender, or is that known as known to the victim?
Known to the victim. Great question.
Thank you for clarifying that. That's not the answer I wanted. But that's, yeah. The other question I have was regarding the B Corps program. I know that this has been one in which Broomfield's been very proud of in terms of how we've run it, what the response has been to our community. I'm curious what the status of the funding for this program is, and do we anticipate that there will be continued grant funding to cover this program?
Yes, on the grant funding. It's about $380,000 that we get for the B Corps program. And I think maybe Ms. Hoffman might want to provide further details.
We are exploring that program now. The struggle continues to be finding clinical therapists, which throughout the nation and the state. But anytime that we have a program that is a council focus and priority, and a community focus and priority, it behooves us to remove external opportunities for it not to go well. So I am being coy because we're continuing to evaluate what that program looks like. We will be bringing a suggested in-house model to council in the near future.
Thank you. And, I saw on some recent state legislation that is also a priority, is to continue to enhance the workforce training and workforce of the mental health field. So hopefully that will help in addition. The last question I had was regarding this last year, council directed staff to earmark about $10 million for facility upgrades to the police department and courts facilities. And I was thinking, since you were here, this has been one that I don't think that there's been enough kind of description on what the reality is like for your department and for your officers as you are crammed into the police department, as well as your work within the courts as well, and what this expansion means for your department and officers.
Boy, I wish I had 6 hours to talk about this, but we don't. I realize that it's critical. Even now we've created a wellness officer position in-house. We don't have a place to put them. If you come to our police department, and we welcome tours and whatnot, if you want to come in and look, but we just today started a remodel for our sergeants. We added supervisors to our budget, as you all know, for 2024. We have nowhere to put our supervisors, our first line sergeants who work with our officers who are on the road. So we've actually squished everyone even more than we needed to, and told them to remain more in their vehicles. And our officers they don't have any space, obviously, because their desks and their offices are their cars. So we just remodeled, and we moved code enforcement, animal control, so many others, and just said, you just got to stay mobile. We can't even have you come in. Our traffic team, we have computer systems. When we diagram 3D, very specific critical incidents, we don't have space to even have a console in the monitors for our 3D systems for our critical. I can go on and on. We just are breaking at the seams. We don't even have cubbies. We don't have our locker rooms. We've asked, most officers don't dress from home. They dress when they get to the station. We are out of locker space. So we've asked them to dress from home, which officers don't like to do that because we're not on duty, right? So then coming in with a uniform and someone sees you, not a good idea. We don't even have space for mailboxes. Our mailboxes were about this wide 27 years ago. And now I think you could fit like 2 sheets of paper. So if there's even something coming in for an officer, there's nowhere to put it. I can go on and on. We truly are breaking at the seams. I get asked that question I went to roll call today, and I was asked that question by our patrol teams to say, hey, Chief, what are we doing about the space? Where are you putting these sergeants and these bodies? In our parking lot, we don't have a place to park. So we've asked for especially on overlap days, for them to park on the city building side. So there's so many factors and so much that goes into the need of a new building. It truly is a problem. It really is.
Thank you for that information. I appreciate it. That's all I have, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Any other council member questions or comments for the chief? I don't see any. Well, thank you again. And
You're very
keep up
welcome.
the great work.
Thank you.
We're so proud of y'all, and
Thank you.
we're so grateful. Thank you. Council member reports are next. Does any member of council have any reports or update this evening? Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. Last Wednesday, the DRCOG board had its monthly board meeting, and we had 2 bills that have been introduced that we discussed and I shouldn't say unanimously approved, but those of us that could vote unanimously approved support for the senior housing income tax credit. That it's House Bill 1052, and it just reinstates a refundable tax income credit that was available during tax income year of 2022. And then the next one was state funding for senior services, which is Senate Bill 40. This one is to increase funding to our AAA, which is Area Agency on Aging. They have not seen budget increases for at least 5 years, I think. But yet they've seen substantial increases for services. So this is to help fund those for all of the AAAs across the state of Colorado. Besides that, we had a presentation about the transit-oriented communities bill, which I did send you guys the updated bill from the governor's office. Besides that, I have nothing else to report.
Thank you, Councilmember Ward. Next is Councilmember Marsh Holshan.
Thank you, Mayor. This last week, I attended the CML Policy Committee. As everyone knows, Broomfield is a member of the Colorado Municipal League. It's a representative organization for all municipalities in Colorado. The Policy Committee meets on a monthly basis during the legislative session to look at bills that are before legislature and decide what the position of CML is going to be on these bills. There were several bills that may be of interest to our community. Sorry, let me pull back up. There's one bill that's proposed that would require any community that has debruced since Tabor was enacted to go back to the voters and required to be re-voted on, which CML actually voted pretty much almost unanimously to oppose that bill because the burden it would put on all local governments to have to go back to the voters again when they've already done so. There's also, we all know that the housing bills are coming forward. There's not a whole lot specific yet, so those were kind of tabled for right now. And then also report, CML Executive Committee had two vacancies in the large community organization section. I applied with the support of the mayor and council to one of those vacancies and was appointed to fill the vacancy on the executive committee, which is apparently the first time Broomfield has ever had representation on the CML executive committee. So I'm looking forward to that. The first meeting is this Friday morning at 10 o'clock. So I'll be attending that. I will also be attending the Colorado Counties, Inc., which is the county organization, steering committees, specifically the Tax and Finance Steering Committee, this Thursday during the day. So, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you and congratulations. And thanks for representing Broomfield. Next, we have Mayor Pro Tem Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So just a big thank you to the staff, Public Works, for your work on the water main this past weekend. I think that a lot of times these go unnoticed by most of the community, except for that community that is directly impacted. But you know, these are major events, and the staff works long hours, works hard. So just a lot of kudos to the public works staff and the traffic staff to ensure safety and getting that water back onto those residents. So thank you. In January, we did not have a Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport Community Noise Roundtable. The next meeting is scheduled for February 1st at 6 p.m. at the RMMA Airport. At this meeting, the Community Noise Roundtable will hear what most likely will be our final report from the consultant concerning our visual flight routes. I imagine that there will be questions about what is next for this consultant as we will be at the end of our contract with them, as well as kind of what the future for the Community Noise Roundtable is. And this is really given past conversations that were led most recently at our December meeting by Lafayette. And then also last night, the Westminster City Council also held a meeting where they discussed their participation in the Community Noise Roundtable. Their resolution to withdraw did fail 3-4, but there was interest in continuing on the Community Noise Roundtable until the February 1st meeting to kind of fulfill that contract, as well as continue that conversation with the larger membership. So just wanted to update my council colleagues. I'll keep you posted on how those conversations go in February. And the last thing I wanted to update council on and the community on was the Jefferson Parkway Public Highway Authority meeting in January was canceled due to the technology fail. On this meeting, we were scheduled to discuss Broomfield's withdrawal that we have been waiting to get onto the agenda since 2019. It was finally on the agenda, and unfortunately, the meeting was canceled due to a technology fail. So it's not just the bills that fail, the technology also fails as well. That was a wide right reference for my Chiefs fans out there. The staff with the Arvada is looking for a new meeting date, hopefully in late January or early February, but it has not been scheduled. So I'll keep the community and council posted on when that gets scheduled. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Leslie.
Thank you, Mayor. I attended my first meeting of the E470 board. It was a rather rapid meeting, basically re-electing the current officers. I'll be getting a full orientation from staff after the next board meeting coming up in February. So I'm looking forward to that so I can be in a better position to know what I'm doing on that board. So thank you very much. Oh, but I've been assigned to the finance committee, by the way, of that board as well. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Councilmember Leslie. Any other council member comments? I'm going to give you a quick summary of my week. I had the State Board of Health meeting on Wednesday, and then I had the Mile High Flood District on Thursday. And then on Friday, I had the State Property Tax Commission meeting. And then on Saturday, we did the Metro Mayor's Caucus retreat where I was appointed to first vice chair. So that's it. Since we have a long agenda, contact me and I'll give you the details. All right, thank you all. We'll now continue with general public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to comment on matters other than the items listed on the agenda tonight. Is there anyone who'd like to be heard? Please come to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes. Anybody? No? Okay, well then we'll move on. Consent agenda items are next. Council's consideration of the consent agenda items. The clerk will read all of the consent agenda items by title, and there'll be one opportunity for public comments and council questions and comments. Will the clerk please read agenda items 5A through 5H by title?
5A, approval of minutes for the regular city council meeting of January 9th, 2024. 5B, resolution 2024-17, approving an agreement with Western States Reclamation LLC for the Anthem Community Park Phase 3A Landscape and Irrigation Project. 5C, resolution number 2024-12, authorizing an agreement between Broomfield and Core Health for inmate healthcare and mental health services. 5D, ordinance number 2211, amending certain sections of the Broomfield Municipal Code regarding boards and commissions. Ordinance number 2225, amending sections of the Broomfield Municipal Code relating to the Board of Equalization. Ordinance number 2226, amending sections of the Broomfield Municipal Code relating to the Local Licensing Authority. Ordinance number 2227, amending sections of the Broomfield Municipal Code to transfer ambulance and retail food licensing hearings from the Local Licensing Authority to the Board of Health. 5E, resolution number 2024-02, authorizing an extension to the IGA for the continuation of the Rocky Flats Stewardship Council. 5F, resolution number 2024-15, reappointing Lindsay McGee and EMS Chief Mark Doherty to the Mile High Regional Emergency Medical and Trauma Advisory Council, RETAC. 5G, resolution number 2024-26, authorizing the renewal of the Brothers Redevelopment Contract. 5H, resolution number 2024-27, authorizing and approving the expansion of the Broomfield Partial Property Tax Refund Program for 2024.
Thank you. We'll now proceed with public comments, starting with in person on these items. So if anyone would like to be heard on these consent agenda items, please come up to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Hi, Roxy Jula Lockmore. I know this is on the consent agenda, so this is probably not going to mean nothing. But as far as, I think it's item 5E, because my stuff doesn't from my phone doesn't line up with how they're being read tonight. So has to do with 2024-17 with the park. I wish that you could have canceled that and just wait until 2025 to continue working on that. It hasn't really been needed to be done. And I think with the saving of some of that money, you have other urgent things to do. You have a police department that needs help. And any little bit of money would be quite nice to be able to do that. I know we have different things allotted to different departments, but still yet, this one could have been passed on to another year. It hasn't hurt. It's sitting up there. It's not doing nothing now. And it probably isn't going to do much in the future for a little bit at least. And then the other one, let's see, mine, it's 2024-12. It has to do with, I'll have to get it up here.
Inmate healthcare.
With the monies for the
That the inmate healthcare item.
yeah, for the detention center.
Right.
If you ended up going to the financial considerations on the file, it shows under the use of funds, it says annual contract paid monthly. And then if you go to the right of that, it says 1,676,345. So my question is if you go ahead and you clear this tonight, as this says, in my eyes, and it may not be in your eyes, but it is in my eyes. So if it is in my eyes, it's in the same as some other people's eyes, that will come out to over $20 million for 12 months because it says monthly. And I know that that isn't what it should say. So I think that the idea of saying contract paid monthly, that monthly needs to be taken out. So, but that's up to you guys. But like I said, if you go ahead and pass it that way, if I was somebody, I'd expect $20 million. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to be heard? Did you want to clarify that, Ms. Hoffman?
The contract calls for us to have the specified language that we're going to pay that monthly.
But it isn't, it's a board. It's the contract, which is a legally binding document, is very specific. That it is only the $1.7 million, not the $20 million. So that notation in the memo, that's noted for future memos, but the contract is very specific.
All right, thank you both. Any other comments on the phone? Okay. Does any member of council have comments on these agenda items? Councilmember Lim.
I had a different question on 5C. I'm certainly in favor of the inmate services to help the inmates have a successful path forward. But the RFP results and the funding was a little, that's what I had some questions on. So is it typical that we would only get one response back to the RFP? And did the fact that we only had one response, did that impact the fact that we have a huge supplemental request? Or otherwise, I'm not clear what we're getting for that huge increase in that supplemental request, if you wouldn't mind explaining.
Yes, of course. So it is typical. Sometimes you just get one, maybe two. We initially had two interested, but only one submitted the bid. The biggest difference is the last time we went to bid was 2020. And what we know now is that the amount of money that's needed to run our facility, and these are all state mandates with inmates, is gone much, much higher over the last 3 years. Did I answer that part of the first question?
Yes.
Yes, and so that is the only bid, but it does have everything that we need as resources. It also combined mental health, medical, and there was one other thing it combined. Andrew? Dental, yes, thank you, and dental, and the MAP program, which is also legislatively mandated for us to make sure that we have that. So overall, the last 3 years, it wasn't a surprise that the bid was this high. That's what's changed since the last time we went to bid.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
That's 5C. 5H is an accounting question. So on the expansion of the Broomfield Partial Property Tax Refund Program, I'm glad to see that come forward. We've all, supported that from council. We had talked about this is the increase in the property tax revenue that's enabling us to do this. And we had from the financial picture, we had set that money aside as not being part of the budget when we approved the 2024 budget. So now it's struck me as odd that it's listed as coming from the general funds, because were we supposed to, as a council, move that hypothetical funding into the general fund? Does that question make sense?
It makes total sense. And thank you for the opportunity to clarify. So the existing program, so we have that program in place right now that is general funded. The expansion piece is out of the property tax increase. So it's not until subsequent allocations. So we don't even have those funds yet, right? We don't have that property tax increase. So allocated is different than appropriated. So those funds will be allocated, only the expansion portion. So the total amount will not be coming out of general fund or the property tax increase. Only the expansion from 60 to 80% will be out of the property tax increase, and it will be allocated upon receiving those funds.
Okay, thank you. That explains that.
Is that it?
Yes.
All right, Councilmember Marsh Holston.
Thank you, Mayor. Kind of going off of that, don't have a question. I just wanted to highlight for the community in advance of the anticipated property tax increases that everyone is seeing. Last year, we authorized a $1,000 property tax rebate program for income eligible seniors, disabled and disabled veterans. The income eligible was up to 60% AMI. So what we're doing tonight is we are expanding that program to include all the same population, seniors, disabled and disabled veterans, up to 80% of AMI. So that with the income increase, so that more residents will be able to participate in the property tax refund program, because we all know the property taxes are going up. So kind of using some of those revenues to help those that need it the most. So that's all, Mayor.
All right, thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. So one of the items on here is the Rocky Flats Stewardship Council. I've been a member of the Rocky Flats Stewardship Council for the last 4 years. I've seen a lot of transition occur, not just in the members representing the different jurisdictions as they've continued to rotate, but also the work that we do together. The council has begun conversations about the future of this organization and how best to monitor post-closure activities, ensure the long-term protection of the remediation, and what use might happen at the site and the National Wildlife Refuge. So I'm glad that, or at least it seems like that my council colleagues are going to support our next 3 years of membership in this organization. I think that's critical for our region. The other thing I wanted to talk about was 5D. On the page 5 of Resolution 2211, the word chairman is used in a section on that page. That's not consistent with the rest of the resolution there. So if we can change that chairman to chairperson, so that's consistent with the rest of that resolution.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for bringing that up. We have changed that draft, and the one, if council approves it, the one that will go to publication would have that change made in it.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from council on consent? All right, seeing none, before I ask for a motion, I want to remind everyone that item 5E contains an intergovernmental agreement which requires 2/3 approval of council. Is there a motion by council that the recommendations contained in the staff reports for the consent agenda items be approved? Councilmember Ward.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Hinkle.
Second.
Thank you. Council, please cast your vote electronically. All council members have entered their vote. The results will now be displayed on the screen, and that passes unanimously. That's new. All right. Moving on, the first item under action items this evening is a public hearing and council's consideration of two proposed ordinances and a proposed resolution relating to an income-aligned residential development titled The Grove at Cottonwood. I'll now declare the public hearing open. We'll follow the city's standard public hearing procedures. First, staff will present a summary of the proposal. Next, we'll have the applicant's presentation. Then we'll ask for public comments and final comments from the applicant, and finally, questions from city council members. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, everyone. Anna Burton-Zetti, our Planning Director and Co-Director of Community Development, will walk us through this item. Ms. Burton-Zetti.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. If I could have the next slide, please. The subject proposal this evening is for a 40-unit income-aligned residential community within the Northmore Estates subdivision. The project will include a rezoning, a PUD plan, so that's a planned unit development plan, site development plan or SDP, final plat, and a right-of-way vacation. The project area is just under 2 acres at 1.8 acres in size, and it currently consists of 4 residential lots as well as a public right-of-way for the cul-de-sac. The project is to the north of the Ball Swan School, west of existing residential properties, and just east of Northmore Park. If approved, the final plat will combine the 4 residential lots and the vacated cul-de-sac into one property. The proposal includes a request for a rezoning from the current R1 low-density residential zoning district to the planned unit development district, so PUD district, which would allow for the creation of a more custom development standard. A PUD plan has been included this evening as part of the proposal. That PUD plan will outline the setbacks, height restrictions, and all other development requirements for the development area. The site development plan outlines the specific development proposal for the property, which is discussed on the next slide. Actually, 2 slides, I should say. So this slide is actually the comprehensive plan. The designation for this property is residential, and tonight's proposal is consistent with the residential's comprehensive plan land use designation. The development that's anticipated if this project is approved would result in an annual negative fiscal impact for Broomfield of $85,000. Next slide, please. So here's an image that depicts what's on the site development plan. The development proposal is for 3 residential buildings, including a 1-story building on the southeast side of the site, a 2-story building on the northeast, and a 3-story building to the west. A private central drive provides the access to the site as well as for parking and a fire truck turnaround. The proposal includes a total of 54 parking spaces. This exceeds the minimum requirement of 45, but is less than the required maximum of 56. The site has also provided long and short-term bicycle parking spaces, as well as the required electric vehicle parking spaces, and the solar-ready roofs will be provided as well. The applicant has requested a waiver from the public land dedication requirements associated with residential projects due to the unique nature of this proposed project. Market rate residential projects are typically required to include public land dedication, usually in the form of either on-site or on-site and cash in lieu of public land dedication. The subject proposal has included approximately 50% open area in the form of common patio, seating platform, landscape spaces, and pedestrian paths. Broomfield's Open Space and Trails Advisory Committee and Parks, Recreation, and Senior Services staff have indicated support for the public land dedication waiver portion of this project. Next slide, please. The application, as I mentioned, includes a final plat for the 1.8 acre property. The final plat creates one parcel for this proposed residential development. It also establishes all the necessary easements for the development. The original plat for the subdivision had dedicated right-of-way for the cul-de-sac that's shown. This dedication was intended to provide access to actually 5 residential lots, including the one that's developed at the corner, but the 4 that are vacant as well. The cul-de-sac is no longer needed as a central private drive is included within the site development plan. That central private drive provides the necessary access for the community, and so the right-of-way vacation is requested. Typically, rights-of-way vacations transfer the area that is vacated to the adjacent property owners equally, or in a method that's agreed upon by the parties. In this case, the property owner of the Lot 5, which is to the northwest, the developed piece right at the corner by Habitat for Humanity, has agreed to the full right-of-way to be deeded to the Cottonwood parcel with an access easement to serve their existing building. As previously discussed, this proposal also requires the R1 district zoning to be changed to planned unit development or PUD district to allow for the establishment of the custom zoning. Both the rezoning and the right-of-way vacation are approved through an ordinance, so they will require a second reading as well as another public hearing. Should the site development plan, final plat, and PUD plan be approved this evening, this approval would need to be conditional upon the second reading of the ordinance for the rezoning and for the right-of-way vacation. Next slide, please. The proposal, as I was mentioned, is 100% income aligned with 60% or less median income. The applicant is committed to ensuring 25% of the units are designed for residents with intellectual and development disabilities. And the applicant is requesting some additional fee waivers as part of their request this evening. The additional fee waivers include increasing the building permit fee and plan fee waivers from currently 50%, that's a standard allowance, to 100%. And there is, as I mentioned, the request to waive the public land dedication requirement. The memorandum of understanding will also clarify that to the extent the developer is exempt from use taxes, then those two would also be waived. Next slide, please. So we have some images here of the 1-story and 2-story structures that are proposed as part of the site development plan this evening. As previously mentioned, these buildings are located at the eastern portion of the site, nearest the single-family residences. Screening from the adjacent properties will be provided with landscaping and also with fencing as well. Next slide, please. So this is the image of the 3-story building. This is closer to the park towards the west side of the site. This building will be a maximum of 35 feet in height. The building all feature asphalt shingle pitched roofs, as well as the faux wood siding and the stone veneer. Next slide, please. There are 2 variances being requested this evening. The first is related to allowing compact parking spaces. Compact parking spaces are no longer allowed in our parking code per the recently adopted and just went into effect code from January 1st. Broomfield had allowed compact spaces in the past, which is when this project started going through the development review process, but was removed, as I mentioned, with the code that went into effect on January 1st of this year. The applicant is requesting to allow 20 of their spaces to remain compact in their size. They have otherwise been able to be compliant with all of the new parking requirements that went into effect earlier this month. There is a variance that is requested since a preliminary plat was not included as part of the PUD plan. A final plat is actually included as part of the application. Final plats and preliminary plats have duplicative information. The applicant has requested that the preliminary plat be waived since they provided the much more detailed final plat as part of their application. There was one key detail identified by, key issue identified by staff in the staff memorandum that is related to resident concerns. Correspondence received is viewable as part of the correspondence folder. We also included a report from the Broomfield Voice run this afternoon about 3 o'clock with additional comments. Concerns relate to whether the proposed density, height, and design are compatible with the surrounding areas. And additionally, some residents have expressed concern as to whether the design adequately addresses traffic and parking for these potential uses. Next slide, please. This slide just summarizes the notice and outreach completed by the applicant. This is also detailed in the staff memorandum. The applicant has met all of the requirements and held 2 additional neighborhood meetings. All public notice requirements were met. Next slide, please. The Land Use Review Commission reviewed this proposal at their meeting in December and voted unanimously to recommend approval with 2 conditions. The first was that the commission recommended that the height comply with the R1 zoning district maximum, which is 30 feet. And the second condition was that the commission recommended that the applicant create a good neighbor policy similar to what's required for group living facilities within the Broomfield Municipal Code regulations. The applicant provided the draft good neighbor policy, and that was included as a linked attachment for the staff memorandum. And the applicant was not able to revise the height of the structures and provided a written response as to why they were not able to modify their site to meet that condition of the Land Use Review Commission. And with that, that concludes my staff presentation. The applicant is also here this evening and has a presentation as well.
Thank you very much, Ms. Burton-Zetti. Next is the applicant presentation. Will the applicant's representative please identify themselves for the record before beginning their brief presentation this evening?
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council members, City Manager, staff, and our community. I'm Kristen Heiser, Executive Director of the Broomfield Housing Alliance. I'm here tonight with Caddis Collaborative, the designer and architect of the Grove. Caddis has been at this for 22 years and brings a special expertise in designing sustainable and intentional communities. Also joining us is Blue Line Development, the co-developer and co-owner of the Grove at Cottonwood. Blue Line brings 13 years of experience, having delivered 40 affordable housing developments, with 17 of those properties serving vulnerable populations. And as you know, BHA is Broomfield's housing authority created by City Council to create diverse housing options in our community. With a documented need in Broomfield for 1,700 rental units, the Grove of Cottonwood The Grove at Cottonwood is what we hope to be the first of many income-aligned communities we bring to you, offering housing to serve our most vulnerable neighbors. There have been questions about BHA's long-term commitment to the project. I will affirm the Housing Authority has been around since 2001. It was established in 2021 to be an independent entity to do just this type of work across Broomfield. And when we secure the financing for the Grove, we will be obligated for at least 40 years to deliver and sustain what we are presenting here tonight. Next slide, please. We are pleased to bring back to you what has evolved into the Grove at Cottonwood. To start with an overview, the Grove at Cottonwood will be an intentional, income-aligned community that offers safe and accessible independent living. Following best practices, the Grove will offer a neuro-inclusive residential program encouraging integration rather than concentration, segregation, and exclusion. To be most efficient with the land and meet the housing needs of our community, it has been objectively determined that the site can yield up to 40 units of multifamily housing. The number of units is critical to generate the income needed to provide the services and programs that we have designed for this community. To reduce the number of units creates a deficit in the Grove's operating income, compromising our ability to offer full-time on-site property management and resident services and the services and programming we desire to provide. The Grove at Cottonwood will offer a consumer-driven service model with residents accessing services and programs of their choosing in the broader community. This adheres to the home and community-based services settings final rule and is a best practice, shifting to the provision of services in a person-centered, integrated, non-institutional setting. The Grove will feature a common house that will offer on-site property management and resident services. The space will feature a dining room, warming kitchen, computer room, and multi-purpose spaces where residents can connect and socialize with their neighbors, friends, and family. To ensure ease of access to community services, jobs, and amenities, one of the roles of the resident concierge will be to help connect residents to transit services, including RTD FlexRide, Broomfield Easy Ride, and transportation network companies such as Uber and Lyft. The Grove will also offer a shuttle service using an on-site van. Next slide, please. So this slide outlines our engagement with the surrounding neighbors and the Broomfield community. This includes our continued coordination with Val Swan at the direction of City Council. Over the last year, our architect and civil engineer worked with Val Swan and their engineers to land on a site design that addresses the water detention needs of both cross sites. Input from the neighbors has influenced the development of our proposal, resulting in several design changes. These include removing a proposed through street, lowering the building height to align with the existing Glory home, increasing the density from east to west with the largest of the three buildings located on the western part of the site, adjacent to the 8-acre park. This was done with the intention to create a buffer between the Grove and the existing single-family residential areas. As well, the site added additional parking spaces. We understand concerns remain. And we've made our best efforts to address them as best we can while designing a community that serves Broomfield's housing needs while also being cost efficient and financially feasible. The rest of the presentation is going to focus on the areas of interest that have been brought to our attention from the neighbors in the community. Next slide, please. Who will call the Grove at Cottonwood home? The Grove will serve individuals with household incomes that are 60% of the area median income or lower. In Broomfield, this is approximately $52,000 for a one-person household, $59,000 for two people, and $67,000 for three people. The Grove will be a community where people of all neuroabilities can find a home and live their best lives. The priority population we aim to support are individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities, or IDD. In addition to individuals with IDD, the property's design incorporates universal design principles to ensure accessibility and offers amenities that will serve older adults and small families. One important point to clarify is the number of units legally allowed to be set aside for specific populations. According to federal regulations, the property can only designate 25% of the units for any specific population. The intention behind this regulation is to ensure integration rather than concentration, segregation, and exclusion of any population. So if we're able to provide 40 homes, only 10 can be officially designated for individuals with IDD. However, this does not mean that we can't rent all the other apartments on the site to individuals with IDD. It simply means that the remaining units, in this scenario, 30 units, cannot be exclusively reserved for individuals with IDD. With that said, we are working closely with our community partners, including Friends of Broomfield and Imagine, who will serve as referral agencies, helping identify potential residents interested in this independent living opportunity. Next slide, please. The site is located in the Northmore neighborhood at 13th and Cottonwood Street. Centrally located in Broomfield, the property is surrounded by various amenities. To the south, there is the Baliswan Children's Center, a neuro-inclusive school. To the west, there is the 8-acre Northmore Park. On the northwest corner, there is the 10,000 square foot Glory Home. To the north and east, there are single-family residences. Within a 1/10 of a mile, there is Foxborough Townhomes, offering 28 two-bedroom townhomes. Within a mile radius of the site, there's multiple parks and open spaces and several schools. Additionally, there is more multifamily housing within 1 mile. Within 1.5 miles, the community offers broader access to commercial and civic uses. This includes the Broomfield Library and Recreation Center, as well as various service agencies and job opportunities. One question we are asked is why Northmore? Charged with creating income-to-line housing in Broomfield, our hope is to create diverse housing options throughout Broomfield. The answer is Northmore is a great neighborhood and gets to be first because a great piece of land was offered to BHA to purchase for this exact purpose. Next slide, please. As for community safety and well-being, the safety of the Grove residents and the surrounding community is of utmost importance to us. Property management will participate in safety programs and efforts of the neighborhood association. Our financing will require the Grove to have a tenant selection plan, ensuring that tenants are chosen for occupancy in accordance with federal requirements, including fair housing, which we all must abide by, and established management policies. Applicant screening will include a criminal background check and a search of the sex offender registry. Per the Broomfield Code, the Grove will codify a good neighbor policy that will commit to maintain a peaceful, safe, and beautiful neighborhood for all, and establish and keep an open line of communication between the property and our neighbors to help each other address concerns and solve problems. The policy will also establish community guidelines that adhere to city and state ordinances. To continue our conversation about design, I'm going to now hand it over to my colleague, Kristen Wito of Caddis Collaborative. Next slide, please.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Kristen Wito. I'm an architect at Caddis, and we're honored to be working on this project. We really strive to create uplifted and beautiful environments that live more lightly on the earth. And this project was really thoughtfully designed. Knowing that it was an infill site, it's very important for this to fit into the existing fabric of the Northmore neighborhood. So, you can see that it has evolved since the last time we saw you. We've simplified the circulation and the movement through the site. The units are distributed in this way to create more of a neighborhood feel that responds to the size and height of the existing residential on the east. And the density and the height steps up to the west where there's more open space adjacent The height is about a 1-to-1 from the setback to the building. So it's sort of, however the height is the distance to the building. So really feel like that is appropriately placed. The parking has been simplified as well. And because the circulation is no longer that T-shaped, if you remember, we were able to offer more parking, which responds to the concerns from the neighbors while still meeting within the code. There was also a third-party traffic study that was conducted last year that deemed the existing infrastructure able to accommodate the daily trips that would be generated from this development. I think it was noted that the open space on the property is about 50%, and we feel that that was is going to be a benefit to both the residents and also the neighborhood, and preserving that feel of openness and maintaining views through and around the buildings. Next slide. Couple images of a rendering that was prepared that shows the new proposal, and also a Google Street View that shows there's a lot of mature existing trees that surround the property. Those will remain. We don't need to interfere with those at all with this new proposal. So the additional landscape that is proposed will be only enhanced what's there. Really offers that buffer between the single family residents on the east as well as on the park side as well. A note about the landscaping, there's a lot of intention around what's designed to include meditation paths and sensory gardens, edible landscaping, and pollinators. A lot of local and native plants are intended. Next slide. We prepared this exhibit for our last presentation to address some neighborhood concerns about the height of the 3-story building. And we worked pretty hard to study how we could minimize the impact of that height. The building has been pushed into the grade about 5 feet. We adjusted the roof lines. They're now a lower roof pitch, and we're at 35 feet. The Glory Home is a 33-foot-8 building, so we really feel we're compatible, and this also still provides for the full accessibility of those 30 units in the 3-story building. The elevator is necessary in order to provide that accessibility. And you can see in the top right image, the Glory Home is really well screened from the playground with these existing trees that are going to remain. So our building would also be really buffered and screened as well. The Land Use Committee recommendation to reduce the height was addressed in a memo, but just kind of highlighting the issue with going to the 30 feet was while only 5 feet would eliminate the elevator height that's needed to access those 30 units, and accessibility being such an important goal of the project for serving the residents' needs. We feel we've lowered the building as far as we could while still maintaining the accessible routes from parking and access sidewalks throughout the site. The drainage also is a limitation as well. It's a high point to the northwest flowing to the southeast. Really limits how far we could really go down. So we feel like we've done what we could, and this is feels like a really good spot to be in. Next slide. And just a couple of notes. I think it's already been covered about, the traffic has been studied and demonstrated that it's can accommodate the new proposed residents. Parking, we've increased from our last submittal to you the number of spaces and feel, we've kind of arrived at sort of the maximum we can accommodate, and we're meeting the EV ordinance. Next slide. And since we haven't seen you in a while, we have prepared this fly-through that really gives you a sense of the look and feel of the community. It's meant to be really residential, of similar materials as the neighborhood. If you can play, please. And while we're not able to model the, adjacent properties and homes and buildings, this really, I think, shows you kind of the sense of scale and size of those buildings, their architectural style. The materials are all residential. It's not a commercially, designed building. It's really pretty familiar and home-like. That's a view into the main entry of drop-off and pickup that's covered and protected, and the common house that flows out to south patio. In the southwest, right here on this property line, this is the buffer between the two properties. That's the drainage easement that comes through that's shared between the properties. And this shows the pathway that connects over to Northmore Park. We had put some music to this for you, but I don't think it's playing. And this is a view down the new drive with the head-in parking. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry. Okay, so we have a long list of people that want to speak, and this will go a lot more efficiently if we don't clap in between comments. So I ask for your cooperation with that. And so now we're going to proceed with public comments, which will be limited to 90 minutes total. For those here to make public comments tonight, thank you. We also want to share with our residents that council has reviewed the emails and correspondence submitted to the city, and they have been added to the record. I personally read every comment on the Broomfield Voice and every email that we've received. If your comment repeats what a person said before, we request that you indicate your agreement without repeating everything the person said prior. This will help with time. And again, we appreciate your cooperation. We'll hear from 6 in-person individuals and then 1 caller. I think we only have 1 caller until we hit the limits addressed earlier. Priority will be given to those who indicated they are Broomfield residents on the sign-up sheet. Non-residents will have a chance to speak if time remains after Broomfield residents have made their comments. As we call your name, please come up to the podium and state your name and neighborhood for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes in this first group. If you're joining by phone, please press *3, state your first and last name and neighborhood for the record to be put in the queue. The focus during this time is on the person speaking at the podium. I truly ask that the individuals speaking get the respect they deserve and that everyone can hear those comments online and on the phone. So that's why I'm discouraging any unwanted clapping, outbursts, or yelling. This is disruptive to the meeting and takes away from that person's time. Everyone will get a chance to be heard. Also, we have a lot of people and we want to hear from as many as possible. So let's get started. I'm going to call the first 3 people up, and it is Suzanne Eck, Bernadette O'Keefe, and Carolyn Villa.
Good evening. My name is Suzanne Eck. My family and I have lived in Highland Park since 2005. My husband and I support this highly needed proposal so our 30-year-old daughter and her IDD friends can have a home. First, I would like to thank you and the previous councils for the wisdom in creating a housing authority in Broomfield. Your forethought has led to the formation of the Broomfield Housing Alliance, whose mission is to create abundant, attainable, inclusive, and sustainable housing that gives residents of Broomfield the opportunity to thrive. BHA has put those words into action by proposing this neuro-inclusive community to address the needs of our most vulnerable population, those with IDD. I am greatly appreciative of BHA. One of the major concerns the neighbors have expressed is the design of the westernmost unit. The unit is 3 attached buildings that will only be 1.5 feet taller than the current Glory home. The Glory community, which opened in 2012, was planned to have 5 buildings of equal height as the current Glory home. Combining the current Glory home with the proposed Grove at Cottonwood, the site will now only have 4 large buildings, 1 less than the accepted Glory community. In addition, the Grove proposal has a smaller footprint, so the site will be more open as well as less visually obtrusive than the planned Glory community. Precedent was established for 5 structures when the Glory community plan was accepted. So I don't understand now why Northmore residents are opposed to the height of the Grove community. I think all of us here have a lot in common. We love living in Broomfield. We feel that change can be hard, and we want our children to grow up in a safe environment and to thrive in adulthood. 30 years ago, if this narrow inclusive community had been proposed in my neighborhood, I might have been hesitant as well. But due to my life experience, that question is moot. I'm the proud parent of my social, kind, empathetic, special Olympian, employable, volunteer-oriented 30-year-old daughter who has autism. Our journey of parenting, like yours, has had its challenges. What is unique to IDD parents is the constant fear of what will happen to our adult child when we are no longer here to provide the support they need to thrive. The Grove at Cottonwood is an opportunity for IDD adults to live independently in a supportive community. Jennifer will be able to stay in the community where she has friends, developed a base of support, and called home since her childhood. I recognize that this is an emotional issue on both sides. Northmore neighbors fear what they think might happen if the proposal passes. I fear what I know will happen if the Grove and future neuro-inclusive communities are not built. I ask that the council approve this project and that moving forward, the entire Broomfield community, the Northmore neighbors, and the future Grove residents can come together to grow and to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Bernadette O'Keefe. And then after that, Carolyn Villa. I hope I said that right.
Good evening. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to present today. My name is Bernadette O'Keefe, and I live in the Northmore Estates subdivision. I'm a relatively new homeowner in the neighborhood and purchased my home after visiting my sister for several years, who lives just up the street from me now. I saw how great the neighborhood was and wanted to live there. I live south of the proposed development and she lives north of it. I'm very concerned that her children may not be able to come visit as they'll have to cross 14th Street, which will become a busy street. It is just undeniable. We should also remember that 14th Street does not have a stoplight at Sheridan, so it is not designed for heavy traffic. The developers have indicated that their target market are those individuals with an IDD designation and that they do not typically own cars. However, they are only required to have 25% of the residents meeting this IDD designation, which means that 75% may not meet this and may all drive cars. Imagine 30 apartments worth of cars coming into a neighborhood without stoplights, limited parking, and extremely narrow sidewalks, which will require the children to ride their bikes on the street in the midst of this increased traffic. I've devoted my career to working with low-income individuals and vulnerable populations. I manage the benefits office in a neighboring county and am fully supportive of this project and the need for more affordable housing in Broomfield and in our neighborhood. However, building 40 apartments into an area zoned for 4 homes is a recipe for disaster for those individuals that will live there and for those living nearby. It is important that the council remember that the original zoning was designated in order to be supportive of the neighborhood. A 3-story building is not supportive and will detract from what we love about Northmore. This will be disruptive to what is already here. I want the kids in our neighborhood to be able to continue to ride their bikes to school and go and see their friends all summer. There is something really wonderful about hearing the kids laughing all the way to school on their bikes as they ride down the street every morning at 7:30. I would encourage council to consider that this is an aging neighborhood. The sidewalks are quite narrow. I'd be surprised if they're 18 inches wide.
and are certainly not accessible. There is no RTD access. Is council prepared to provide the financial investment that will be necessary to ensure the success of this project, including widening sidewalks and installing flashing crosswalk lights and ensuring RTD access? Please follow the recommendations that the Land Use Review Committee have put forth and deny the rezoning request. Please do not approve the variance request for increased parking spaces, and please also require the neighborhood agreement so that we can come up with consensus and parameters to successfully integrate this development into our neighborhood. Again, I am fully supportive of the intent behind this development and support affordable housing, but it can't be done to the detriment of the Northmore community and what we love about it. Please limit the scale of this project. I am not asking for it to be denied, just limit it and help us protect what is already there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Carolyn Villa. I'm a Northmore resident, and you did say it right. Thank you. That doesn't happen very often. Good evening. I want to say I'm opposed to this project as it's been submitted for a few reasons. And I urge you to demand modifications from the developer prior to approval. So the first is that 40 units is just too many. It was zoned for single family homes, and the homeowners in the area purchased homes with the presumption that there could be homes built around it, not an entire apartment complex. The second is that the number of units will turn 14th, like the previous speaker said, into a road that's probably too busy for my own kids to cross independently. That means they can't ride or walk to school anymore. They can't visit their friends on the other side of 14th. They can't independently move through the neighborhood, which makes another problem with further implications in activity levels for kids in the neighborhood, in the community, the number of car trips to and from schools and other neighborhood locations, and ultimately, I think does a great disservice to the kids in our community. Let's see, this area has almost nothing in walking distance, meaning that the people who live here are either going to need to own cars, which will increase the daily car trips on the road, or they'll be stuck in one single place with no walkable employment, groceries, or anything else. The developers seem to counter that concern by saying that these individuals won't own cars, and so they'll use ride shares. Well, that means double the car trips because every ride share requires an additional in and out of the neighborhood in order to pick someone up. And ride share drivers are typically people who don't have experience in the neighborhood, who are distracted by necessity as they approach their pickup point and won't safely move through the neighborhood where kids and families are present. Again, just increasing, I feel, is the risk to my own kids and family near that street. So I also think that 3 stories is too tall. I think it should be limited to 2 stories. Again, with the counter argument that it's the same height as the nearby house, but it's downhill. We can all say that the Empire State Building is very, very short if we stand on a mountain. I also want to say that the homes can't build to 3 stories. If somebody wanted to pop the top on their rancher in our neighborhood, they couldn't do that. And so I think that there's no way that this could fit into the neighborhood, even in the future. The entire neighborhood will need extensive infrastructure upgrades to respectfully house these individuals. I also want to say that this complex just makes it harder for kids to freely play outside, to walk and bike in a city, even as the city of Broomfield works to make routes to school safer. And so it's really counter, I think, to a lot of this initiative that's been going on to improve safe routes to schools. I do think that this location is a great place for low-income housing. I personally think that it would be best for families who would like to give their kids an opportunity to go to very, very good schools. And just echoing the previous speaker, please, if you are going to approve this, please respect the recommendations that came from the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next 3 speakers are Linnea Pearson, Dale Cower, and Martin Dormish.
Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Linnea Pearson, and I have a daughter with IDD and receive services from Friends of Broomfield. I am very excited about the Grove at Cottonwood as a place for my daughter to live. Options for IDD housing are extremely limited in Broomfield as well as surrounding areas. I have had the opportunity to attend most of the community meetings and have had opportunities to talk with multiple neighbors. And I hope that we can continue this collaborative communication as we move forward. Most of them don't have any problem with the IDD community coming into their neighborhood. The Broomfield Housing Allowance has been very open and has made significant changes to the original plans, which I think you guys have seen. I realize that the increase in traffic and concerns about parking are valid, but I will say that my daughter doesn't travel a lot, and hopefully with her friends in the same community, she will not need to travel as much as she currently does. The original Glory community was actually planned for 5 homes with 8 residents and 3 caregivers. So the original community actually had 55 residents planned for that community. My main concern, like other parents in this room, is safety for my daughter. Due to her disabilities, she is at risk of being taken advantage of and is a survivor of sexual assault. Currently, there are 25 registered sex offenders within a mile of where she lives, which is not in Broomfield County because we couldn't find anything. The Grove at Cotton will be doing those background checks, which to me gives me great peace of mind to know that there is safety in that neighborhood. My daughter doesn't have a car and relies heavily on family to coordinate and take her to social gathering with her peers. She thrives on getting together with her friends. How many 28-year-olds that we know want to hang out with their parents and spend time with their parents, with their peers? Having a community like this will allow her to have independent social interactions without mom and dad being around. My daughter has Section 8 housing currently and would maybe be that 11th person in that community. Other communities that have been designed in the Midwest have quickly increased the numbers, even though it's 25 that they can plan. They've increased those numbers of IDD individuals in those communities over time, which also increases opportunities for my daughter to socialize. She also relies on me to schedule those times, and it limits how many times that we can do things together with her friends. The Broomfield Housing Allowance long-term commitment to this community and having their offices on the premises brings long-term high standards and longevity to the Grove at Cottonwood. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Dale Coover. I live in the 1200 block of Cottonwood in Northmore. You're not building a community. You're not putting people to assimilate into this neighborhood. You're building an enclave. It's self-contained. They're not really getting into the public. You've increased from 1 3-story building to 3 3-story buildings. That means 3 different elevators, brings in more cost for building. You're talking already about a deficit of $85,000 a year. Then you're going to have the yearly inspections and repairs, et cetera, on the elevators alone. The covenant in Northmore says that buildings should be 50% brick. I don't see this on this building. You've increased the parking from 40 to 56, which means that you're anticipating that there's going to be 56 cars or pieces of traffic coming in and out of there, a minimum of once a day, more than likely twice a day. So that's 150 trips per day. That's just go to work, come home from work. It's not going to grocery shopping. It's not going to your doctor, your dentist, entertainment, friends coming over to visit, family coming over to visit. You have an entrance on Sheridan at 13th. Cars are going to have to come in from there, come on up to Dexter or from Cottonwood off of 10th or off of Aspen Street. You're increasing this traffic and you say there's a traffic study that it can take the traffic. Well, the Thornton Parkway can take traffic too. But if you go down there in the morning, it's aptly named a parkway. I'd like to know how many people that are for this live within 4 or 5 blocks of the proposed development. How many people live 4 or 5 blocks within it that are against this development? I've talked with people when I've been up around, walking around the park. There's about 6 people that I know aren't showing here this evening because they feel frustrated and blindsided. This notice that went out, it went to a house where the people have been deceased for a whole year. I've registered twice, once at BHA to be kept in the loop. I've never gotten one of these notices. I wrote to council here to try to find out when the next meeting was going to be on. In our office emails, I have 9 of them that says, should we tell them? Should we not tell them? No, that's not our job. This, well, and then finally somebody says, okay, this is where you need to go to find out about it. So the transparency of this has been kept secret. You have these legally minimum signs put out on 14th Street. I don't drive on 14th Street because I have no need to drive over there. I live off of 13th Street and 12 and Cottonwood. So the transparency just isn't there. The traffic is just going to be more than what it can handle.
Your time has expired, but if you want
Okay.
to make your final thought, go ahead.
Well, when you do building projects and approvals, why don't you say if you're doing more than 10 apartments, a certain number of them have to be income aligned rentals, properties, or for IDD. Boulder has done it. They've built buildings that you can't sell them for more than what you bought them for 20 years later. So why can't you do this and assimilate people into the population versus isolating? Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Martin Dormish and then Gabby Gonzalez.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Martin Dormish. I'm a local minister and a resident of the Northmore Birch neighborhood. And I'd like to express my wholehearted support for the Grove at Cottonwood project. Not only does the Grove build on the spirit of the Glory community and Habitat for Humanity, which have invested in the neighborhood for many years, it also addresses a clear and present community need by adding 40 units of affordable housing that are income aligned to our local housing inventory. We currently have a shortage of thousands of units of truly affordable housing in Broomfield, and this project helps us to take an important step toward addressing that shortage and meeting an already pressing community need. It also helps us to prioritize an important but often overlooked and forgotten group of people, namely residents with intellectual and developmental disabilities and their caregivers. I couldn't think of a better location for the Grove, and I'm confident that the Broomfield Housing Alliance, an entity which many of us here tonight willed and voted into existence for this exact purpose, will continue proceeding with this project in a way that respects and sustains the great neighborhood feel of Northmore. Thank you all for your consideration.
Thank you. And we are going to take the person on the phone. I miscounted Ms. Gonzalez, so we'll get back to you in 1 second. So let's go to our caller. And it's Anton. Anton, you're on and you have 3 minutes.
Hi there,
You're on.
okay, thank you. Hi, I'm a resident of the Northmore neighborhood, and we are adamantly opposed to the proposal. We moved here specifically because it is a low-density neighborhood that's quiet with low traffic, low crime, a beautiful park that we can go to whenever we feel like without having to walk by a apartment building full of cars turning in and out. And we feel that the neighborhood feel is going to be greatly diminished by putting this 40-unit complex in our neighborhood. The purpose of zoning in a county is to have development that follows a plan, and changing that plan whenever you feel like it so that you can put apartments in neighborhoods doesn't really make sense, and it doesn't really follow the point of having a development plan with zoning. The other thing that's kind of frustrating is we just got the notice in the mail today. I got home at 5 o'clock from work and it was too late to comment online, which doesn't really feel like you guys are being transparent about it, because we kind of got blindsided by it, like the last speaker or the speaker before last said. It's a little bit frustrating as well that Blue Line Developments is a company in Montana that's going to be the part owner of this thing. They're asking for all kinds of waivers on city fees. If I go apply for a building permit, I have to pay for all the fees, but some for-profit company in Montana gets to waive the fees and ruin my neighborhood. That doesn't sound very supportive of the community of Broomfield. And if you guys approve it, we got to wonder who you guys are siding with. We also feel, after doing a little bit of research, that the IDD designation at 25% of the homes in the community is kind of a tactic used to get funding and is a little bit of a virtue signaling. And it's not, we get a lot of these people have been talking about, well, we're going to have 100% IDD. Well, you know, you can kind of say whatever you want, but it doesn't really mean anything. I mean, it's a great idea, but it's not guaranteed in any way. Between the traffic and the noise, it doesn't fit into a neighborhood. Why don't you guys go take the Broomfield-owned Safeway building over there off 120th, put 1,000 units in there. It's right next to a traffic light and a busy street that can handle all kinds of traffic. Don't put it in the middle of a neighborhood.
Thank you.
As far as
I'm
far
sorry.
as we're concerned, we're very opposed.
All right. Well, thank you, Anton. Your time has expired. All right, going back to our in-person comments, we'll go to Gabby Gonzalez, then Nina Taylor and Gina Kofal.
Hi, I'm Gabby Gonzalez. I'm in the IDD community and I have my own apartment and I've been living at Academy Place for about 9 months. I received a few services from friends. I think in the IDD community that we might need more support. And I think that the Grove at Cottonwood would be an amazing place because they would have the necessary supports to be more independent. They would help the individual from meal planning to cleaning to med management to get to different appointments, to transportation or any other services the individual would need. The Grove at Cottonwood would be a fabulous place to call home. In Broomfield, Colorado, I'm lucky to have an apartment. I'm lucky to have amazing parents who help me, but aren't there anymore. So I might need more help, and the Grove at Cottonwood would be an amazing option. Thank you for voting yes to give the IDD community a place to live and call home.
Thank you. Next is Nina Taylor.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Nina Taylor and I live in Anthem Highlands. Thank you for hearing us today on the Grove at Cottonwood. I serve the IDD community at Discovery Church and sit on the Friends of Broomfield's board, as well as the Inclusive Housing Coalition down south. This is an important project for the IDD, as you have heard. Affordable housing is an issue in Broomfield and even a greater issue for the residents for these residents and their parents in knowing they have a safe place to live. This project has been in works for almost 2 years, but there are some of us who have been working for over 5 years to bring affordable housing for the IDD to Broomfield. You, as the City Council, have the opportunity to help make a difference here and also show other counties it can be done one small step at a time. I know residents are nervous about the Grove being developed. I also feel like maybe once this is completed and they see who really will be living there, a lot of their fears will be laid to rest. It's hard to trust the process, but no one wants to put the IDD at risk or the neighbors' homes either. Please vote for the Grove so we can take one small step in the process of assuring aging parents that their sons or daughters have a safe place to live. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and city staff. My name is Gina Kofel. I've lived in Broomfield for over 35 years. I am the mother of an adult son with intellectual developmental disabilities, and I'm the founder and CEO of Friends of Broomfield. I'm here because I strongly support the development of the Grove at Cottonwood, and I thank Kristen and her team for taking this on and making this such a unique project. I also want to let you know that I'm here representing a lot of my friends that are in the audience.
Oh.
For 25 years, I've been coming to council to advocate for the needs of those with IDD. Now's the time to find on focusing them a place to call home. Housing that is income aligned, supportive, accessible, and in the community is a priority for many. The IDD population is facing a critical issue. Caregivers are aging. 20% of them caring for their adult children with IDD are over the age of 60. Some of them are struggling in Broomfield to even stay in their own homes. Where will they go when the parents die and the house is sold and they're moved out of their home and community, lose their friends, sometimes their jobs, and their lives are uprooted? They are a population at risk for homelessness, not someday, but now. We've had several folks who've recently experienced this kind of loss just with friends in the last year. Over the course of these meetings, I've heard neighbors voice many concerns why they don't want neighbors or why they don't want these apartments next door. Too big, the traffic, the parking, the trash, the crime, et cetera, et cetera. Many do say that it's not the vulnerable population who will live there that's the problem. It's just the building they're concerned about. There is a need, but this isn't the answer. Well, I would venture to say that if one of your family members needed this, you'd probably have less of a problem. And I haven't heard one person present a valid solution. The problem is there are few vacant parcels in safe neighborhood communities that provide the square footage needed to build this to the necessary scale, adjacent to a park, to a school, and reasonable to purchase. If not there, then where? An industrial park off the beaten path and out of sight? No, I don't think that's the answer, and we've evolved past that. The reality is there is no answer that will please everyone. Just to tell you a little story, my house backs up to a large park, and many years ago, the neighbors in the adjacent neighborhood complained about the natural grasses and wanted it to be a park. So the city put in grass. It was the size of a football field, and soon they complained that the open area was attracting sports teams, and there was noise and people and traffic. When asked if they wanted to go ahead and plant trees, they said, no, 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 we don't want those trees. They will block our views. Well, the point is something has to give. You're not going to please everyone. Council has to decide if it's more important to please a few neighbors or be a partner in a community that lifts up people who need it most. You have to ask yourselves, do we really care about people? Are we really inclusive? And are we truly about community? A lot of work has been done to lay the groundwork for helping folks get a leg up in life, and according to Maslow, shelter is one of the most basic of needs to be met. Before safety, before love and belonging, before self-worth and strength, to finally become the best a person can be.
Ms. Kofel,
This
your
is a
time
first
has
step.
expired, so please wrap up your.
And to quote Elsa and Anna from the movie Frozen, it's time for you to do the next right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers are Jess Crowley, Linda Fahrenbrook, and Dave Brown, and then we'll go to a caller on the phone. Jess Crowley, Linda Fahrenbrook, and Dave Brown.
Hello, I'm Jess Crowley. I live in Northmore, less than a block from this site. I would love for individuals with IDD and others who have struggled in this housing crisis that we're all living in to join us in Northmore. We have walking trails, we have a quiet neighborhood, we have that beautiful park, but 40 units, a 3-story building that will create walls in the neighborhood is just too big for this little nook. I take issue with the what of this proposal, not at all the who. The intent of this project is beautiful. Any housing initiative of this size on those small parcels, though, is not. Not any, excuse me, of this density is not. When it comes to the architecture and design of the physical buildings, I cannot understand massive 3-story structures, the size of motels, buildings that will be walls and surrounding the community, when the next 3-story buildings are over a half-mile away and they are along major corridors and roads because of zoning. They are not shoved into little neighborhoods and small parcels. They are on Sheridan and 136th, they're Sheridan and 10th. This neighborhood and this project has no public transit or transportation services near it. It is a 2-mile walk to any of the nearest retail centers. The nearest medical and emergency centers are further. Either people who live there will need cars, or if they want to go somewhere, it will create a new and significant demand for private transit services into this neighborhood, which does not even have double yellow lines, a beloved aspect of this neighborhood. 40 units, which would likely be more than 40 residents, is far too many for this small space. Based on the public parcel and assessor data that is available online, it appears that most of you live in pretty designated neighborhoods with levels of uniformity. Please imagine, and this may or may not help my point, but please imagine if someone next to you sold 4 consecutive parcels and they were zoned R1 and the plan comes along and that is now going to be 3-story buildings and 40 units. If that is ideal for your neighborhood, then we'll see that come through in your decision. If it is not, please consider what the neighbors expected, what the neighbors bought and moved into, and what that's been for a long time. Zoning exists for a reason. Neighborhoods are formed and are recognizable and named because of their cohesiveness and because of the zoning rules, and literally exist because of multi-block patterns of consistency. I'm not saying don't change the neighborhood or don't develop those parcels, especially for this community. But please reconsider the design, please reconsider the density, and do not accept the current plan, which is so inconsistent and non-cohesive with what is in Northmore now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Linda Fahrenbrook. My husband and I live in the Willow Park neighborhood. We have lived here since 1978 and raised our family here. I'm here to speak in support of this project as a member of the Broomfield Housing Alliance. I serve on the board of that alliance. You know, this is, first of all, I want to acknowledge all the prior speakers on both sides of this issue. It is a passionate and heartfelt issue for everybody. This is an important project for Broomfield, for the IDD community. It is representative of so many years of work. As you all know, the developable parcels for this kind of a project are not that great. There are just not that many. Everybody says they support these kinds of projects, but they tend to get pushed to the fringes of a community. Tonight, we have an opportunity to approve a project that, yes, it is definitely going to impact this neighborhood, and especially during construction. It is going to mean changes. Many of us have experienced changes in our neighborhoods, and what I've found from my own experience is that it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. And who knows, time will tell. But the thing about this project is it does honor the original intent of the property owners, which was to serve people with IDD. And this project does that. This is an opportunity to put a project in a neighborhood where they can have a home and feel safe and secure. And it's an opportunity for the people that live within that neighborhood to welcome them, make them feel a part of the community, because they don't deserve to be pushed to the fringes. And anyway, I just want to say thank you. I fully support this project. And again, I want to acknowledge all the speakers on both sides of this issue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Dave Brown, Northmore neighborhood. Thank you for the time. Everyone that's been speaking against this project, not so much against it, but keeping it at the 2 stories per the recommendation, I agree with everything they've been saying. It's been very thoughtful. What I'd like to address tonight is, for the residents, this whole process has felt very unfair to us. My main concern is that people are so anxious to do something good for somebody that they're not looking at all the people they're going to hurt. One, cramming a bunch of people into these tiny units, high density, is not really helping people. So if we can reduce the density, reduce the height, let them fit in better, I think you would be helping people. And obviously, we're ignoring the people who are getting hurt in the neighborhood by this unit and all the points that have been brought up. The other point that I feel like has been very unfair is the forum. So we get 3 minutes to speak. BHA comes back and they get to give a rebuttal. They say something that is taken as gospel, and oftentimes it's dishonest and stretches of the truth. And I'll give you a few examples. They keep comparing everything to the Glory Home. The Glory Home is 2 stories with an extremely steep pitched roof. So I can't remember the number, 35 feet is the tiny tip of a roof line. They're going 38 feet with a straight across roof line. So they're building a wall and they're comparing it to a peaked roof like a normal house. So to go 3 stories and say it's the same as what's there is just not true. Other thing is, like I brought up, that they're a private company. They need to make a profit off of this to build their next housing complex. They say, no, we're nonprofit. That is a tax status. They have to make money for the next one. To common people, that is a profit. So when they're saying they have to have 40 units, it's so that they can make that profit and not for just the residents of this unit. Everyone talks about excessive traffic, and they just simply say, we had it assessed, the roads can handle it. Well, there's a difference between being able to handle the traffic and having it just ruin the feel of the neighborhood, as people have said. Another example, people say this land was always intended for this use. Well, that's not true. It's always been R1, always. The intention was from a couple of people that owned the property and a couple of corporations that wish to develop it and make money off of it. Another example, we say something like it might attract sketchy people. They say, look, teachers and firefighters make this much money. Well, they don't talk about the guy that has to work the liquor store graveyard shift because he's antisocial that might live there. We just don't know. Another one, we say our home values might drop. They say, no, we're going to put money into the community. It'll raise the value of the community. Okay, maybe the community as a whole value goes up, but it doesn't mean individual houses won't be affected.
Mr. Brown, can you wrap up? Your time has expired.
Yeah, I'm sure I could tear that whole thing apart pretty easily with all the pretty pictures. The last, just kind of like one of the previous speakers said, really just kind of picture this next door to your house and think about how it's going to affect those people that live immediately around it. And if you can't honestly say that you're going to vote for it next to your house, then it's kind of immoral to vote for it next to their houses. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we missed somebody that had signed up earlier, and I do apologize to Jordana Horzel Kessler. I'm so sorry. You're next. We missed it.
My name is Jordan Holzel Kessler. I live in Northmore, and I don't want to say I'm opposed to the community, but I will say I am a Broomfield resident. I was born and raised in Broomfield, a native. I went to Bal Swan. And I can't imagine anything more opposite than putting a community for people with disability in a neighborhood that doesn't have disability accessible sidewalks, that doesn't have room for wheelchairs, that doesn't have crosswalks for people that are blind or low vision. It is comical to me to think about even suggesting this as a community for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. I've worked with the community. I am a huge advocate for people with disabilities. My job is with people with disabilities. And yet as a homeowner in that community, it is embarrassing how horrible and inaccessible the community is. Our children cannot ride their bikes on the sidewalk. You cannot fit two people next to each other on the sidewalk. So although the idea is great, I think what's going to happen is you're going to have people moving in. They're not going to be able to get to public transportation, and they're going to sue the city and say, I can't get to public transportation because this is not an ADA accessible sidewalk for me to get to Sheridan Boulevard. The minimum for ADA accessibility sidewalks is 36 inches. I don't think there's any sidewalks except for the ones that go around the park, which there's no public transportation around the park, that's going to get them out of the neighborhood to any business within the community. So from the perspective of going out into the community and not keeping them included in, it's a horrible neighborhood and it's a horrible option for that. If you want to keep them in a small enclave, great, but that's not the intention and that's not what they're stating as the desire to do. And I foresee it actually being really unsuccessful. And then because it's so short-sighted and there's not more research, I would love any of you to try to get a ride share from Northmore Estates. It's impossible. I've tried it time and time again. They don't come out there. Uber, Lyft, they don't come out there. So you rely on public transportation in some other way. I will also say it does not support Project Vision Zero. Kids cannot ride their bikes on the sidewalk, so they're going to be riding in the street with more traffic. I will say that it is an older neighborhood. I feel like the transparency, I echo what others have said, the transparency has been nil. But at the end of the day, I think that you are asking for a lot of lawsuits coming from the disability community when you decide to put homes in a neighborhood where they can't get out of said neighborhood.
Thank you very much. So I did notice the time, it's 8:16 and we might need to take our 10-minute recess to give them a break. So I do apologize, but we're going to take a 10-minute recess. It's 8:16 and we will be back at 8:26. So hold on to the phone. People will be back in 10 minutes. Thank you all. Welcome back, everyone. If you just take your seats, we'll continue with public comment. Thank you. I know, right? I need more tools. But thank you all so much for letting us take that break. And we're going to continue with our public comment period. We left off, we were going to go to one of our callers on the phone. So we'll go to Sarah now. And Sarah, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. Okay, hi. This is Sarah Taylor. I live in First Filing. We bought our first house in Bloomfield in 1988. We did live in Northmore for a while. I'm very familiar with the neighborhood. My son went to Ball Swan, spent a lot of time around that park. I'm calling definitely in support of this project. My son is 26 years old. He has developmental disabilities. We have spent every day since he was 8 or 9 years old trying to figure out what will happen when we are too old to take care of him. It is for people to suggest that somehow we're going to put these places somewhere else. There is nowhere else. Bloomfield is a town with very little real estate. And for the man who suggested that, we could stuff 1,000 units in the old Safeway building, would you like to live there? I certainly wouldn't. I also wanted to address the idea of the sidewalks. We live in First Filing now. My son uses a wheelchair. Many people in First Filing use wheelchairs. We have terrible sidewalks. They're completely useless. We drive around in the street. It doesn't keep us home. We're not isolated. I suggest that it would be great if we had people agitating for real sidewalks in Broomfield. That would be a wonderful thing. More power to them. What else? There were so many other comments I want to respond to, but I don't think I will. I'll just say that this is a really important beginning to something that is very important to a lot of people. I know change is hard. I'm still annoyed by traffic lights on Main Street. I think it's sad that I can't get to Longmont in 25 minutes anymore. Things change, and then they're fine. So, just get used to it. Thank you.
Thank you. So now it's 2 minutes. Okay, so this next group will have 2 minutes to speak. We've gone through the first 15. So our next 3 speakers will be John Bazio, Gabrielle Bovino, and Mike Farrell.
I'm John Bozio. I'm a resident of Country Estates, and I will tell you, this will probably be the most succinct comments I've ever made on affordable housing issues. I think the Grove is a project that meets a very significant need in the city. I think it is a good development, and I believe it is in a good area. Unfortunately, when you try to provide these types of services, you have to have density in order for it to make economic sense. And so the density is going to be required in order to be able to meet the cost of the projects. And I sincerely believe this is not going to be a profit-making project. I strongly urge you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have 2 pairs of glasses. One's my cheaters. So you guys are all blurry. My name is, thank you for having me tonight. My name is Gabriel Bovino. I'm a 9-year resident of Northmore neighborhood. I think the idea of this is very great. I love everything behind it. Again, I'm just sharing some of the concerns with some of my neighbors, just the sheer size of it. I would like to see it just scale back. Ideally, I would love to see it 100% dedicated to IDD individuals. I think it was answered a little bit earlier that it's possibly, or it's not possible, but you guys will try. Additionally, so basically I looked at some of the other multi-unit developments that have come through the city here. I know we have the novel Flatiron Crossing Apartments development, 334 rentals, 64 income aligned units on site. We also have the Broomfield Town Square project, which I think, unless my numbers are outdated here, 471 multi-units with income aligned housing being required. I wasn't sure if the city council had looked at those developments as possibly basically reserving some units there for IDD individuals, just to sort of, if we do pull this back in Northmore, to expand it elsewhere, right? So aside from that, I think it's a great idea. I just sort of want to see it pulled back a little bit. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next is Mike Farrell.
Evening. Yeah, my name's Mike Farrell. I live in Cottonwood, Highland Park. That's south of Midway from the more complex development. Anyhow, I'm a supporter of the unit, the Grove. We have a grandson, autistic, and like a lot of people have commented before me, it is a challenge to think of your future, whether it's grandson or adult child. Where are these people going to go? And it's a very strong challenge. And I can be sensitive to the people in more development. Something's changing in their neighborhood. And life is like that. It brings us new opportunities to reach out and grasp the change. And they're very loving people. All these people are. And I'm sure their heart's in the right place to want more for these people. And this is an opportunity. And try to just reach out for them. And you'll be surprised what that will do for you. And thank you.
Thank you. Our next three speakers are Mike Myers, Steve Cuss, and Jenny Ketterling.
Good evening. Thank you, City Council, for considering this. The opposing views you've heard are completely understandable. I stand here as a father of a 34-year-old autistic son who actually is relatively independent. He calls Uber and he goes to 2 different jobs every week. He works 5 days a week. And in general, he does pretty well doing that. When something gets off track, guaranteed every week, sometimes every day, that's when things can really go sour. And so what I think people need to understand is this isn't an apartment building. What has been designed is a community for people with unique needs. Almost all of them are gullible and highly sensitive to people that may not mean well for them. And so this notion that it's a 3-story building full of 30 apartments, that's not what has been designed. What's been designed is a community that is appropriate for them. And what I think they've done an extremely good job at is they've balanced the Fair Housing Act, they've balanced low-income tax credit requirements and other public requirements to create a community that's going to be extremely helpful for, I'm very confident, 40 IDD residents. I had the opportunity to visit a community in Minneapolis that has 45 apartments. When it was first opened, they could only set aside 11 because of fair housing. Guess how many are in that community today? 45. Guess what they're planning on doing? Adding an entire new wing for another 45, and they've got a wait list of over 80. So I appreciate the city council. I appreciate what BHA has done. I also appreciate what the neighbors in the neighborhood surrounding are saying. But we don't have time to move forward. I'm 66. I can't tell you how old my wife is, but she's older. And I'm telling you, it's scary when you don't know where your kid's going to be able to live. And that's true for all of us. And I really do appreciate, and I do have empathy for the opposing views. So I hope you'll support this project, and I'm confident the people working on it, along with me and others, will do what we can to make this work for everybody.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, staff. I've been working on affordable housing in Broomfield since I moved here in 2005 and discovered to great surprise that Broomfield didn't have any back then. And that even it was originally designed to be that way when Broomfield became its own county. I want to thank this council and councils in the past. You have worked tirelessly in the last decade. We now have an amazing independent housing authority. We have the Broomfield Housing Alliance. We have so many people who are working and have worked so hard to get us to where we are. As a pastor, when I met with parents of IDD adults, and I've met with a number of them over the years, the number one concern is always, who will take care of my adult child when I age or die? It's very sobering when, as a church, we are trying to come alongside these families with some immediate relief, and their number one concern is long-term safe well-being of their kids. This development in front of you goes a long way to assuaging those concerns. I know council faces tremendous pressure and a difficult decision when a property is going from an existing zoning to a PUD. I know density and impact are significant and real concerns. I don't envy your challenge of weighing the good of the immediate neighbors versus the good of the families in need. It's difficult because when Broomfield became a county, it didn't have any affordable housing in mind. Many people, including many in this room, have worked hard in those early years, but the reality is every project that will come in front of you as a council will come requiring a zoning change because there never was a zoning in Broomfield that accounted for a use like this. Every project like this will always require density. There will never be a project presented this council that does not contain significant density shifts. Affordable housing is scarce. IDD housing, extremely scarce. I wish we lived in a community where we had plenty of choice for projects like this. None of us in this room have that luxury of choice. What we do have is gratitude for the opportunity that is offered tonight. This is an amazing opportunity. I ask for you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jenny Ketterling. I work at the Refuge, and I want to make a note that today is the point in time count. So several of us in this room have been up since 4:30 in the morning to participate in the point in time. And just to highlight that, just because of the lack of affordable housing and what is having an impact on this community. At the Refuge, I coordinate our healthcare programs. And with a background in science and data and public health, this is a public health crisis and it should be treated with urgency. We just don't have the time to wait and to act on affordable housing. As was mentioned before, there were thousands of units behind in meeting the need that is in this community right now. And every day, at the cafe, I see Broomfield residents suffering because of the lack of housing impacts their mental and physical health. They are suffering every single day, and we just don't have the units available to be, even if they can get a voucher, we don't have the units available to be able to obtain housing for them. In addition, I am a parent of a son with autism. So I echo a lot of the sentiments that have been echoed and spoken tonight with just that fear every day of what the future looks like. We've heard from amazing people and very supportive parents in this room. We see individuals that are in the IDD community that don't have that support network. So we're not even hearing from that community. So just to have the option of these kinds of housing communities come to Broomfield, and just that's maybe a glimmer of the future, what's possible, is just amazing for those individuals that we aren't even hearing from tonight. So I do wholeheartedly ask you to accept this as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we'll go to a caller on the phone, and next is Karen. Karen, you have 2 minutes-ish.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm not against building a building like this. I'm not against building a building like this. I think it's a good idea. Or I think it's a good thing, but I think there are better places for it that don't adversely affect others. We just got the notice today also, which we did not appreciate. We bought a home here and spent quite a bit of money to live in a single family neighborhood. This will change that, hurt our housing values, increase traffic, and what we loved about this neighborhood. We don't need the guilt trips about not being inclusive and so on. I think there have been some very valid concerns stated this evening by the opposing parties. I want to echo other speakers' comments about while trying to help someone, you could end up hurting others. And this is one of those occasions. Accessibility is also a major issue, and everyone loves this idea until it's in their backyard. To comment on the comment that no one has provided alternative solutions, I believe Anton provided an alternative solution. Yeah, maybe it's not in the middle of our neighborhood, but it's better than nothing, and it's a lot more accessible. It's only setting aside 25% for disabled. So I hear a lot about disabled, which is fine, and I understand that, and I think that would be a really good thing, but the rest is low income. 75% is low income. Only 25% is set aside for disabled. Anyways, I strongly oppose this, and I think they need to find another location.
Thank you. And then we have 3 more people in person, Delaney Coe, Carol, and Mary Wilkie. I don't have the last name for Carol. So do you know who you are, Carol? Go ahead.
Hi, well, I'm Delaney Coe, and I'm the Deputy Director of Almost Home, which is a nonprofit that operates a severe weather shelter network, a severe weather shelter program in Broomfield, as well as a homeless street outreach program. And I'm here to speak just so strongly in support of the Grove. I want to really start with some data, right? Make sure we're really rooting ourselves in our policies and plans on what's going on in Broomfield. As was mentioned, the point in time count happened today. And last year, 92 people in one day were surveyed and identified as experiencing homelessness in Broomfield. On top of that, last month alone, we sheltered 79 unique households through our severe weather shelter program. And over the course of the last year, we've developed relationships with 45 Broomfield unhoused individuals who, out of that, 64% have a disability and would be served by this program. So one angle that I wanted to bring into this conversation is, as is mentioned as well, there's a severe lack of affordable housing options for folks. And it's at a crisis state already where we stand. We're going to be needing to look in every neighborhood in Broomfield County. So for those who are kind of saying, I want to see this location, but in another neighborhood, what we need to solve this crisis, the solution to homelessness is housing, right? So what we need for this is the creation of like 1,700 units. That's going to happen in neighborhoods across Broomfield County if we expect to actually address the crisis, have a stable, healthy community for everyone. And I want to encourage you all as council, thank you for hearing me today, to make your decisions based off of facts, off of evidence, and off of what the community as a whole needs, every member. It's your responsibility as a governing body to consider the most vulnerable of the people in your community who are not here today, able to speak on their behalf, most likely have barriers to getting here, right? So wanting to make sure that we're not only making decisions based off the fears of some residents, but making decisions for policy based off of facts, evidence, and the greater good for the whole entire Broomfield community. Thank you.
Thank you. Did we find Carol? Because Carol's next. You, Carol?
I'm not, but I did sign up to speak.
And you weren't on the list? We'll add. Oh, go ahead and get in line then. I'll go to Mary Wilkie next. I'm sorry. We might have missed some people, but we have time. Everybody will get a chance to be heard. Go ahead, sorry.
Hi, that's okay. Hi, I'm Mary Wilkie. I live in the Northmore neighborhood, to paraphrase a formal political candidate. I can see this project from my house. We let our dog run around, and I cross over that field a lot to make the walk a little shorter, to go over to pick up my Niefling over at Belle Swan. We purchased several years back the house that my parents or my grandparents had built in 1972 in Northmore. My parents, one of them grew up there. They're not married siblings. Sorry, can you tell I'm nervous? Sorry, anxiety. I've been sitting here as a long-term Broomfield resident, as somebody that I think a lot of you know tries to get involved, wants to serve on committees, wants to enrich the community, help where I can. When we first saw the proposal for the Grove come through, just as a community member, I was really excited because I know how much this is needed. As someone who grew up in that neighborhood and knows a lot about it, I can't think of something that would be more fitting within the scope. Really appreciate the architects and BHA taking so much time to thoughtfully listen and respond to what community members have said. I also think that the seal has been broken on the word NIMBY, and we can recognize that there's a lot of classism happening in this argument with people who got theirs and now want to just keep it and don't care how it impacts others. What a lot of you may not know is that I am also the parent of a child with IDD. I would say I could count on both hands, without using all my fingers, the number of times we are able to get her out of the house in a given year. We are those parents who don't know where she's going to go or what's going to happen to her if something happens to us. And the timing of this is so interesting because just the other day we were talking as she's getting ready to apply for Social Security disability. And I'm sorry, I know I'm almost out of time. And she said to me that she had realized at 19 years old that her condition is such that if she didn't have us to care for her, she would never be able to leave her home, even if that home is under a bridge, which is a really, really hard thing to hear your 19-year-old say to you. So I would like to ask people to just consider that, yes, their needs are important. Having a great view. If you're concerned about the traffic, put a speed bump in. Please put a speed bump in along 13th as well, because as much as we love Belle Swan, there's a lot of traffic and the people go really fast to cut through the neighborhood already. This is not going to have a meaningful impact for our neighborhood, but it's going to have a huge impact on the people who are allowed to live there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Please state your name and neighborhood for the record. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Serena Gilbert, and I'm a resident of Broomfield Heights. I've been a resident since 2007 and a Broomfield resident since about 2004. I just want to say that I feel really inspired and hopeful when I've heard about this proposed development. I think the homes in the community, the Grove at Cottonwood will offer are much needed in our community, especially by those with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And I wholeheartedly support the approval of the low-income housing tax credits for the Grove. This project is not only an investment in providing affordable housing, but also a commitment to the well-being and prosperity of adults with IDD, their families, and other low-income residents in the Broomfield community. And I'm confident that the approval of the low-income housing tax credits for the Grove at Cottonwood will have a lasting positive impact on the lives of many individuals and families in addressing the pressing need for neuro-inclusive, affordable housing in Broomfield and beyond. And I just think it's just going to feel amazing for me to say I'm a Broomfield city and county member, and we support these kinds of developments. Thank you.
Thank you. 3 more. Okay. Next is Doug McCallum. Doug McCallum. And after that will be Nancy Movick and Evelyn Walter. You can reset the timer. I know you're doing like 5 things. The clerk is busy for this new program. Sorry. Go on, sir. No, you don't have, now you're good. It's red.
It is?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, I see it. Okay, you got my name and I'm a stakeholder. I live right on the park, moved in 2007. Back then, that land that is now under discussion, my concern was it's going to be a frack well. But things change with the change of time. So I worked for the city of Broomfield back in the 80s, saw Colorado Front Range first in the 1970s, and I fell in love with it. Well, things have changed a little bit. So, yes, I've listened to all the various pros and cons, and our house in particular, giving a homeowner's perspective, that's going to have a, if approved, beautiful version of the more glorious community. And in fairness, Glory community, it was fine. Never had a problem. With this new thing, I got some reservations about PUD and 75% of people, because I echo whoever said that about the speed bumps. We need speed bumps. If you got some high tech people going through there, I know I heard about, you say the timing, but I'm out of time. Speed bumps would be a good idea. Do some high tech, judge for yourself about people blasting past the park and the explosives in the park and all the other things.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much.
All right. Okay, next is Nancy Movitt. Oh, thank you, Nancy.
Good evening. I'm Nancy Movick. I am a 28-year resident at Broomfield Heights, and I work for Discovery Church. I'm the Director of Community Engagement there. And I work with vulnerable populations through our benevolence program. So this is a near and dear project for me, and I am in favor of it. Many times our convictions and our passions are stoked by fear. Fear that we'll lose something, my property value, my safety, my comfort are just a few of them. But here we have families who are asking for us to set aside our fear, and challenge us to consider the critical need for stable housing for the ones we love, for the vulnerable neighbors that we have. And so I just beseech all of us to engage our compassion and let that speak louder than our fear. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, Mayor, Council, good evening. Thank you so much for just this audience, and I promise to be in the audience again because I like it when it's really full for you. So my name is Evelyn Walter. I'm a 14-year Broomfield Heights resident, and I'm now a 2-year small business owner in Broomfield. I'm also the president of the board of directors for the Rocky Mountain Down Syndrome Association. But more important than all of that, I'm the mother of Elizabeth Walter, who's a sophomore at Broomfield High School, and she's 16 years old. And she has made it incredibly clear in her 16-year-old teenage girl way that she's never leaving Broomfield. She will live here forever. So whether this native Arizonan wants to stay for -9-degree weather further, yet to be seen, but she has made it very, very clear that this is her home and she loves it here. So I am just so grateful for this conversation. I'm so grateful for all the hard work. I'm so appreciative of all the respect in this room for the various sides. What I would ask of you that's different than what other parents have said, I guess, because I agree with almost everything almost everyone has said tonight, on both sides, is if not now, when, and if not this development, where. So I think our community is really, really desperate, as is low-income housing in general in Broomfield. So if this isn't the one, when is the one? So I would just ask you to consider that as you move through your process. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item? Because I've gone through the list of people that signed up. If we missed anyone or you changed your mind. All right, I don't see any, and there's no one on the calls. Okay, so then does the applicant have any final comments?
Thank you for the opportunity.
I think a lot of the items that were mentioned this evening, we already touched base on in our presentation, as well as with Community Development's presentation. The one point of correction I want to make, as much as we would love our offices to be at this site, we do not intend to have BHA's offices located at the Grove. Other than that, we are happy to answer any questions City Council has.
All right, thank you. And thank you all for staying engaged. We're going to go to questions from council next. Members should limit themselves to questions during this portion, and the time to introduce amendments or state positions for or against this item is later. Are there any questions from council, starting with Councilmember Henkel?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you all for being here tonight. I'm not going to elaborate on opinions right now. That's for later. Right now is the time for questions. I would like to give the opportunity to sort of address some questions that the people had here, and also some questions that I had as well. It sounded like Dave Brown came up and talked about the rooftops. Would you mind addressing that, Ms. Heiser?
I'm going to go ahead and ask Kristen Wito, the architect, to speak to that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so the roof height as designed, is that the question about building C and the height that it is currently designed to?
I think the quote was that it was a flat top, and I don't believe
Yes,
that
that's
was true.
incorrect,
So I
yeah.
wanted to just sort of rectify that, and just, can you elaborate a little bit more on the
Sure.
rooftop and the height?
Yeah, so the design is for a pitched roof, a gable roof on the three portions of the one building C building. And the pitch of the peak of the roof is at 35 feet, measured from grade per zoning standards. And the eave is lower, probably, I don't know off the top of my head, I think it's about 30 feet. It's noted on the drawing set. And the same with Glory Home, that measurement of the top of the building roof pitch is at 33'8", I believe, but it's measured in the same method and is also a gable or a hip roof, I believe.
Okay, I don't know what a hip roof is, but I trust your judgment. Is it like fancy hip or, okay. All right, we got room for jokes here. The second thing is I wanted to just ask a little bit about the sidewalks. I heard a lot from the community tonight just about the improvement of the area. It needs to happen anyway. So I'm actually glad that you're here, that you want to improve your neighborhood. This, I think, might be more for staff. So staff, I'm just curious as to when the next update on the sidewalks is planned for Northmore, and are there any speed bumps being planned? What are the next plans for that neighborhood?
Thank you, Councilmember, for the question. I am not prepared to provide that yet this evening, but I'd be happy to follow up with City Council later this week.
Okay. Thank you. If you could find it even before we're done, that'd be great. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Marsh Holston.
Thank you, Mayor, but I think my questions were just asked. My questions were specifically about the sidewalks and the traffic. And actually, on the traffic, do we know when the last time a traffic study was done? Sorry, not the traffic, like the speed analysis was done on either 13th or 14th. My kids go to Bow Swan and I drive that every day, so I understand that there's a lot of traffic on the road. Has a speed analysis been done on either of those streets recently?
That's another one that I don't know off the top of my head, but I will try to look it up and see if I can get that information. That one I might be able to find this evening yet. I'm not sure that I will be able to look up the other information, since it goes back a little bit more to how capital projects are scheduled. But I will look and see if I can get that information yet this evening.
All right, thank you. That's all, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Next is Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. I have three very specific questions here. One of them is on the occupancy limits. And I have heard in some of the documents, and then recently, small families. And when we were here last time at the concept review, we went from 40 units. There were 30 that were single, 36 that were single, and 4 that were double. And now we're at 30 and 10. We're only growing in size, not coming down. And now I'm hearing small families. And from our discussion last time, these units were reserved to one person per a single occupancy or single bedroom and 2 per double. So I don't know if Anna can you address that again, or, because I'm not sure the small families are coming in.
I'm sorry, I missed the detail there. I was trying to look up traffic reports and I am failing at multitasking.
Sorry, I wasn't even thinking about the traffic. Okay, so last time we talked about the 400 square feet per resident and they have to have the numbers, they had to have so many square feet to have more than one resident. And so we have the single bedroom and the 2-bedroom. So they should be limited to like 1 occupant or 2 occupants, but then we discussed, there was a new information was brought in about small families. And so I'm just curious about these unit sizes and and where the small families is coming in.
So this it goes back a little bit, just for those in the audience, this is coming back to a discussion that City Council had last week regarding a study session regarding residential development standards in Broomfield and potentially looking at some changes. One of those identified was that this municipal code has a minimum square footage requirement for single family homes and also goes further to say that there's a minimum square footage per resident per home, and that's 400 square feet. I would have to check and see if that really applies to multifamily residences, which is what this is. That was specifically in regard to single family residential and group living facilities that are occurring in single family residential homes. I am failing at having the answers off the top of my head. And I really try to do that for you, but I will have to check that one as well to see whether that 400 square feet really applies to multifamily.
Okay, this goes back to the study session before where we had gone over these numbers. So if it changes in the code, it could change for this project, which I'm just curious about the overall number of residents that could potentially be here. Are we at the 30 in this 1-bedroom and 20 in the 2-bedroom, now we're at 50, or could we even go beyond that? Because small families, that's going to raise another concern that we had that wasn't talked about before.
So the question from last week was really applicable to single family residential district zoning and the use of single family homes and occupancy limits, which this project is not. They are changing from single family zoning to the PUD to allow multifamily. So that's what I'm not sure. I need to double check the code to make sure before I speak to that 400 square feet applying here. But Broomfield has a really difficult time enforcing an occupancy limit for many reasons. So it is common in Broomfield for single bedroom units and 2 bedrooms to be used by not just singles or double occupancies, but small families as well. And we wouldn't have the ability to or the chance to review that as part of any process. But there would be potentially a concern if that was in violation of the per square foot limitation in a single family situation.
Or maybe Ms. Heiser can answer that question. Like where did the small families come from? Because that was mentioned again tonight.
So thank you for the question. First of all, we would be following the city codes per occupancy limits. When it comes to fair housing, a bedroom can house 2 people. So we have that limitation. The reason we identify small families is for a couple of reasons. Because of the amenities that are being built into the site, we think it's very conducive to family friendly for smaller families. For a parent and their child, or a parent and 2 children, or even 2 parents and 2 children. Also, previously in our conversations with Bal Swan, they were interested in maybe some of their teachers or even families calling the Grove home. And so that is one of the reasons why we would like to have it be available to small families. With that said, our priority population continues to be individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. We are going to be establishing, we're required by our financing to have a tenant selection plan. We have verified that we are able to prioritize individuals with IDD, so we will be able to rank the applications that we receive. So that will even further our abilities to bring as many individuals with IDD into our community. But we do think that the way that the property is designed and the amenities that are going to be there and being next to a park and being next to great schools, that it could be conducive and a great place for small families to live, if allowable by code.
If I may answer the question, getting back to the 400 square feet, that is that 400 square foot limitation is in the definition of household group. And household group is a term used only in single family dwelling definition. So it is not applicable to a multifamily dwelling. The minimum square feet for multifamily units is 500 square feet. I've got up a different one than went to reference it. Let's see here, 500 square feet per unit.
Okay, so
Which
I
can be
guess-
varied in a PUD plan. So I should say that Brimfield does have multifamily units that are smaller than 500 square feet in some instances. We have some studios that were smaller.
Okay, is it limited to one person per single? No, not
No.
limited, not limited. Okay, so there could be more than the 50 individuals. Okay. All right, and then I think this answer to my second question, I think was already half answered, but on that tenant selection process, is this something that we can have this is for Ms. Heiser. Is this something we could see now that, is this a guarantee that there's gonna be this tenant selection process that that you can rank these individuals that we want to prioritize? Or is that still to be determined?
No, so actually next week, if we are approved, we will be able to submit our application to CHAFA for our 9% low-income housing tax credits. As part of that application process, we have to submit a tenant selection plan. Once that is submitted on the 1st, next Thursday, all of that information is public. So our tenant selection plan, which is currently, actually, we're just drafting it today, I heard. And we are finalizing it to go to CHAFA. And that is part of their consideration, is if they are supportive of the tenant selection plan that we're putting forward. And we can share, so next week, once we have our full application, once it's approved by CHAPA, is that correct? By the state, DOH. So next week, we're actually applying for CHAPA low-income housing tax credits. That's the bulk of our financing. We're also requesting funds from DOH. I think it is 22,000 per unit that we're seeking from DOH. Correct. So we have 2 applications going in next week to put together our capital stack. And so each of those applications refer to that tenant selection plan.
Okay, thank you. And then is this contingent then on the approval of all those financial plans? So it wouldn't be a done deal until you get that funding. I'm seeing a yes head shake from the audience. Okay. All right, thank you. And then one final question goes back to the drainage plan that and links to Ball Swan. When we had the concept review, we talked about this is utilizing the drainage on the adjacent property, and Ball Swan is also building a new building, and they need to look at their drainage. Do we have an update on where Ball Swan is at on their plans as it relates to the drainage here?
So I'm not prepared or able to speak to Bell Swan's plans. I do know that we spent quite a bit of time with them between our architecture team, our civil engineers and their civil engineers. And the plan that we devised that impacts our site, they were agreeable to. So I'm not sure where Bell Swan is with their plans.
Okay, but they were agreeable to the drainage here?
Yes, they were.
Okay, all right, thank you so much. That's all my questions.
All right, thank you. Before I go to our next council member, I want to go back to City Manager Hoffman to clarify one of the questions on
a lot of communication about sidewalks.
That's what it was, the sidewalks, yes.
So after conferring with our attorney, and I'll let her clarify. So the development that would be going in would be grandfathered in with what is referred to as Hollywood sidewalks, long and skinny. We didn't come up with that term. I've never even heard that term until last week. So when the development comes in, we would not be, CCOB, City and County of Broomfield, would not be responsible to make those sidewalks ADA compliant, nor would the developer. However, like anything else in liability and legal ease, should there be a complaint and or a lawsuit about access or ADA compliant, the City of County Broomfield would become responsible to make those sidewalks compliant. So it's something that needs to be Councilmember Marsh Holshan is asking about budget for those. No, there is no budget. It's not in the CIP plan, 5-year or beyond.
All right, thank you. So we'll return to council member questions. Next up is Councilmember Leslie.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to put this in the form of a question, but I'm not sure if anybody can answer it right now. The theme that really struck me was the common element of safety. I want safety for my children in the neighborhood, can ride their bikes. I don't want them to be challenged by automobile traffic, et cetera, and safety of the potential residents who potentially could be in environments that are very unsafe. In fact, we heard of a couple of incidences where children were subjected to sexual advances or what have you. And so that common theme seems to me the strongest aspect of the opportunity for this community to come together. So my first question is it possible for, one more point, a gentleman who was previously here suggested that these residents are being isolated within this community. And yet we heard from the families that this will help them be more social and that the community is intended to provide social opportunities for the residents. And so I'm just curious whether or not there's an opportunity for the neighborhood and for the resident, I'll call it association for lack of a better term right now, to have ongoing engagements to discuss this common theme. How do we help your children ride their bikes more safely? And how do we help the residents be here, be safe from whatever threats that they're experiencing? To me, there seems to be this very common theme that should bring the community together. And I'd love to see that happen. City Manager Hoffman just said there's no budget for sidewalks. Well, maybe there's grants, maybe there's other opportunities. Maybe the developer would agree that rather than avoiding ADA development, that they would just do it. Because the cost to put in curb cuts and widen those sidewalks can't be that destructive to their goals. And maybe we just get off of the issue of lowering the roof 1.5 feet or whatever and focus on the issue of how do we make sure our children can ride their bikes to school? How do we make sure that the traffic is slow, curb cuts or, excuse me, not curb cuts, speed bumps, whatever, as several people have recommended. I mean, I think there's solutions that came out in tonight's discussion. And I was very impressed. The people were thinking more than just, I don't want it here. Certainly there's some of that. But I heard some very good ideas. But there's a theme that I don't think anybody really caught until I just mentioned it, and that's the universal desire for safety for our children, whether they're 16 years old or 30 years old or 50 years old or 12 years old. I think we all want that same thing. So I would encourage the answer to those questions to be something that the community comes together with the developer and figures out a way to have ongoing engagement to solve these problems, because they're not unsolvable. Thank you. Appreciate the time.
All right, thank you. Next is Mayor Pro Tem Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just have two questions. One of them is the phasing of the project in terms of what units or what buildings are going to be built first, or if this is going to be one whole phase and all the buildings will be built at the same time.
Thank you for that question. What we intend to happen, I'm crossing our fingers, that we will be putting in our tax credit application and all the other financing applications next week. We would find out by May or June if we were awarded these funds. If so, we would close on the financing and begin construction probably after the 1st of next year. It would be all built simultaneously.
Okay, thanks for that. And then my second question is more for our city staff. With the conditions for approval that were given out of the LURC hearing, including the height that was a recommendation, do those move forward only if council makes a condition of, if council makes those as a condition of approval, or those with the application at this point?
Ms. Bertanzetti, you want to go first and then Ms. Rogers can clarify or?
So as presented this evening, the first recommendation regarding the height, the applicant did not provide a response to, well, they provided a written response, but they didn't make changes to the plan. So if approved by city council this evening, it would be for the site development plan as it's drawn this evening with a 35-foot height. So that would mean that the condition does not move forward. It ended at Lurk. With the good neighbor policy that was submitted as part of the application, as part of your consideration this evening. So I believe, I consider that part of the application as it's presented to you this evening, unless that sounds like our attorney is agreeing with me and I like that. So as the part of the application for this that's under consideration. So a motion of approval would include that good neighbor policy.
Awesome. Thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Delgadillo.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one question as it pertains to notice. So generally for staff, what is our process for notice? Are there any situations in which neighbors would not get notice? Because I did hear, regardless of my feelings on this project, I think there is an opportunity to take into consideration some feedback on that.
Sure. We occasionally do hear that there are unfortunate delays with the delivery of the notice. Unfortunately, it's a little bit out of our hands. We have a deadline for when it has to be mailed by per the code. So that gets delivered to the post office. And then when it gets through the post office until delivery, it is unfortunate that it sounds like a few people didn't get their notice until today, but the notification went out about 10 days ahead of the meeting date. Because of that, we try to really provide multiple ways for people to learn about the meetings. We don't try to rely on one way to get the word out. There is the sign that's posted on the property ahead of the meeting. There's, as I mentioned, the mailed notice. We also provide a legal notice in the newspaper. We use the local Brimfield newspaper. And then we've also updated the Brimfield Voice and include the information that there's a public meeting scheduled on the Brimfield Voice as well. So we do try to provide a few different ways to get the word out.
All right, thank you. And then kind of quick question about that poster. What is the size of that? Is that legible? Just a little bit more detail on that for the property.
For the property, I believe it's about 2 feet by 3 feet. I'm looking at Shelby to 24 by 36, so 2 feet by 3 feet in size. It is kind of a white poster board. We can replace them if they get damaged. Occasionally, they unfortunately get damaged in the wind or blow off the site, but we replace them when we hear that they've been damaged or are no longer visible.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Lim.
Yes, I'm following up on the sidewalks. I think the developer said that they've done, well, it was Blue Line. I don't know if the developers or if it's the architect. But the developer said that they have done other IDD projects in other areas. Would the developer comment on the lack of adequate sidewalks in areas that they've encountered before? And to what extent is the developer or BHA responsible for accessibility in the area in which the development is located?
Thank you for the question. I will first assert that we have already planned to make the sidewalks on our site fully accessible. So that is a part of something that we've already designed and planned to, and it's in your packet that we're doing that. When it comes to our team, actually building housing for individuals with IDD is newer. And so while our team is learning this, we actually purposely chose a general contractor that we are Danuve contracting, who actually has built 2 other properties that served IDD populations. So while our team is new to working with this vulnerable population, that's why we've been so reliant on working with parents and families and friends and Imagine to learn about this. And we've also brought in a nationally known consultant to help us who has an expertise in IDD housing. But when it comes to our team's experience in it, it's kind of a new field just across the board in affordable housing. So I would just say tout that this would be one of the first in the state if we are able to move forward with this project.
So you feel like you've done your due diligence with the fact that the sidewalks within the neighborhood will be accessible and the sidewalks surrounding, with the question of walkability are beyond what the development is responsible for. Is that what you're?
I mean, I guess I would say really quickly, and then I would love to hand it to Kristen, is that we did plan for the sidewalks on our site that we are responsible for being fully accessible. We would love to engage with the neighborhood to talk about other improvements that could be made, including the sidewalks. And we would love to see speed bumps, things of that sort as well. So I think that is a real opportunity for us to come together and advocate for, but I'll ask Kristen.
The only thing I would add is that per planning staff review and the referral review comments, our sidewalks on our property are connecting to the existing public way, and improvements are requested for the two curb ramps at the end of Cottonwood meeting 14th Street. So there was a conversation, as part of our review application that addressed that connectiveness, but beyond that, that's kind of the limits that I know.
Okay, thank you. This is ballpark for staff. I mean, are we talking about millions to fix sidewalks? Are we talking about, I mean, I understand this, we would like to think this is a simple
It is
idea,
not.
but it is not.
It is not. And yes, it is in the millions.
Okay, thank you. Funding, the transit. I saw in the memo that the on-site van might be available later, and in the meantime, there would be Uber vouchers. What I heard in the presentation was something more definite about there being an on-site van. Could you clarify that?
Previously, we did present it as a possibility that would probably come later in a time of development. I mean, after the development was completed. However, our team has come together to confirm that that is a priority for the project to be successful. And so we've committed to purchase a van that will be available as of day one.
Okay, great. That's good to know. One very specific question for, this is probably staff. The applicant has in the packet that they have the EV code met, the solar ready code met. There wasn't a mention of having the electric ready code met. Is that something that's implied, or is that something that's not happening?
Thank you for the clarification. It is implied. They have to comply with the building code. We often don't mention building code compliance in the site development plan, but it's assumed that when they come in for permits, they will meet Broomfield's current and in effect building code, which today is electric ready.
Okay, great. Thanks. The good neighbor policy that was proposed by LERC, it said that the property management would respond within 2 business days. Could you explain a little more detail about how that you expect that interaction to take place? And I'm not familiar with other properties in Broomfield that have that good neighbor policy, and maybe staff could comment if there are other properties in Broomfield that have that good neighbor interaction.
So thank you for the question. I'm actually so once the property is built, part of our engagement with Blue Line is not just as a co-owner and co-developer, but they are also an experienced property management company, and they will be providing the property management services. And they have extensive experience in working with vulnerable populations. So that's one of the primary reasons why we chose Blue Line. But this is Oriana, and she's going to be sharing with us just kind of how that works, and speaking from the property management perspective.
Good evening, Oriana Sanchez. I live in Denver, so I don't live in Montana, even though that's where our company is based, but I live here and have for many decades. So the property management question. So we will have full-time property management and maintenance staff. We also, when we're working with neighbors and engaging in a good neighbor agreement, will we will negotiate with neighbors on how we both want to interact with each other. So is it in an emergent situation, here is a phone number where you can reach someone 24/7. In a let's discuss something that a neighborhood cleanup, for instance. So let's discuss that. That could be a we will return your call within the 2 business days. So we need to have our priorities set out, and that is a discussion that we have back and forth. So when, you know, we want to be very clear that when we're engaging in a good neighbor agreement, that it's a back and forth, right? It is the entire neighborhood. And as Councilman Leslie said so well, like, we want everyone to be safe, and it's a community. And so we want to have an open conversation and discussion and have that back and forth and have everyone comfortable with how we will respond and what we will do, and have that communication via email, phone, personal, however we agree upon with both parties.
Okay, thank you. And could staff address, do we have it in with other developments? I can think of one place we should have had it.
I think it's a fair question. We do not have any other properties that have adopted the good neighbor policy. It's a relatively new requirement for group living facilities. Council just created that ordinance just a few years ago, and we have not had an application for a new group living facility since that time.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, those are my questions.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you. Councilmember Lim covered much of what I wanted to ask, but I wanted just to elaborate if I could. It was at Blue Line. Is that could you tell us more about your history, your experience, the other facilities you operate? Sorry. Do you want me to repeat the question?
I think I got it.
Okay.
Thank you. So more on our history.
Well, I'm curious, a little more, elaborate more on the management. But your history, what other facilities you operate?
Okay.
And is there resident management, or what's the day-to-day operation?
So Blue Line's been in operation since 2011 on the development side. On the property management side, we were seeing a gap in proper management of developments that we were involved in, and decided to take that in-house. So then our property management company was formed, and that was in 2018. So when we are a partner and a co-GP in developments, we will be also the property manager. So dependent on the type of development that it is, so we will do affordability or how did we say, income aligned housing. We also do, and in Colorado, the majority of the development that we do is for people exiting homelessness. So that management looks a little different than when we're doing income aligned. We will have full-time property management staff, full-time maintenance staff. And here, as Kristen said, we are looking at the resident services coordinator position, which will actually sit under BHA rather than under property management, to be able to coordinate those needed services. So we want to make sure that we have staff that is appropriate and is there and available the appropriate amount of time for residents. So in this case, in working with our consultant and working with parents and working with friends and Imagine, we feel that this is the right amount of staffing to have that coordinator who can set up with, coordinate between the service providers and have our property management staff on site 40 hours a week. Other times we have management staff that may live on site, but this isn't the case here.
Okay. And you have managed, or you are managing IDD facilities now?
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. We are not managing IDD sites. This would be the first, as this is the first of this kind that we have worked on. And we are talking with Laredon that does have a similar property up and operating, as well as, of course, our stakeholder group with our parents and our consultants. What we do have is to say we have approximately 10 projects either leasing up and or in operations right now that are for people exiting homelessness, where it's a real robust service package along with property
You
management.
operate transitional housing. Okay.
It's not transitional, it's permanent.
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah,
Okay.
long-term.
And maybe this is the answer for a question for the Housing Alliance. What exactly is the Housing Alliance's oversight? Is there an oversight role? In other words, if if this is built and the neighborhoods have an issue and they don't like what they're hearing from the resident assistant, is there another interaction, or what's the accountability for the BHA and ostensibly the city and county of Broomfield?
I don't know if I have a great answer for you because we haven't lived into it yet, but I imagine we've been working hand in hand. I imagine us being on site very regularly while our offices will not be there. This is a community that we're very excited to be a part of and to be to create and help inform what this community grows into. So I could see it as we are developing our working relationship with Blue Line, the property management. I just wanted to add that we're entering into memorandums of understanding with Imagine, Friends, as well as Blue Spruce, which is a new nonprofit that is working to support communities just like the Grove and convening volunteer corps to come in and provide social amenities, life skills classes, all sorts of types of service programs and activities. And so I think we've been talking about the work ahead of us between the property management, BHA, Blue Line as co-owner, co-developer, and then also our agency partners of just really kind of rolling up our sleeves and figuring out how we're going to make this most effective. I fully can commit that we will be available. If we are here in town, our numbers are posted, we can tell you where our offices are. We're welcome to engage anytime there is any sort of concern.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a question about the right-of-way vacation. Because the Glory Home parking area is going to be impacted. Do we know how many cars park at the Glory Home now? And how are they going to be accommodated with the new design of the street?
Thank you, Mayor. So with the street vacation, they've agreed to the vacation and to all of the property going to BHA to accommodate this project. And in return, they would have the ability to get access to their area. And so there's an easement in return that provides that. So I don't have the exact daily count for how many vehicles use it, but they would still be able to continue to use it as they do today. And then I wanted to follow up with Councilmember Marshall's question, if that's okay.
Of course.
Great. So the question that you'd asked earlier was whether we had some recent traffic counts that Broomfield had done on 13th and 14th. I wasn't able to find any recent counts on 14th, but I was able to find some for 13th. 13th Avenue, the last traffic count was done in 2022, and it had 1,034 daily trips. 524 of those were in the eastbound direction. As in addition, the traffic engineer for the applicant also had to do traffic counts to support their traffic study. Their traffic study showed that 14th Avenue, which I didn't have our data for, had 465 daily trips as their background traffic in 2027, and that included a 2% annual increase beyond what they counted to try and account for the change in the time. So I did want to also mention that there is, Broomfield has a traffic mitigation program that we can take a look at. There are specific criteria that would need to be met, but based on this evening's direction, I can communicate with our traffic engineer. The process is that it's initiated by some mechanism. It can be done through an email, a nomination from city council directed by staff. I will bring this back to the traffic engineer. They will then run traffic counts in the future, look at the traffic safety incidents that occur, and then look at potential options for traffic mitigation.
Councilmember Marshall.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to follow up on that. So the traffic counts, but did those do a speed analysis also with the 85th percentile?
They did. I believe it was about 31 miles per hour on the 13th Avenue that Broomfield did.
And does Bowswell count as a school in that regards for the 5 over versus the 7 over?
I am not sure if they do.
Okay. Okay. Yes, I would like to, I mean, for my part, I would like to see us look at traffic mitigation on both those streets, but thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions from council? Councilmember Anderson.
I did have one additional question for the good neighbor agreement. And that is this agreement, like, is this the proposed final agreement? And not final, and will there be community engagement to draft that final agreement so that they have their input as well?
I would look forward to a conversation with the city and county as to the intention when this was adopted. Just to understand kind of the expectations as to what sort of engagement is expected, and to what end, to be honest. So what we did is we did draft a good neighbor agreement that is based on what is presented in code. We identified all the elements that we were asked to identify in the code, in terms of how we would be in contact, our intentions. It also speaks to noise and smoking and parking. So we would identify a lot of those things. We would love to engage the community and our surrounding neighbors to come up with a relationship and ongoing conversations. So we are living together in a very positive and wonderful way. But I would want to be very clear as to the expectations and the requirements as to what we're required to do, just because having participated in similar good neighbor agreements in other communities, they can be quite lengthy in negotiations. And so I would just want to have some real expectations and parameters as to what that looks like from both of our perspectives, as to what the neighbors can experience and expect and what we can experience and expect. Thank you.
Okay, and I actually do have one more question. Just I feel like we need to do diligence to this one is the 2-story building height, the keeping it down below. I understand you can't do 3-story, you can't do 3 stories and it have to be 2 stories. And just what type of a setback that would be, how many units would you lose? And is it no longer a viable project?
I don't have the exact answers to those specific questions. What I could say is if we were asked to stick to the 30-foot height limit, that would require a complete redesign of the site, which would delay our application for financing, which would be a concern. We wouldn't be able to pursue financing this year. It's 9% low income housing tax credits. It's very competitive. It's very limited resource, and there's only one opportunity per year. So we would be held back on applying for those financing resources this year. We have discussed that if we were to, because of the need to hit 40 units to achieve our operating income, to provide the services and the programs and property management, resident services, social activities, a van, all those things that we've been talking about that we're really excited about, we have to hit 40 units. That's our break even point. And so for us to go down to 2 stories would require us to spread out horizontally. If we were to lose that vertical density, we would have to go out horizontally. I'm not the best at explaining this sort of stuff, but it would compromise the amount of landscaping and green space. It would increase the amount of hardscape. It would cut into the paths that we have built into the site. So while right now I understand that the massing and density feels intense, I think if we were to come back with a redesign that hits the 2 stories, it would feel a lot more intense and a lot more of an encroachment on the surrounding neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. So the answer is the 40 units would stay, you would just spread out horizontally. Okay, thank you. That's my questions.
All right, thank you. Last call for council questions. Any other question? Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. There are 3 items related to this project that council will vote on this evening. The first is an ordinance on rezoning. The second is an ordinance to vacate a roadway. And the third is a resolution approving the development plan. First is council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2228. Will the clerk please read the proposed ordinance by title?
Ordinance number 2228, rezoning land at 1347 Cottonwood Street, 1354 Cottonwood Street, 1377 Cottonwood Street, and 1394 Cottonwood Street from R1 to PUD. Public hearing and first reading.
Thank you. Is there a motion, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that I move that ordinance number 2228 be adopted on first reading and ordered published in full, and that a public hearing and a second and final reading be held on February 13th, 2024.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Henkel?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Henkel?
Sorry, no, I accidentally pushed that button.
Oh, Councilmember.
I was a little
Marshall.
button anxious there.
Okay.
Thank you. Mayor.
Hold on. That was the 4-hour mark.
You got cut off.
I'm gonna make my comments on the entire development at this point. I am in full support of this development as it's established. I think that I understand the concerns of the density, but those concerns can be mitigated through the traffic issues and sidewalks, which, you know, it's not just this neighborhood. First and second filing both also have these limited sidewalks, and it is something we need to address, but it's a long-term project that we have to deal with. One of the presenters talked earlier about Broomfield never had affordable housing. The thing is, that was by design. Broomfield at one point wanted a single-family executive level housing community. That was a mistake, in my opinion, and I ran on affordable housing. I was one of my platforms. I know many of my colleagues did also. The fact is that affordable housing requires density, and not just density in the outskirts and periphery of the community, in the neighborhoods. I live in Brandywine. I live in a single-family housing neighborhood. I live right across the street from the park. And I can say unequivocally, if this development was proposed next to my house, I would vote yes on it. So it is something we need. Then we will be building density in the future. That's the only way we can have affordable housing in the community. I think this is the right way to go for this neighborhood. Like I said, I know there are concerns, but we can deal with them. The traffic especially can be dealt with. So that's why I support this. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. I also will be supporting this project tonight. I know change can be very hard, especially if you fear what you don't know. However, like Councilmember Marsh-Holston said, Broomfield was designed from the very beginning to be exclusionary. Housing built after World War II was predominantly single family. It was designed for those who were considered middle class and were white and could afford to move about without the need for transit, walking, or biking. The concerns regarding the sidewalks and ADA accessibility and safe biking are well-founded. That does not exist to the degree it should in Broomfield. And that was something that I did run on, because knowing first filing is in Ward 2, those sidewalks are just like the Hollywood sidewalks in Northmore. And they are very challenging for people with ADA issues. Those challenges would still persist even if this project did not move forward. And I'm sure there are residents in the Northmore area that have mobility issues. They use walkers or wheelchairs or something of the sort like that. And I don't think denying this project is the best thing to do just because of that. That is something we as a community can work on, and it is something we as a community should work on going forward and making sure we have that accessibility for everyone. I know there were comments made about access to transit. Even pre-COVID, there still would not have been access to transit in this neighborhood. The Route 51, furthest north it went on Sheridan Boulevard, was 120th by the King Soopers. It would not have gone this far up. The other local route that Broomfield had was the 128, and that was only on Midway, which is probably about 3/4 of a mile to a mile away, I would assume, from this project based on Google Maps. Broomfield was designed not to have transit, but that's not a reason we shouldn't approve this project, because we can always try and get more transit. If that has to be Broomfield, then it has to be Broomfield. It does not have to be RTD. Nonetheless, I will be supporting this project.
Thank you. Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you. Now that everyone else is going, I thought I would jump on that button. And I just really want to thank you all for being here tonight. This tells me that there's great need to have site improvements in the neighborhood, and also the need for those to want to belong in your neighborhood, and relief for parents knowing that your child is going to be safe. I can't imagine as a parent knowing if my child were without me and they had IDD and I would not be able to take care of them, who would be there for them? And to develop that tribe for your children is very important. I will say that we are revamping our zoning anyway. We are working on that. We're working on other things as well, like density. Just we're revamping a lot of things in Burnfield. So I just want to tell people that. And I do live in a neighborhood that actually has different types of housing. And one of the things I love about it, we live close to a school. We walk by the children just to hear their voices and their screams. It's actually a lot of fun. I have a 19 and 14-year-old who don't want to be anywhere near me most of the time. So it's a lot of fun to actually hear some of the noises, and it makes me feel alive again. Another thing too is that, my child wanted to go and get her tooth pulled. Well, where would she want to get it pulled? Because I'm not touching that tooth. And she went over and saw her teacher that lives in the same neighborhood, just different types of housing. And I felt like that was really important to our family to have that community. To get into some more of the details, I will tell you that I've gone in front of CHFA and it can be intimidating. So I wanted to let you know that when you go in front of CHFA, I'm probably going to give Councilmember Ward a heart attack right now. But we would be looking into possibly, I would be supportive of lowering parking because that's one thing that they were kind of concerned about in the project that I was talking about. And I just wanted to let everyone know that I am just excited about this. And I would imagine that parents, you all spoke about how this would actually make your child more safe. And I appreciate that. And if this is one of the first things that's happening for our IDD community, it tells you what a need there is. If it's the first of anything, there's such a need. So I just want to thank you for your engagement. I was there at the BCC at that first meeting. And I've been listening ever since. So I appreciate you all so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say that I recognize that infill is extremely hard. It's one reason we fought so hard against the governor's plan to take away local control over infill projects so we could have this discussion in our community. And I want to recognize to the Northmore community that there will be change. There will be impacts for sure. But based on my limited experience interacting with IDD adults at my previous employment where we had a community, I think you'll find in time that you'll have delightful new neighbors and that your fears will not be fulfilled. And I think you'll have our commitment that we will be very dedicated to mitigating any issues that come up in the community. That if there's problems with safety, and I don't think there will be, but if there are with sidewalks or accessibility or traffic, I think you have this council's commitment that we will fix it. And we'll be especially attentive to your needs because of, in some ways, the sacrifice that you're taking to fulfill this incredible need in the IDD community. I think in the long run, it will be a really good experience. And finally, I think it was Mr. Brown who challenged us to think about if we wanted this in our neighborhoods. And I live due east of this on the other side of the commons. We have a big park in my neighborhood that's bisected by a highway or a road that goes to a middle school. So we have a lot of traffic going through. I would like to think that my neighbors would be supportive. There is actually some space there, and I'll try and say this without getting in trouble with the attorney, that had a proposal that hasn't come forward yet for a lot of dense housing with one access road that would have gone through our neighborhood. I would prefer this in a heartbeat to the type of traffic and noise and things that you'd have no control about. Whereas in this case, there will be some accountability through the management and through the Housing Alliance. I take you at your word that you will be very responsive to any needs or issues that come up with the neighbors. So I will be supporting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you, Mayor. And obviously, I want to again thank everyone for being here today. Whoever spoke, your presence here after 9:51, it shows that you're compassionate, you're very committed, and this is very important to you. So I just want to say I'm in support of this just because I know that the need for IDD is huge and massive. I mean, folks with IDD are people who really need the help and they need the care, and housing is important. And, I ran a campaign on affordability and getting more housing for folks. And I know for a fact from my work that folks with IDD are often unable to find housing that fits with their needs. And it's rare to find a project like this that offers an opportunity for folks with IDD. So I think this is a great opportunity to, make some rights here to help our community grow and also support our community. Because at the end of the day, folks who care or being impacted by IDD really need this. And I feel like this is an opportunity for Colorado to move in the right direction for affordability and to give more housing for folks in general. And Broomfield is a growing community, and I'm fortunate to be able to live here with my sister. But I know for a fact that's a privilege because folks aren't able to afford homes, nor are they able to really even have that ability to grow and foster. And for a lot of Broomfielders, that might be difficult, especially as we continue to grow. So I feel like, 50 is a good number, but knowing that only 10 of those units is only available for folks with IDD is not enough in my opinion. But I'm glad that this is the first step though. So obviously it's not enough. I mean, we've heard a lot of thoughts and opinions of how this is not enough. And I agree, it isn't. But I feel like it is a first step to improving lives, saving lives, and making sure that we are in an equitable yeah, I clap that too anyway, but I support equity, and social equity is very important to me. So I absolutely will support this just because this is the right step. This is a step that we need in Broomfield, in Colorado, in America. And to support our community to grow and prosper is something I fully and firmly believe in. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
Mayor. So I'm going to start by just saying I represent the residents of Northmore in Ward 4. And from the concept, this has been a challenging project because we started off with somewhere around 100 units that there are 100 people that could have lived in these units. And we finally got down at the concept review to where we're going to say that there would be the 44 residents based on the single and the 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom apartments. And now we're back to a place where we could be talking about families. We're back up to a much higher number. I feel like we're not quite settled in this whole discussion. I get the feeling this is going to pass tonight. I appreciate that from the standpoint that we have such a huge IDD community that needs these locations. I just don't feel like this is solidified enough because we're still changing information. So I'm going to vote no because of that, because I think we needed more time to do this. I understand the delay there. But probably the biggest sticking piece for me, and I understand it's a funding issue, but that we're putting so much density into this community. It's already been a challenge, and we can only guarantee the 25%. We can only guarantee the 10 units. If we could guarantee all 40, that would change my opinion greatly. So based on that, and I know we have to go through this funding process, and I know it's not complete, and I know we still have more to do. But I don't know if there's got to be a better way to do this and changes at the state or something, because requesting that we can only reserve 10 units just seems a disservice to our communities, and hopefully something changes at the state. And thank you all for coming out tonight.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion? Doing okay on the end over there? I can show you all how to silence your phones after this. Okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Discussion is finished. Seeing no further discussion, we'll move forward to the vote on ordinance number 2228. Council, please cast your vote electronically. All council members have entered their vote. The results will now be displayed on the screen, and that passes 9-1. Will the clerk, next is council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2229. Will the clerk please read the proposed ordinance by title?
Ordinance number 2229, vacating the right-of-way of a cul-de-sac south of East 14th Avenue within the Northmore Estates subdivision. Public hearing and first reading.
Thank you. Is there a motion, Mayor Pro Tem Schaaf?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that ordinance number 2229 be adopted on first reading and order published in full, and that a public hearing and a second and final reading be held on February 13, 2024.
Thank you. Is there a second, Councilmember Ward?
I second the motion.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion, we'll move forward to the vote on ordinance number 2229. Council, please cast your vote electronically. All council members have entered their vote. The results will now be displayed on the screen. And that passes 9-1. Next and final matter on the Cottonwood development is council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2024-16. Will the clerk please read the proposed resolution by title?
Resolution number 2024-16, approving the Grove at Cottonwood, filing number 1, planned unit development plan, final plat, and site development plan.
Thank you. Is there a motion, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that resolution number 2020-24-16 be adopted.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Marshall Olson.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I didn't want to comment early on those motions as they had to do with zoning change and right away. And as very sexy topics as those are, I really wanted to comment about the development project. I appreciate the community engaging in this conversation tonight in such a respectful manner toward one another. For being on council for 6 years now, not all project hearings go this way. And go this well. I really appreciate all of your willingness to uphold the standard of excellence for Broomfield and to continue to show that we can do great things here in Broomfield. I really appreciate the step-up fashion of the buildings and doing a great job in masking the mass of these buildings. And lastly, I just want to comment from a Northmore neighbor that commented tonight. She said, I can't think of something more appropriate for this neighborhood. And while I can't speak for the neighborhood, I do think this is a wonderful project for the community of Broomfield, and I fully support this project. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councilmember Lim.
I think this is when I would make a motion to condition approval of this resolution number 2024-16 with the addition of the good neighbor policy that LERC recommended and which the applicant has prepared in the attachment.
Thank you, Councilmember Lim. Before I ask for a second, is that necessary since the good neighbor agreement is contained in the submission?
Yes, they revised their submission, and please, Ms. Bertonzetti, correct me if I'm wrong. The applicants revised their submission to include that second condition that LERC had requested on their own. So it doesn't need to be a condition, but
Okay.
thank you, Councilmember Lim.
Thank you. I wanted to make sure. Thank you. I understand.
Thanks for the clarification. Any other discussion? Seeing no further discussion, we'll move forward to the vote on resolution number 2024-16. Council, please cast your vote electronically. All council members have entered their vote. The results will now be displayed on the screen, and that passes 9-1. So thank you all so much for participating. And congratulations, but we still have the rest of the meeting to get through. So we'll give you guys a few minutes to clear out, and then we'll, let's take a 5-minute recess. And we'll be back in 5 minutes, 10:05. Welcome back, everyone. And so we can continue our meeting. I ask our dear neighbors and friends to take it out into the lobby. Thank you. Thank you all so much. All right. Our next item under action items this evening is council's consideration of 3 proposed resolutions relating to the Department of Human Services grant funding. Before we start the discussion, I want to disclose that my wife is a new board member for Mental Health Partners. It is a voluntary position for which there is no compensation. Join the club. Any consideration involving Mental Health Partners will not result in private gain for myself or her, and I will remain impartial and objective regarding the city's business with Mental Health Partners. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor, and Director Dan Casey. Human Services is, I was going to say slowly making his way, but he's picking up the pace a little bit with that new hip of his.
I'm sorry, is that hip roofing?
Mr. Casey.
My walk was hip as well as my new hip was hip. But was that a boo? Did I? Oh, okay. So good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. I'm Dan Casey, the Director of Human Services. I hope to go quickly through this agenda or this presentation this evening. And I also wanted to start by recognizing Mayor Pro Tem's haircut. I think it's very, imitation is the grandest form of flattery. So I would like to just start by saying this really is, I say this every year and I mean this. This is my favorite part of coming to council. This is my favorite presentation that I do every year because this is an opportunity for my department to give back to the community that helps us. It takes a village. I say that a lot. And our nonprofits are amazing. They do a lot for CCOB and we couldn't do our work without them. And so this really is a time for me to get up here and present this information to you, but also to really support the ecosystem of nonprofits in our community. I also just wanted to say that we understand that right now there's a high demand for programs and services across all of our human services efforts. And this isn't something that is specific to Broomfield. This is across all of Colorado and probably all of the United States. At the same time, we're running out of stimulus funds and ARPA funds are drying up and closing out. So it is really, it's a critical time with the lack of resources. And so we know that what we do here is critically important for our community and we don't take that lightly. There's a lot of things that we do in our work with these nonprofit grants that, we try to hold a high fidelity to the model. We try to make it a repeatable, predictable process for our grantees. And then we also try to make it as equitable as we can. I like to say there's some art and some science involved in this. We try to apply art when we can and science when we need to. And I'll describe that as I go through the presentation, but I'll kind of get started here quickly. Our budgeted amount for 2024 was 1.6 million, just to shade over that. This memorandum includes all of our community nonprofit agreements that are in excess of $200,000, which council has to approve. And then I also wanted to say that this is also kind of a unique year. You may have heard that there's been some conversations about tax revenue and property taxes. So with that said, I think we'll have an opportunity later this year to come back and maybe talk about what that means for our grant process and how that might potentially increase what we're able to do. We have never done that in the past, so I'm learning right along with you as how that might work. Just quickly, Resolution 2024-22 is for Imagine, and you'll see that as a total amount of $366,000. That is a combination of what they do for us as far as the CCB, which is our community centered board, and then also their service delivery agency, which is the PASA. And I will talk a little bit more about that as I get into this, but that's a combined amount. So next slide, please. Our nonprofit funding is generated from 1.0 of our 2.25 human services mill. And that is a fund that's been historically referred to as the Developmentally Disabled and Mental Health Fund. In 2009, council approved a resolution, and in that resolution, it adopted a community outlay policy for us. That is when they referred to the CCB and the BHO specifically, and there was different requirements in 2009. So fast forward to 2019, we made some changes to that policy that reflected the changes in that BHO process. Some of you that were on council previously have heard me talk about the difference with the regional accountability entity, or the RAE. Because of that structure, our BHO no longer is in existence. So that mental health piece of what we used to fund separately now is part of the competitive grant process. Similar for the CCB, we have had a community center board. Next slide, please. We had a community center board that historically we have funded all of the operations, the CCB and the PASA. Beginning last year, we separated those two out. And again, you will see that in 24, we have asked Imagine to provide us their CCB proposal is separate from their PASA proposal. And the PASA proposal is part of the competitive process where the CCB portion is not. Part of what we do in human services, for a lot of what we do, is continuous quality improvement or process improvement. And this really is a routine examination of our processes, where we are in the current environment, and how we can better perform our service delivery, and also decisions on allocation of resources. So you'll see a list of items here that we've done over the years for our continuous quality improvement. In 2019, we aligned our funding proposals with council priorities, our human services strategic priorities, and our community behavioral health improvement plan. All of you will remember the CHIP, or what we call the BHIP now. And then a big part of that in 19 was getting the funding to our nonprofits sooner. There was typically a delay, so they were getting their money in February, March, or April. We made a commitment to get them their dollars as close to January as we can. In 21, 22, we enhanced performance metrics, measurable outcome indicators, and grant reporting. 22, we went to tiered funding. We had a focus on diversity, equity, access, and inclusion efforts. And then we also established the nonprofit consortium. 23 and 24, we entered into a partnership with the Broomfield Community Foundation for the Tier 1 grant administration. And then in 24, we're also piloting a multi-year grant funding option. We're doing that this year with Mental Health Partners. And then also looking at our critical community services, IDD, mental behavioral health, and our Family Resource Center. And then a big part of what we've done in 23 and 24 is trying to emphasize or include data, and using Unite Us for our data integration process. And that's just a two-way referral process, and that cuts down on what the client has to do, but it also connects our nonprofit providers together. And again, that consortium is another big step. Next slide, please. This is our process that we do every year. We've been doing this every year since the inception, but specifically since 2019, when we changed the dates. In August, our nonprofit application is released. We communicate that to all of the recipients of former grants or former applicants. We post it on our website. We put it on our communication channels. October, the nonprofit applications are due. Then in October, November, we review those and score those. The Broomfield Community Foundation takes all the tier 1s, and those are the grants up to $25,000. And then Human Services, we do the tier 2s and tier 3s. And we have an application scoring committee that has some department representatives from our department, from within the city and county of Broomfield, and then some community members as well. In December, we make funding decisions. We run it through our management team, our leadership team in Human Services, and we make kind of those final decisions on funding. And again, that's we have a repeatable process. We have objective funding formula that's used for fidelity. We base this on community scores and community needs. Again, I started in saying art and science. So we kind of blend those two things together as we're making decisions. And that goes to agency-specific decisions when appropriate for community needs, budget requirements, and equity. And I will talk about a couple examples at the last slide. And then not on this slide, but January is where we are today. We try to get in front of this body and get approval and move forward to get the dollars into our community. Next slide. So for 24, these are kind of just high level stats for you guys. The 24 budget was 1.6 million. The requests that came in from the application process were 2.6 million. So we were roughly about $1 million short. Total applications were 52. The number of agencies we were able to fund is 49. We had 4 brand new applications from nonprofits in our community that we had not seen previously. And we funded 2 new nonprofits. Those would be tier 1. Anybody that's brand new to our process that gets funded for the first time starts as a tier 1 and they get up to $15,000. Next slide, please. The next couple of slides are just the charts that are also in the memo. This just shows what we've granted in 22, what their request was in 23, what their award was in 23, and then again, the request and award for 24. These are the tier 1s. Next slide, please. And this is a continuation of all the tier 1s. Final slide. So the final slide here is the tier 2 and 3s that DHS manages. Just wanted to highlight a couple of items from this final chart. When I had talked about the art and the science, there's a couple here that stand out that I would use as an example. For instance, Almost Home, if you'll notice, they're the second one on the chart. They didn't apply for a grant in 23. They applied for a grant this year of $128,000. As we looked at that grant, that was for two staff members for outreach. They have 1 now. We're also working on grants internal in DHS, so we figured we wouldn't need to fund both of those because we're working on a grant to fund the second one, and that would be where that art is more so than the science. The second example that I would like to point out is Community Reach Center, which is one of our nonprofit mental health providers. Again, they asked for $50,000 this year, and as we went back and looked at what they spent last year and the money that they gave back to us that they didn't spend, we felt that starting at a $10,000 grant for them this year would be more appropriate, just based on kind of the historical trends and what we've seen with Community Reach Center. Make sure I said everything I had on my notes. I also have Dionne West, who is the co-CEO of Broomfield Community Foundation, and she has a 3-minute presentation on how they scored the tier 1 grants. I'll let her get up here and make a few comments.
Yeah, that's fine. All right, so Dionne West, I'm actually now the executive director of, I'm not co anymore. And I have with me Tiffany Stockard, who is our office manager and multitasker extraordinaire. I'm going to try and keep this very quick. The foundation's mission is very simple. We seek to improve the lives of Broomfield residents, and we do that by supporting nonprofits through grant making and community resource building. Tonight, we seek approval for tier 1 in the amount of $265,000 in funding. And that would go towards 35 tier 1 organizations. The foundation has also pledged $79,000 to add to that. And we were also able to raise an additional $16,000 from private donations. This is our second year teaming up with DHS. And the feedback we've gotten has been extremely positive. We've heard from nonprofits that they really appreciate the fact that they're only doing 1 application, 1 reporting process. So that cuts down on their administrative tasks and expenditures. And each year we seek to improve our process. And so I just wanted to highlight how we deal with the tier 1 processes. Our grant review committee this year was made up of 26 community volunteers, which included 5 foundation board members. And they review all the applications in 4 subgroups. We require a significant amount of financial disclosures in our application. So each subgroup requires that we have someone who is in the finance industry or has a finance background in order to dig into those numbers and evaluate the true financial health of the organization and its sustainability. Once reviewed, we have an online scoring system that everybody can participate in. And all of those scores get processed by our volunteer data analysis guru who produces all the pretty charts and in-depth data for the committee to review further. Our online scoring system also has the opportunity for them to provide comments and to present questions that we direct to the organizations. The next step is that we have online interviews. All organizations that are new and have not received any grants from the foundation are required to participate in our online interview process. Also, any returning organizations are scheduled on a 3-year rolling basis for those. Additionally, if any red flags come up or any significant amount of questions from the subcommittees, we throw them on the itinerary as well. All 26 members are invited to these online interviews, gives them a chance to ask questions, get more background, and really hear directly from the executive staff what the plans are for these grants. Next, each subcommittee meets with each other to compare notes, scores, review last year's grant and their reporting to see how well they did with the grant money they received last year. And then they also, we try and group our subcommittees into topic areas so they really can compare organizations that are providing some similar services. After all of that, then we have a global meeting with all of the committee members and come up with recommendations, final recommendations of grant funding for our board to approve. Once funding has been distributed, there's also a continuing review throughout the year. This includes site visits that we have on a rolling basis, again, where committee members are invited to be on site with staff to ask their questions, to see how it really works. And we've been finding that the community has enjoyed that. I think that I just wanted to highlight that our collaboration with DHS really has 3 primary benefits. Obviously, I spoke to the fact that the nonprofits only have to provide 1 application and instead of 2, which they were doing 2 years ago. Second, the collaboration allows BCF to do what it does best. This is our function. We are a grant-making organization, and we are financial stewards of those dollars. So this allows and frees up valuable time and resources for those DHS staff members who can then focus more on their mission. And as you've heard, it's a fairly rigorous review process that involves a wide range of community volunteers. And I think that one of the unseen benefits is that this really educates the public about either the organizations they've never heard of or the organizations they've heard of, but now they have a chance to really learn about their services in depth. And what we have found is that this further promotes volunteerism and also additional donations. So let's see. There we go. We would love to continue to work in this capacity in the future years, and I'm available for questions if you have any.
Just quickly before I conclude my presentation, I would be remiss without recognizing Mandy Walk, who on our side does 95% of this amazing work. Without her coordination and efforts, we would be dead in the water. So just Mandy is amazing. And with that, that concludes our presentation.
Thank you both very much. We'll now proceed with public comments, starting with in person. If there's anyone who would like to be heard, please come up to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes. Anybody online? All right. Questions from council are next. Members should limit themselves to questions. You know the drill. Councilmember Marshallson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Casey, for the informative presentation. So I'm just gonna jump right in here. My questions really are about the difference between the requested amount and the awarded amount. You mentioned a couple of instances where there was reasons for why that was reduced. is the rest of it just because we don't have the funding, or do you have an estimate of how much of that difference is just due to lack of funding, or are there other reasons for? I don't even know name organizations and details. I just was curious. So how much of that is reasons other than funding?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Marshall. And I think reasons other than funding, again, we'd have to go through kind of individually the list. I think predominantly it is funding, right? And as I talked about art and science, in the memo, we describe our process and the scoring rubric that is used. So this year, we had agencies that were scoring 90%, got 75% of their 24 requests. Agencies that scored 80% got 65, and agencies that scored in the 70% range got 55. And that was our foundation, kind of our baseline where we started. And then we could adjust up or down dependent, again, on that art, right? About who needs more, who got what last year, what other things are in the pipeline that we know about that may or may not require us to fund them at that level, or maybe they need more funding. But to answer your question, bottom line is it really comes down to that $1.6 million in the budget.
Okay. And I guess my concern is, I mean, we all hear you bring to us your quarterly reports of the EBT and the need that is out there right now especially on food and housing and those type of things. I'm concerned about the lack of resources for people that really need it. And as my colleagues know, I had proposed an amendment through email that I was considering offering tonight to increase the funding on some or all of the requests. And then talking to City Manager Hoffman, she mentioned June coming back. Is that something that you would be more, I guess, what would the process look like if we were to do it either way?
Yeah, as I said when I started the presentation, yeah, June would be great for us. And because we've never done this in prior years, it's going to take a little bit of noodling and my staff and I to kind of walk through what that might look like. Again, I don't know that I want to reintroduce a whole grant process in June, but going back to who didn't get funded in full and making some decisions on that. We've identified kind of those three pillars that you described, right? Our IDD, our mental health, and our Community Resource Center were the three that we've kind of percolated, and they've been identified as kind of those top priority agencies. So we would need some time to figure that out. I don't know that I could answer that for you now. Again, this is learning as we go for this particular year, but I'm happy to come back in June with some answers.
Do you foresee any needs not being met if we waited until June to increase funding for an organization that provides food, for example? Would there people if they budget based on the award they get now, that limits what they can give out to the community? And I worry that there might be individuals, families that would not have unmet needs. Kids go hungry, for example, if we waited till June.
Yeah, I appreciate that question. And I don't know that I know how to answer that, because I could say yes or no, right? It's dependent on how they budget, what they expect for the year, if there's any other funding that they maybe have the opportunity to seek. So I don't know, but I would say that to answer the question, I think, again, if they assume that this is the amount that they're getting for the full year and then they get additional funding, that would be hopefully good for everybody. But I would be guessing if I tried to answer that question from a provider's perspective.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's the only question I have right now, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Next is Councilmember Nguyen.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you so much for your presentation, Mr. Casey. So, grants, I was fortunately on the, cultural council for many years. So I love grants, love reviewing them. And the question I always ask folks who review grants, were there more applicants this year or were there less? Is there more need? Like, where do we stand in terms of the pool of applicants for 2024?
Great question, Councilmember Nguyen. Yes, there were more applicants this year. I think every year we've seen a gradual increase. The number of applicants that are filling out applications and the amount that they're asking for has increased every year.
And then one other follow-up question is, were there any applicants that were, I looked at the memo, I did see some applicants that were rejected with their amount, and one was Mile High United Way. So I guess my question is, for the applicants who got rejected, for the request they asked for, why? And do you think they would come back in the future years to Broomfield and ask for money?
Yeah, again, thank you for the question. Those are tier ones, so I'm going to have Community Foundation answer that.
And the two organizations I saw was Mile High United Way and Benefits in Action. And again, I mean, you don't have to go through all of them. I'm just curious on, you know.
Yeah. So Mile High United Way had a program to help individuals in Broomfield save money, and then they were going to match that money for purchasing a home or affordable housing. And they've had difficulty actually recruiting people in Broomfield. And so last year's grant went to someone who was starting a business, and they did not start the business in Broomfield. So the committee members had just some concerns about that. So every organization that we deny funding to, we provide sort of a list of the concerns the committee members had, and then they always have an opportunity to apply again next year.
Okay, thank you very much. And obviously, you know, the work y'all do is incredible, impressive. It's very important to the community and especially to the volunteers who look at grants and they make these tough decisions. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Casey and the Broomfield Community Foundation. I also want to make sure that everyone knows I'm the executive director of the Broomfield Resettlement Task Force. Even though we are umbrellaed under you all, I also do not benefit from any, any monies from this. So I just want to make sure people know that. I do have concerns like Councilmember Marsh Holshan too about making sure that our nonprofits are being funded. And I will be quite frank, I am most concerned about Fish, Almost Home, and our mental health partners. So I feel like these are some of our highest needs and a lot of our basic needs. I just want to make sure that those are being met. All right, go to the Almost Home. Are we seeing more regional efforts to support them? I'm just really concerned that we're not funding them. And I did remember that you mentioned that you guys are applying for a grant. What happens if we don't win that grant? And can you tell us what that looks like and just the overall support for Almost Home?
Sure. So, yeah, thank you for the question, Councilmember Henkel. Almost Home's application was, I think, solely for 2 outreach caseworkers. There wasn't really any other items in their application outside of those 2 caseworkers. We figured we only needed 1, so that was why we funded them at 50% of their request to bring in that or to continue that 1 person. Mandy's here to maybe answer the question about the grant because she, again, being the amazing Mandy, is the one that put the grant together, applied for the funds, and will manage it. Yes, Almost Home does get regional support. Almost Home is based out of Adams County, and they do the bulk of their work is in Adams County. We started using Almost Home for our severe weather activation program 2 years ago, I think. And so our relationship with Almost Home is growing right now, and the funding that we're providing to them in this grant doesn't provide any funding for the swap. That's in a separate contract now. We pulled those out where historically that was in that contract. But yes, they do get regional funding. I wish Delaney were still here. She was here earlier. She's the deputy director for Almost Home. But their grant application to us was solely for that 2 caseworkers to do outreach in our community.
Okay. And then can you speak to the grant then,
Yes.
Ms. Walk, about?
Mandy, do you want to? Yeah, I'll have Mandy answer the question
grant
about
master.
where we are with the
She's
grants.
amazing.
Should have just done the whole thing.
Hi, I'm Mandy Walk. So that grant was submitted last Friday. We should hear back in the next month or 2 about it. And our plan would be if we didn't get the grant, we have a team within Human Services that currently fielding homelessness mitigation and reduction efforts. But if we did get the grant, we would move forward with hiring a homeless system navigator.
Gotcha. And would that navigator work with solely in Broomfield, or would we need to share that person?
It'd be solely dedicated to Broomfield, but we're also part of regional efforts related to homelessness, but they would be housed in central in Broomfield.
Okay, thank you very much. And Mr. Casey, you had mentioned the SWAP program and how that's separate. I am concerned that our SWAP program might not be funded this next year. What does that look like?
The 2024 budget was approved for $200,000 for SWAP. Again, based on our assessments from last year and what we saw with the excessively cold winter, we've also kind of dialed that in a little bit with, instead of anybody that shows up for a voucher and says they're from Broomfield, what we do now is pay for a block of rooms. So we have landed on a 40 bed block for that contract. And we think that that $200,000 will carry us through the calendar year of 24.
Okay, thank you. And is there any talk, this might be a little off topic, about transitional housing and working regionally to actually invest in transitional housing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not part of the grant process that we're talking about tonight, but yes, there is discussions. As Mandy talked about, we've done a lot of things to stand up some efforts for homelessness. We've got our by name list, we've got our committee. I saw Dana is in the audience. We're doing a lot of work with our nonprofits, specifically with Fish and the Refuge. So transitional housing, another question probably for Sharon Tessier and that group as well. But yeah, there are a lot of efforts trying to get those kind of focused together so that we're moving in the same direction and moving the needle.
Yeah, I would like to invest in actual housing for transitional housing. Thank you. I do have concerns, just to make sure that we're funding Broomfield Fish, so I would like to revisit that in the future, like we had talked about earlier. And then I just wanted to ask about the part of the application that it is being graded on, or the rubric. I kind of want to go back to that. Just wanted to know more details about it. Are we looking at the application if it's fitting basic needs, or it sounds like there was some, concerns about if they're in Broomfield or not, what does that look like if they're done what they've promised? And then is there any way to know if they're receiving other regional support within that grant application process?
Yes, and again, I'll call Mandy up to help me answer that question, but our process with the rubric we use is based on a ROMA model. So there's a number of factors that we use to evaluate. The budget is part of that. Outside funding, they have to provide us with audited accounts of their finances. They need to tell us if they're getting money from another entity for something very similar. So there's a lot of checks and balances in that application process, and I can let Mandy talk about the rest of that.
Okay, thank you.
We also have certain restrictions on what funds can't be used for, and we also ensure that funds are only used for Broomfield residents. I'm sorry, what can you remind me of some of your
As
questions?
part of the rubric, do we elevate those entities that are supplying basic needs like food, shelter?
So we try to have an objective funding formula that includes an assessment of what is the service they're providing. Is it critical to the community, or is it not critical to the community? Also in the tiers, we have, as the tiers increase, the sophistication of the application increases. So we're also looking at equity pieces within the application, strategic plans, things like that. So.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I would support, additional efforts just to make sure, like you said, it's a critical need. So I think that's it for right now. Thank
And
you.
Councilmember Henkel, if I may, the other piece of that too, part of that quality improvement that I talked about, aligning with our strategic priorities, our human services strategic priorities. And so, yeah, that we would consider those that met in, the accounts priorities, the strategic priorities, the BHIP, things that align with those that are named in that when we release that application. So we do consider those. Are they more heavily weighted? Probably weight is added to them if they're included in that application. If nobody includes, if an applicant doesn't include that information, that score would be lower.
Okay, thank you very much. That's it, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Lim.
Yes, could you explain the June timeframe for maybe we'll have money to think about doing a new process at that time. Can you,
Yes,
you had told, is that got to do with the property tax revenue?
it does. So aside from, and this is why we haven't done this before. So we haven't had a spike, obviously, in property tax like we're realizing now. So, and while to the wanting to fund all of our nonprofits to what the request is, I think all of us would like to do that. And I feel like Darth Vader oftentimes up on this dais to say, yes, and. So something else has to give in order for this funding to to occur. So with the property tax increase, we don't even have those funds yet. We won't realize those funds. We will do a reconciliation when we come back for a budget amendment in June. At that time, and the reason it's attached to the property tax is because this is based on a mill, right? It's based on a mill levy. So when property taxes go up, that mill levy is going to go up as well. So we can't allocate funds until we have the funds. So again, all of those are rough estimates. The 17 million is rough, the 15 million is rough, the 10 million is rough, right? We don't have a sense. We also don't know. Well, we always say when the legislation is in session, no one is safe. So we don't know what the outcome is going to be from that legislative session either. So until that happens, in June, we'll be able to reconcile. CFO Richie will come back and say, here's what we thought was going to happen. Here's what is actually happening. Here's what needs to, what we're estimating from the possibility of having something on the ballot. And what does that look like so that we don't dip into something that we don't have. So we're not recommending that we go through this whole annual process again with nonprofits. What we are recommending is we wait to see what that amount looks like, and then council can have a policy decision of what is available and how to distribute those if they are additional funds. So we're not guaranteeing there's going to be additional funds. We're confident that based on the conservative nature of what those estimates were, once we reconcile, having additional funds.
Will we get told in June that we still have to wait to see the outcome of a November ballot initiative?
Councilmember Lim, by June, once the legislative session is over, we'll have a better sense of it's part of, you don't want to spend down any pot of money ever, whether you know exactly what it is or not. So you're going to be more conservative when there are unknown factors to that pot of money. Will we have a better sense of what that percentage, without being high risk of spending something we don't have by June? Yes. Will we have a specific number? No. But we'll have a better sense of, it's not going to be a 4%. It's going to be more than a 4% increase and less than a 25% increase. Big range. That's as good as as good as it's going to get. So for example, Councilmember Lim, the ballot right now, the ballot initiative that we think has the best chance is going to be the cap. So if we know that that is, if we can look at the amounts that we have coming in by that cap, which may very well have a better likelihood of passing versus a significant reduction, it's going to have a much more difficult time. We want to be somewhere right in the middle of that estimation. We don't want to say, let's just stick at the 4% cap. And we don't want to say worst case scenario, right? Again, we want to be safe and not sorry. We'll be closer to being a better estimate by June.
Okay, I mean, it gives me some hope, I guess, that you're saying that we will be able to, we might have the possibility of fully funding the nonprofits then in June, that we'll have a better idea.
So I just want to be really clear. I am not saying that we're going to have $1 million extra in June. I'm saying that for those, and again, staff will respond. So if council says fund all of them, find $1 million, that's what we'll do. The exercise that we need to go through is there's the finite pot of funds. Something isn't going to be funded in order for 100% of these to be funded. What that looks like, we don't know yet. What we are saying is we're confident that there will be additional funds, kind of going back to Councilmember Hinkle's. It's going outside of a repeatable process, which is what is considered to be an equitable process. So sometimes we just don't like what it yields, right? And so the best way to continue to have a fidelity in a process is put more money in the beginning, right? So instead of changing what it yields and saying, okay, well, we're going to pick this one, and this one, we're going to fund it more. You put more money in on the very beginning, and then you go through that whole process again, so it continues to have fidelity. Or council can say, these are the 3 nonprofits that we want them to have off of the top, out of those amounts annually. We want them to be able to budget what those amounts are. So Fish, for example, Fish asked for 300,000. We want to give Fish $300,000 a year off of the top. And then the rest of those funds then go through that equitable process. So whatever, and I'm not saying it's Fish. So just so everybody's really clear, I'm simply saying that's an example of one that council could identify in addition to others. So that is one way, without going through the whole process over again. If you have additional funds, you allocate differently and not go through the model.
I guess what I'm confused about is, since the property tax revenue increase is unallocated, I'm confused about your phrasing of where you have to tell us where to take this from. Well, it's not, the extra revenue is not allocated in the budget yet. So we're not taking it from something that's already has an expenditure for it.
Kind of. So if we look, so the mayor and the mayor pro tem and I have been continuing to have this conversation.
May I?
Please.
Okay. And as you guys are going to hear soon from Mayor Pro Tem Chef, we have a focus session coming up, and everything, all of the topics on that focus session are unfunded. Think about that. That's going to require funding to stand up some of these new programs that we want to see. So she's being cautious because of that too. We want to do a lot of good things with the money we have. And I think we're belaboring this point right now because we're not going to be able to add any more right now. We have to wait and see how the dust settles. We're spending money that hasn't even been collected. So it's prudent to wait and see how the dust settles and what is the actual number, because those are all rough numbers that were being thrown out. You know, the 15 million, the 10 million, the 3.2, whatever. It's not finite. So it's premature to start awarding money that we actually don't even have in-house.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. So a little story time with Mayor Pro Tem. When I was on the Cultural Council before I was on City Council, and before Councilmember Nguyen was the chair of the Cultural Council, I heard from the mayor and the city council members at that point talk about how grateful they were to not be the grant reviewers. They were not anymore the Cultural Council, and they did not have to make the award recommendations for each of these organizations. Having done that process through the Cultural Council and through other nonprofit work, I know how much involvement goes into the review process and the discussion that occurs to ensure the agreed upon process is defendable, repeatable, and trustworthy. And I think that I would caution my colleagues with messing with that process to pick and choose organizations with the allocation amounts. I think that gets us into a very slippery slope. Having approved different grant allocations for 6 years as a council member, I've seen the improvement of the process for these grant review committees, both the health and the human services, as well as the arts, cultural and science, and the FCFD. And I appreciate all of these committees' continued work and their diligence. Being someone that has come from the nonprofit community, the truth is nonprofits is there's always more requests than there are grant dollars. I don't think that that's ever been the case where there's more grant dollars than requests. I just don't think it's ever happened. But especially during this time when we're seeing one-time dollars and one-time monies disappearing and running out. And philanthropy, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, philanthropy is getting much more competitive. There's fewer foundations, there's fewer grants that are available, and those are getting much more competitive. So I'm all here for allocating more money to my nonprofits. I'm nonprofit inside and out. I love giving money to our nonprofits, but I also know that we have to consider a much bigger project. Or we have to consider that we have a much bigger budget and we have other needs. So my question to you, Mr. Casey, is about the tiers. And I'll preface this to you after I answer my question. So are these tiers predetermined or are they determined after the fact? And my question stems from many years working with the FCFD grant process and the complication of the various tiers. Within FCFD organizations, the question continues to come up with regard to how an organization moves between these different tiers. So with the FCFD process, we have 5 organizations that are tier 1s. That's in statute. And then we have tier 2s, and then we have tier 3s. Each of those tiers are funded in a different way and at different levels. And so I'm curious, within these human services process, are these tiers predetermined and organizations assigned to those tiers, or is this much more of a natural process?
Thank you for your question, Mayor Pro Tem. They are predetermined and it's by dollar amount. So tier 1 is up to $25,000. Tier 2 is $25,001 up to $200, and tier 3 is over $200. So the decision to fund them would put them in that tier. It's not based on the agency or what their mission or vision is. It's based on the dollar amount that they're requesting.
Okay, so if I was organization X and I applied for tier 1 or tier 3 funding, can I do that and ask, is it based upon the request or is it based upon how much is allocated?
It's based upon the request.
Okay.
So yeah, any organization, and actually in the memo, we have identified Community Reach Center was one that had asked for a tier 1 or tier 3 request and was put into the tier 2 because of the dollar amount that they were awarded.
Okay.
Or I'm sorry, tier 1.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that clarification.
Yep.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? All right, first is council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2024-22. Will the clerk please read the proposed resolution by title?
Resolution number 2024-22, authorizing an agreement between Broomfield and Imagine for services to Broomfield residents.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Councilmember Ward.
For the sake of time, so moved.
Thank you. Second, Councilmember Nguyen.
Second.
Is there any discussion? All right. Will the council please cast, seeing no further discussion, we'll move forward to the vote on resolution number 2024-22. Council, please cast your vote electronically. All council members have voted and the results are on screen. That passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Casey, and thank you all for being here and staying through the whole night if you did.
You have 2 more, Mayor.
It's a big one. Thank you for catching that. Remember when I always forgot? So next is council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2024-23. Will the clerk please read the proposed resolution by title?
Resolution number 2024-23, authorizing an agreement between Broomfield and Mental Health Partners for services to Broomfield residents.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Councilmember Ward.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Henkel.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Seeing no further discussion, we'll move forward to the vote. All council members, please enter their vote electronically. All council members have entered their vote electronically, and the results will be displayed on the screen, and that passes unanimously. Next is proposed resolution number 2024-24. Will the clerk please read the proposed resolution by title?
Resolution number 2024-24, authorizing an agreement between Broomfield and Broomfield Community Foundation for Tier 1 grant funding and grant administration services.
Thank you. Is there a motion? Councilmember Ward.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Henkel.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Will council members please enter their vote? All council members have entered their vote, and the results will be displayed on the screen, and that passes unanimously. Thank you all very much. We're done, right? We're good. Okay, good.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you, guys. So I'm going to make note that it is 11 PM and our council rules say that our meetings end at 11 PM. So it's up to you guys if you want to continue past the 11 PM. Councilmember Ward,
I'll make a motion to suspend the rules and continue forward with the meeting.
all right? And second, Councilmember Henkel?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Looks good. Any opposed? That works. Okay, it's informal, but I just wanted to do a check-in because that's what the rules say. Our final item under action items this evening is council's consideration of proposed resolution relating to a down payment assistance program for middle earners. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you. And Sharon has an abbreviated, she's gone through this presentation a couple times. She's got it down. Ms. Tessier.
Thank you. I will make this quick since I was here last week. Good
Yeah.
evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, City Manager, Sharon Tessier, Housing Policy Manager. Next slide, please. Just keep in mind that this is the program and we are strength-based, person-centered division that takes an upstream preventative approach to housing security. And it does take a village to make this all happen. Next slide, please. In July of 2023, council had a favorable response to creating the down payment assistance program. The recommendation from the housing needs assessment also suggested we put this in, and it will be the first of its kind in Broomfield. Next slide, please. Would address the need for first-time home buyers, such as children and grandchildren of Broomfield residents. We are hoping that this program can be utilized and paired with some of the other programs that we have, and that we are hoping to also access and get some of the Prop 123 fundings to support this program. Next slide. The details would provide a form of a repayable deferred loan with 2% interest due upon the loan expiration, sale, or transfer of the home. Loans are calculated at 6% of the purchase price of the home. Home buyers would be required to provide $2,500 in earnest money of their own. And this is down payment only. And the borrower must be eligible and income qualified in order to be a part of this program. And it would be available for some of our deed restricted homes and some of our homes that are market priced homes in multiple areas throughout the Broomfield city and county. Next slide, please. And we are proposing to work with the Colorado Housing Assistance Corporation that we shared about last week. They are affectionately known as CHEC, and they are the subject matter experts. They have 40 years of experience doing this work and have the flexibility to work with individual municipalities' needs. And that is why we decided to go with them. And they've have extensive experience with our neighboring communities as well. Next slide, please. So should council, next steps is the approval. If council approves, staff will proceed with the implementation of the program and add the appropriate funds and associated expenditures. Will be completed to initiate this program in the first quarter of 2024. And we'd come back to you in 2025 to see if this program is actually working and successful the way we want. That concludes my presentation. You can look at last week's.
Yeah, it's pretty fresh.
Right, yes.
Thank you, Ms. Tessier. I appreciate your brevity. People need to look at that. That's brevity. We'll now proceed with public comments, starting with in person. If there's anyone who would like to be heard, please come to the podium and state your name and neighborhood for the record and limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dana Scott. I'm the Executive Director of Broomfield Fish, the local food bank and family resource center. I'm glad I can remember my name at this late stage. I first wanted to say I'm incredibly grateful for I've sat through all of tonight and heard how thoughtful you are, the questions you're asking, they're all the right questions. So I appreciate that. And I also want to say that I was lucky and privileged to participate on Thursday in a housing security forum that Broomfield Housing Alliance helped organize with Enterprise and DOLA. And really my only point in speaking now at the end of the night around the down payment assistance program, I put in a letter earlier speaking to some of my concerns around this. And really they're not concerns as much as they are, I don't want us to turn this into the Hunger Games where we're nonprofits pitted against each other, or city and county divisions pitted against nonprofits. I also want us to really focus on what are the current most pressing community needs. So when you're hearing about the nonprofit program, you're hearing about a lot of nonprofits that are being funded to do a lot of different things. I really want to encourage you to focus on our most vulnerable residents. I want you to really think about folks who are living at 60% AMI or less, folks who are living unhoused, folks who are at risk of eviction, which I put in my letter. We saw 30 people request emergency rent assistance in the first 10 days of January. I'm not convinced that the state programs that are coming down the line are really going to address this in effective ways. So I'm here to encourage you to look at this systemically, look at this holistically, look at this in an equitable, through an equity lens of what are the programs we're funding, how much funding do they get, who are they really serving, and make sure that people aren't falling through the cracks. Because I can tell you, I see the people falling through the cracks every single day. So I don't want to say I'm for or against different programs. I think this is a great program. I'm concerned because we have limited funding and we're directing it toward homeowners. There's two programs, the down payment assistance program and the tax relief being put up to 80%, both homeowners. I want to speak on behalf of renters who aren't here today. And I want us to consider that. So I love the idea that you guys are looking at what's the money coming in? Will there be revenue? Can we address this later in the year? Fantastic. And I think at that point, our collaborative group of everyone who's been doing housing work will be able to come together and say, we've really thoughtfully looked at this. We've looked at what is the current budget? What are the current needs? What are the gaps? And come to you with a proposal. And so I just encourage you to continue this conversation and look at it through that lens. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Didn't we allocate more funds to our rental assistance program along with the down payment? Not the down payment, the property tax relief. Didn't we discuss doing both?
We expand, Ms. Tessier, can you talk a little bit about that, please?
Sure. So there is discussion about a rental assistance program through the Human Services. They're the ones that currently house a rental assistance program. And so we did not want to duplicate efforts. We also wanted to get a bigger picture of who in the community is providing that rental assistance for the 60% AMI and below. To Dana's point, we just want to gather all of that information. We don't have it right now. I think when we briefly may have conversed earlier this week, we were looking at somewhere around maybe $800,000 that is going toward rental assistance for 60% AMI and below. We need to come back with you once we have all of the information.
Thank you. But that was the direction after we had the conversation about the mill levy certification, that we would do both. Am I right? I'm getting nods. Okay. So we did have that conversation, and we are intending to expand that program as well. So we didn't leave renters out. Thanks. Anybody else? Any questions or comments? Oh, Councilmember Marshall-Olson.
Couple quick questions. I'll be very quick. One, do we anticipate that this $1 million will be fully used this year? Do we expect to get 20 people?
That is our goal. We have 16 units right now, and then there are other homes. When I did a brief look, we could conceivably get 20.
And this is all coming from the IHO fund, right?
Yes, that is one. Thank you for that opportunity to clarify. This is money that is coming not from tax revenue. It is coming from the inclusionary housing ordinance, which is the cash in lieu that developers pay to not build the units, but provide us with cash.
I see we have, memo says $3 million currently in there. What other anticipated costs do we have coming out of there, and what do we anticipate in the future to get?
That is the larger conversation that we are having with the community. We also know that we want to keep some of that in reserve. And this is part of our strategic plan that we started working on in July of last year to determine how much funding we will be getting through the IHO. Is it the interest rates that are slowing things down at this point? So we want to make sure that we have a replicable program with the fidelity that we need.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
And lastly, Councilmember, we are, geez, I lost that thought. It went, I had it and it was like, this is such a last minute.
feel you.
Good.
I totally feel you.
Points, yes. Oh, the 3.1 and what the programming is for that. Staff is coming, now I got it. Okay. Staff is coming back on February 20th, and we're gonna have an economic update. We're gonna have a budget update and the doorknob file update, which goes right to what we're anticipating from the permits. And it's significant. We're seeing a slowing significantly. It has fundamental budget impacts with the slowing of that development, which goes right to that IHO. So we'll have a better sense by the 20th to provide to council.
Great, because this meeting's kind of packed. Let's move on. Next is Councilmember Anderson.
Sorry. She called you.
Oh, sorry. I can't do this after 11 anymore, y'all.
Okay, so I'm just gonna go because that was what you said. Okay, so I just have a couple of quick questions about this is where I was struggling last week, and I think I'm getting closer here, is that we have these affordable units coming online, the 12 in Grandview, the hopefully 36 in Dillon Point, and those are kind of flagged. And this is what I'm struggling with is these are affordable units. But now we're standing up a program targeting those units to try to make them affordable. It's like double affordability or something. And do we have where are we, why are we not at a place where those are actually affordable? Do we have and maybe it's a question for Mr. Romine, but that's the part I was struggling with is why do we need the second program? And I understand why. Is it just the market conditions right now? Is it like, is this not anticipated, or is this?
Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, very quickly, the answer is one is on the supply side, so setting the price and making that affordable for somebody to be able to purchase. The other side is allowing people to be able to qualify for those mortgages. And so it's both sides of it. And so they're different. And again, as a reminder from the question last week, these loans are also repaid. One thing that I just wanted to reference to that is, as we saw at Lennar, as we have within our agreements, if they cannot find a person that's qualified, a household that's qualified, there is an out and we would lose those units. And so part of our goal is to both get the units built, but also make sure that people that are qualified can buy. And so really it is that, to your point, yes, you could argue it is a double subsidy, but it's not, because there are different things going on, one's supply side and one's demand.
And the other piece, I looked on that check site and there's a education program of $75. Why are we not making that a requirement to make sure that people aren't getting in? There's some concern about, we received one email and so I actually think we received multiple emails about the concerns, because if we get people into a home that they couldn't really afford and then they default on a loan or something, this loan may not be repaid in that case. So we'd want them to know what they're getting into.
Well, that's exactly right. And most people do know what they're getting into. And the whole idea is to meet the home buyer where they're at. So let's say they don't qualify, then they go through this program of education and then they work on how to qualify in the next round. So it's not that we can't force education on them, because some people just don't need it.
Okay, so you just can't force it, but strongly encourage it.
Absolutely.
Okay, well, thank you. That's all my questions.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. It's been a long time since we have been at a council meeting this late after 11 p.m. with Ms. Sharon Tessier. It's good to see you. Thank you for being here.
Hey, like the old times.
So I do have some questions. So my first question hopefully is rather easy. Under the exceptions piece, it says some exceptions and then retirement need to downsize in retirement income at 80% AMI. And I'm curious, why would we just say at 80% AMI? Are we looking for exactly at 80% AMI? Are we looking at a range from 80 to 100% AMI? Why would we just say
Depends on the
at
deed
80%?
restricted, right? I think I was looking at deed restricted. So if they were going into a home that was up to 100% AMI, it would be 100% AMI. And the big caveat there is more if anyone is retiring at a lower AMI that would fit one of these homes, the 80 to 100% AMI, they couldn't have more in their retirement at 1 times the amount of the purchase price of the home, because we want to keep the spirit of the program.
Okay, so would we need to change that to say less than 80% AMI? Because we're talking about retirement folks that need to downsize or retirement income is at 80% AMI. Would we need to say less than 80%?
No, not
Okay.
for the deed restricted homes.
Okay.
It would be anywhere between 80 and 100% AMI, depending on the year of the program and depending on, and I see what you're saying. We do need to clean up that language a little bit. Yes.
Because otherwise, if I got 81% AMI or 79% AMI, do I qualify if I'm retirement? That's what I'm curious.
Right.
So If staff could look at that just to make
You
sure that
bet.
we're clear.
Yes.
Another question I have is, so once we allocate the $1 million to check, are those monies encumbered and not able to be utilized for other purposes such as great projects like we saw earlier today? I mean, once we allocate that $1 million, we don't have the ability to move that around.
So it is actually, the program is up to $1 million. And if we only used half of that, we are not obligated to have check keep that other money that they didn't spend for that year.
Okay, so if we allocated $500,000 tonight, and then say in June's a good month since we've talked about it multiple times tonight.
June.
We could potentially allocate another $500,000 at that point. They're not gonna.
Tagging a friend.
No problem.
If I could, so
Yep.
if we sign a contract, we do have to have the money set aside and it needs to sit there. As you know, if the money is not utilized for whatever reason, or we may suggest that we don't want to go any further, then we'd either have to unallocate the money or the year would come to an end and we'd have that money back. So the money's not going to check. It sits in our accounts that will be reimbursed as they move forward with these projects. So, they bill us basically, just like anybody else. So it's not like we're going to hand them $1 million. but we do have to reserve it. Any time council passes a resolution for funding, we have to set it aside to fulfill the contract.
Okay, okay, that clarifies it. So in a sense, it is encumbered, it's reserved, but it's not going to check. So I appreciate that clarification. So one of the things that I've thought about with the 15 years or the 30 years repayment is I would like to see this money move through the system and be available as soon as possible for the next applicant, while at the same time not wanting to make that monthly payment so high for that first time home buyer that they can't afford those payments. So if we were to decrease the repayment years from 30 years down to 15, would that cause concern for our housing staff that those monthly payments would be so high? I mean, they would almost be double the amount that they would be, and those repayment would just be higher. I mean, they're almost, I think that Councilmember Marsh Holston and I looked at this, it would be about twice as much. So from about 180, what was it, 184 to 312, so almost double.
So the way we propose this program is that it would not necessarily be a monthly payment that they would be paying back. They would be paying it back at one time at the expiration of the loan, on sale or transfer, and most likely possibly when they refinance. And after having a conversation with Michelle from CHEC, she said typically people will refinance in between 7 and 8 years, and they could conceivably pay it back then unless we put a subordinate, a lien on that, where they didn't have to pay it back if they refinance, but at the end of the 15 or the 30 years, whatever you choose, then it would be paid back in full. So it's not like they would be paying a different amount at year 15 or year 30.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
No, that makes sense. And
Okay.
thank you. That's all the
Yes.
questions I have, Mayor.
Yeah.
No.
All right, Councilmember Henkel.
Todd's next.
Oh, I'm sorry. It is harder. Count to one.
Yeah.
You're trying to,
Councilmember Cohen.
trying to count down, I think. Two quick questions. Just in response to the earlier question, since this is IHO funds, they're restricted, I assume. Is there a restriction? They can't be spent on nonprofit grant funds or something else. They have to be spent on housing related, or what is the restriction on their use?
Right. That is a conversation that is happening internally when we set the Housing Development Fund. We were looking at creating an opportunity to support development and new programs that support increased housing opportunity or longevity prevention from losing homes.
It's an internal,
Yeah.
Councilmember Cohen.
Yeah.
So it's not, so I mean, again, restricted really comes with federal and state where you can't have any kind of
We didn't put a
shifting.
restriction on when we took the cash in lieu funds that they'd have to be spent on homes or.
The spirit.
Intent was.
Yeah, the
to do
spirit
that.
of when the Housing Advisory Committee suggested we develop that inclusionary housing ordinance fund, it was intended to bring more development, to bring more units into Broomfield.
So if we had wanted to do it with renters or some other purpose, we need to have that conversation and. be
Correct.
specific. Second, just to answer some of the emails from people who thought this was quite a novel, we're actually sort of late to this game, are we
We are
not?
late to
I
this
think
game.
Denver, Aurora, Boulder, Longmont, I'm sure there are others already have down
Yes.
payment assistance programs
Yes.
in place. Correct.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you.
Councilmember Henkel.
Wake up.
Thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem.
There's only one.
Thanks for this presentation again, and just really appreciate the program. We did have some questions, and now that we're, had questions about if we wanted to make it 15 years, I just have some concerns about that as far as if it's deed restricted. Is there going to be enough money or enough equity at the end of 7 years or at the end of that 15 years? I'm just concerned that we're not going to be building enough equity to really break even. I just have concerns if they're not paying that payment every month, what that might look like.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members. So again, this is what oftentimes is referred to as a second mortgage, a second loan. And is again, the way we've developed it is there'd be no payments, no monthly payments or anything. It'd be just due and payable as a whole, and the interest would accrue and come available. As far as the affordability period, there is no affordability period coming from this program. It's coming from the other programs. So the only thing that's happening here is the buyer is going to be income qualified. There is no, it stays with the property for 20 years or 10 years. It just stays because of the buyer purchasing. So they are income qualifying, just like a renter would do when they go into a multifamily home or multifamily rental. So that's when the qualification occurs. There's not a 40-year requirement or 20-year requirement. That's only when we're putting money in, or as an example, Broomfield Housing Alliance is putting money in. In some cases, Chaff and others put a restriction on, as they may or we do, like Crosswinds, where we put a restriction on that property. But there won't be coming from this to the unit. Does that answer your question?
I just, if we go to 15 years, in my mind, as my regular mortgage, that causes, higher payments on my end.
Again, this is a lump sum payment at the conclusion or at the transfer of the property, whatever it is. So that, to the example that Mayor Pro Tem was asking, there's no monthly payments. And so it's the 30, we'll call it 15,000 or $30,000 payment with a 2% interest. 7 years later, if that's when they're going to transfer the property or sell it, they would pay us that amount plus the 2% interest for each year.
And we're sure that we would have enough to cover that 2% interest.
They would, yes. So it's just sitting there passively in the background. And that's the way it's worked in Denver's case, Boulder's case, in almost every case I've ever seen. They are all sitting there, so that therefore it doesn't affect the qualification of the home buyer.
Okay, so why did we pick 30 at first and not 15?
The idea when we were putting it together was we wanted to, in some cases, we are hoping that these are going to be lifetime homes for the potential purchaser. As we've experienced here in Broomfield, that some people buy their first home and stay in that first home. In other cases, as Sharon indicated, sometimes people are moving in and out of homes 7, 8, 10 years, 5 years, whatever. The thought is we didn't want to trigger something while the person is in their lifetime home if they're going to be in for 30 years. So we're lining it up to the 30-year mortgage, but really the repayment would occur upon whatever that event is, maximum of 30 years.
Okay. I don't really see much of a difference between 30 and 15, to be honest, from what your answers are.
Yep.
Except for, if it's 30, then we're at least thinking about them living in there long term. So is there do we have any precedence of anyone then defaulting on a loan like that? Or what would that look like? Or have we had any instances, like how would you default on that loan?
Between the 15 or the 30 year?
Well, just in the loan in general. Or have we had any instances where that would have happened?
Not in Broomfield. And when I talked to Chuck about it, that was not something that because they're well vetted. I mean, unless something tragic happened in where they couldn't no longer afford to be there, but it wouldn't be because of the program. It would be because of a circumstance that happened.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Let's say something happened and they need to be evicted.
Well, they foreclose.
Foreclosed, sorry, not evicted, I'm sorry. So used to dealing with renters, right?
Yeah.
If you're foreclosed then, or how does that look like? Or what would that look like?
I don't know how to answer that at this point. I would have to do a little more research and get back to you, unless my partner here.
Yeah, and so part of it, when these things are recorded, it's just like a mortgage. And so therefore, they'd be recorded against it. There would be this value lien on the property that would sit there. And so it's sitting there. Now, the only example that I can think of, and this is from my experience when I was in Denver and I worked with Jack there. Obviously, there are times where housing doesn't necessarily appreciate. If that were to occur, then there is the risk of something, and that would be part of the foreclosure procedures. And therefore, all lenders would be affected potentially by that. But we would be secured just like a first mortgage would be secured in the same way.
In what way is that then?
It's just with the normal title work and it's with the normal recording of of all of those documents. And so we'd be in that same security position as the first. We'd just be in the second or third position, depending on how it lines up. And so it's actually a pretty secure approach. And it's proven to work very effectively, both in Colorado, but across the nation as a method to increase increase people to be able to qualify and get affordability into a home.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all.
Councilmember Lim.
So I heard you refer to the targeted homes that you think would be this would be used for this year as the Grandview and other homes in Broomfield that you've identified. Is that what you said?
Yeah, that were typically below $650,000 on the market.
Okay. So did we get an answer back from Dillon Point on when their townhomes are going to be available?
Yeah, it's unlikely that they'll be available in 2024.
Okay, thank you. And you said you needed to part of, I would look at this partly as a novel, well, it's not novel for others, but you said, but it's novel for us. We need to stand up this program and then we'll have a review in 2025. If we were to not fully meet the $1 million that you've requested, but some lower amount, would you feel like you'd still be able to stand up the program and get an idea of how this was going to work going forward?
Yes, I believe we would. And that's kind of with every program that we put in place. If, a subrecipient hasn't spent down the money, we do reevaluate and determine, well, what were the circumstances? And then readjust or adjust the amount of funding that would go if the program was successful for the following year.
Okay. And I just wanted to reiterate a request that I had from a resident in the background that was talked about with staff was, at some point, can we have some kind of information on the webpage about allocation of the IHO funds?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, that's actually in the works.
Great,
as we speak.
thanks.
Yes.
Okay, those are my questions.
All right. Any other council member questions at this time? Seeing none. Next is council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2024-25. Will the clerk please read the proposed resolution by title?
Resolution number 2024-25, approving down payment assistance program for middle earners.
Is there a motion? Councilmember Marsh Hulshin.
So moved.
Is there a second? Councilmember Henkel.
Second.
There has been a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? And it's awkward because I have discussion. So I'll just talk. I guess so. So my thoughts about this program, and thank you to staff for bringing this forward. It makes a lot of sense with that really decreasing the term of repayment down to 15 years probably doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But maybe the idea of reducing the amount allocated to initially to really pilot the program, get some information, always having the ability to add more funds to it later on. So I definitely I fully realize that I'm late in my amendment request, and my burden is 2/3 support from my council colleagues to introduce my amendment. But I would ask for your consideration to introduce an amendment to consider decreasing the amount of the payment to this program from $1 million down to $500,000 for the years 2023. Sorry, 2024. Again, it's awkward because I'm reading what I'm
Yeah,
doing.
Mayor
Yeah,
Pro
sorry.
Tem, we'll take that as your motion. So maybe ask for a second to your motion.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
And then we
And-
need the vote to introduce it.
Great. This amendment wasn't shared with council by noon yesterday, so per our rules, it requires a supermajority vote to be introduced. By a show of hands, are those in favor of introducing the amendment? All those opposed? And that fails.
I can't even vote, just so you know.
So we will go.
This felt good.
All right, that amendment fails to be introduced, so we will go back to the discussion on the resolution as presented. Any other discussion? All right, seeing no more discussion, council, please cast your vote on the resolution as a whole.
Chair,
Oh, okay.
yeah, go ahead and vote.
Okay.
Everybody vote. And then I hit no vote.
Okay, all right. All council members have entered their vote. The results will be now displayed on the screen. That passes 8-1. All right, thank you, council members. Next is we have reports. The 2023 fourth quarter expense report for elected officials was provided on this evening's agenda under reports. We will now proceed with public comments, starting with in-person. If there is anyone who would like to be heard, please come to the podium and state your name and neighborhood for the record. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. I do not see anyone. So next is public comment from individuals joining by phone. And we don't have any there. There are no public comments, so we will move on. Next under reports, staff is going to provide council with a legislative update.
Director of Strategic Initiatives, Danae Bureyard, is going to briefly walk us through this item.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. I have to say, leaving us in the back for many hours, I've consumed way too many snacks. So hopefully I'm able to focus and I've got the Doritos off of my hand. So next slide, please. And before I dive in, we'll be really brief, but I do want to mention that we also have Ruth Aponte here. As you all know, we contract with Aponte Busam for legislative services, and we appreciate you joining us this evening. So at the midnight hour. Quickly tonight, I'll just go over the 2024 legislative principles and policy statements, the prioritization of bills. So the tier 1 through tier 3 that we implemented last year to keep us disciplined and focused as we move through the legislative session. What to expect during the session, and then an update on the legislation that we've seen. I think tomorrow will officially be 2 weeks into the session, which has already felt like a marathon and a sprint all at the same time. Next slide. All right, so Broomfield's 2024 legislative principle and policy statements. These have been shared and they will be shared out on our matrix as well and every week through the CMO updates. Not a lot of changes from year over year, which is good. We kind of maintain consistency in what we stand for. It's meant to be broad. So I just want to mention, especially Councilmember Lynn, as you join, it's not meant to cover everything, but it is to give us that guiding principles and foundation to move through the legislative period. Also, we work with our membership organizations as well to leverage our voices as needed on those principles. We'll work with Aponte Busam to continue to monitor. I think almost 200 bills have already been introduced, which is wild. And Ruth and her team have done a good job of kind of combing through those based off of this guiding principle and flagging them for staff for digestion and review. And then I just want to highlight the legislative principles, which have been in this document year over year, but it's this like theme that we hear over and over even tonight, right? And the lens in which we look through how we take positions on legislation. So fiscal stability, home rule and local control, and then interagency and regional cooperation. So I just wanted to highlight those for council tonight. Next slide. Sorry, I'm not the best at formatting, but I thought that this would be a good visual of the rubric of how we establish tiers of prioritization with legislation. So we implemented this last year, and it was a really helpful tool for staff to be able to support you all in your membership organizations and to be nimble and quick as legislation moves often very fast. So tier 1, we identified those as the highest priority for the city and county of Broomfield, and I kind of outlined some criteria here. Obviously, it has to align with our 2024 legislative principles, and it's a tier 1 because of the magnitude of impact to CCOB. This is a very limited number of bills in the session, probably about 4 to 6. And when that happens, you can see what resources are utilized, which means we activate our full staff here, so technical experts, lobbying efforts. We activate heavily with Aponte Busam, and then the engagement looks a lot different. It can include testimony, calls to action through our media and outreach, working with our partners. So, and then I gave an example. The most recent one that we can all remember, Senate Bill 213 out of last year's session. That was a tier 1 priority bill. We activated every resource that we had to support council's position of opposition of that bill. So that's a good example of what that criteria and what that would look like. Tier 2, again, aligning with 2024 legislative principles. It does still have a big impact on Broomfield, but we recognize that the most powerful voice is us using our membership organizations and leveraging that collective voice. So instead of seeing the resources activated through Broomfield, you see that we leverage through the membership organizations. And the example I put here was Senate Bill 23, which we all emailed last week, but Northwest MCC wanted to take a position of support. They work in the realm of transportation. We actively work with them through our transportation specialist. And so therefore they will help leverage our support position through their membership. And then tier 3, you all won't see on the CCOB matrix, but I did want to highlight it here because I want you to know we are looking at every bill as they're being introduced through that lens of that policy statement and determining if we need to flag them and digest them more and see if they fit into these tier 1 or tier 2 priorities. Next slide. So what can you expect during the session? So the first thing is that we will have a designated CCOB bill tracker. Thank you, Aponte Busam, for putting that together. It will go in your email on Friday, and then we'll share it out. It's available to the public so that they can see what legislation you all are tracking. It will track tier 1 and tier 2 priorities, and then it has staff notes so you can see positions and then maybe what membership organization we're deferring to. I know it's always helpful. It's not, if we just say defer to membership organization, that doesn't really help me. But if I know it's CCAT, then I know who we need to work with for that specific bill. So those will be noted. As regards to scheduled updates, we'll have standing updates at council meetings starting with tonight. We'll have virtual legislative updates starting next Monday, the 29th. They're from 12:30 to 1:30. They are virtual and they're every 3 weeks. They are on the council calendar and open to the public as well. And then we'll provide written updates every Friday through the CMO Weekly, and then as needed, pending if a quick decision is needed on a specific piece of legislation. And then Aponte Busam will provide, I like to say they're more colorful updates from the Capitol, and they're under the Dome report as well. Section 9 process, I just want to remind, we do our best to catch things and sometimes we don't catch it all. So if there's some legislation that we miss that you think we should be paying attention to, let us know so we can look at it. And then I want to remind you, you have the Section 9 request as well through your rules and procedures with that Wednesday noon deadline to submit to take a formal position if desired by council that we haven't coordinated already on the front end. Okay, next slide. So highlighted bills and what's to come. So you can see they're kind of by themes. I didn't dive into the specifics yet. Bills are still being introduced. As I mentioned, we have about 200 bills going into just 2 weeks of the session. Local control, we saw 2 big bills that one is the House Bill 1026, which is the Local Government Taxpayers Bill of Rights prior to voter approval requirement. And I heard Councilmember Marsh Holshan speak about this earlier from CML. It is obviously a strong opposition position from CML, and we are monitoring that. They didn't believe it was going to get out of committee, but we will make sure that we continue to watch. There's also going to be a big open meeting and accessibility bill that we anticipate coming that we are actively looking for the draft and wanted to put on your radar. Under housing and land use, as I mentioned earlier, 213 was a big bill. The proponents of that bill would say that it failed because there was too many components. And so now they're breaking it into 5 to 8 different bills to tackle the different issues. And so some of those themes are outlined here. So the first is the transit-oriented communities. Councilmember Ward, I saw your email from Dr. Cog earlier. Thank you for sharing it. I know Mayor Castriatis participated. They do have another stakeholder meeting this Thursday, and Planning Director Anna Bertanzetti will be attending. So we are monitoring and working. No bill has been formally introduced yet, but we are actively participating in the stakeholder until that time, and then we'll provide an update to council once we have a formal bill. Construction defects, again, there's drafts going around. That's under that housing affordability lens. We anticipate, I heard, to have that bill introduced by next week. Strategic growth outcomes executive order, as you recall, Governor Polis issued that last fall or summer, I can't quite remember. And we have a draft bill circulating that has not been introduced around sustainable, affordable housing options. It's funny, Councilmember Anderson, you asked earlier about occupancy limits, and there's a bill that's been introduced around that we are currently digesting. And then finally, the accessory dwelling units, the ADU bill, that's also circulating around, but we have no formal introduction as of tonight. Under transportation, there's a Front Range Passenger District Efficiency Bill, the Vulnerable Road Users Bill, and the Methods to Increase Use of Transit. All of those are being monitored by NWMCC, and we'll continue to watch through there. We have heard some parking limit bills to be introduced, and then Representative Lindstedt actually will be running a bill on RTD accountability, which we know is important with the amount of money we give and the services that we have. So we will actively be monitoring that one as well. And then finally, just on ozone and environment, I did want to mention that out of the Air Pollution Reduction Commission that was created last year, the interim legislative board, they have a draft bill circulating, their first one, called Air Quality Enforcement. So we just received that and are reviewing it. And then there was also a bill introduced around PFAS and eliminating that product out of the market. So for example, rain gear has a lot of PFAS in it, I guess. And so that's one of the things they're trying to prohibit. But there are some current concerns, I guess, from the fire chiefs around their equipment they need that for their protection. So they're working on trying to settle that between the drafters and the professional services that are currently using that equipment. So that was a very fast legislative update. That's all I got. So I'll turn it over to questions.
Well, thank you for your updates. We will now proceed with public comment, starting with in person. I do not see anyone. And is there anybody on the phone? All quiet on the phone. So next is questions and comments from council. Are there any questions or comments?
I was first.
And seeing the green number 1, Mayor Castriata.
Thank you. I get to go first. So there are some preemptive bills in that little group, mainly the TOC. And my question about the ADUs by right, is that preempting local land use authority of HOAs and covenant protected neighborhoods?
That's a great question, and it's been asked. We haven't seen it addressed yet, so more to come on that, but it is on our monitor.
I think it is. So since it's one of our policy priorities to maintain local land use authority and our home rule authority, we should probably make plans to oppose them unless amended. Isn't that how it works? But it's a policy principle. It's in our policy.
I think we still have to vote on any.
Oh, we still have to vote, but I'm just putting it out there. It's in the policies that we oppose the unconstitutional move of taking our land use authority and home rule.
As soon as the draft is no longer a draft and we're able to kind of digest that bill, we'll bring it back to council for a formal position.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's always good to make positions on introduced bills as opposed to draft bills.
No, I agree. Just point
My
out the
number
policy.
1, Councilmember Henkel.
Yay, thank you. Thanks for being here tonight and all you staying up late. I appreciate it. I have 2 questions. Just the first one, are there going to be any land use bills without preemption? I'm glad we have the construction defects bill up there. That's really good for affordability. Is there anything out there without preemption, or is there any plans?
Councilmember Hinkle, outside of the bills that we've shared, we haven't seen any other bills. So I wouldn't definitively say yes or no to that question.
Okay.
The strategic growth, so the sustainable, affordable housing, I just received that, so I haven't been able to fully digest it. So far, I haven't seen the preemption in it, but if there will be other bills that don't have it or not, too soon to tell.
Okay, thank you. And then one thing I just want to add to that list, as we agreed as a council last year at around this time, I believe, was talking about the firearm ordinances locally that we punted off to the state. And we were very adamant about, really pushing this at the state level. And Monica Duran is going to be running that bill, and it's basically a firearm education bill. And it'll be a requirement, and I believe she's actually adding in there even more educational requirements than what we had required earlier. So we just need to make sure we add that to our list. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think there's even another firearm bill prohibiting concealed weapons in safe spaces. So there's at least another one there as well. Next, number 1, Councilmember Cohen.
This will be quick. I thought I saw there was a bill introduced about new regulations or new safety standards for detention facilities. Have you seen that?
I don't have there. I believe there is something. Let me look it up real quickly. If you want to continue, Mayor Pro Tem, I'll pull that up.
Awesome. Next, number 1, Councilmember Marshallson.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out that the ADU bill, CML took an opposition position to it. And also the meeting requirements one that was on the list seems like it has a lot of unfunded mandates for local governments, and CML took an opposition position to that too. So that's it.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Any other comments or questions?
Danae, on those couple that we don't have an immediate answer for, can we add that to the conversation on Monday?
Say that. We'll follow up on Monday if that's okay, or in the email on Friday.
That sounds great. Well, Ruth, thank you for being here. I know that 12 o'clock is pretty early in the session for you to be up this late, but I thank you for being with us. Let's see. All right, thank you for the update this evening. There are no requests for future action this evening. However, I wanted to provide an update on to council and the public for the upcoming focus session that we have. So the focus session will take place in Broomfield at the Grange on March 1st and 2nd. The Friday session will be a full day with Saturday planned for just a half a day. The topics that council will discuss will include self-sufficient wage or minimum wage, sustainable wage or living wage, calling many different titles, best value contracting, rental registration fee, immigration, migrant support, including workforce preparation, community air quality monitoring program. And staff will also be sending out a notice in the community update next week. So look forward to that in there. All right. Is there any other business to come before council?